Chapter 48. When Zheng Tan returned to the Jiao family, its outer layer of fur was wet. It had stayed in the snow for too long, and when it went out, the snow was quite heavy. It would be strange if it wasn't wet. Fortunately, its fur was thick, so it could still keep warm. However, when the cold wind blew outside, Zheng Tan couldn't help but shiver. Seeing Zheng Tan come back with wet fur, little Pomelo quickly took out the hairdryer to dry Zheng Tan's fur. The snow outside is so thick. I didn't see any other cats in the courtyard. Only our black charcoal went out for a walk, Jiao Yuan said. And Sahara. As they were talking, there was a barking sound coming from downstairs. Zheng Tan heard it clearly. It was Sahara's barking. However, the barking was obviously lacking in energy. It was far less energetic than when it went out to play. Jiao Yuan laughed and immediately opened the window in the living room to look at the building diagonally opposite. Little Pomelo also moved a stool over, took off its slippers, and stepped on the stool to look at the situation outside the window. Zheng Tan was also a little curious. He jumped on the windowsill and looked in the direction of the barking. The dog below, the building diagonally opposite, was Sahara. At the same time, on the balcony of the building's second floor, Professor Ruan's grandson, Ruaning, was standing there. He leaned against the railing of the balcony, holding a bowl of seaweed and pork rib soup in his hands. As he drank, he smacked his lips and said to the dog that was licking its lips and jumping downstairs, "Run, try running again. Tonight's pork ribs soup won't be served to you." Woof, 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 woof. There was a little whimper in the barking. It was obviously weak. It wanted to go upstairs to eat the ribs, but it couldn't enter the door. Sahara's big paws patted the big iron door of the entrance control area. After patting it once, it retracted its paws. It remembered that this big iron door couldn't be patted randomly. If it did, it would be beaten when it went home later. Woof! In the end, Sahara squatted in front of the iron door and let out a flat whimper from its nose. It opened its mouth twice and yawned twice. It was not until more than 10 minutes later that its owner opened the door and let it in. He was afraid that it would get sick if it squatted outside for too long. As soon as they entered the door, the originally listless Sahara instantly regained its health. It wagged its big tail vigorously and even jumped up the stairs. There were many other people in the courtyard who were watching the drama, like Jiao Yuan and the others. Due to the different residential areas, some of them were watching from their balconies, while others were watching from the windows of their bedrooms or living rooms. Sometimes there would be people who would kick up a fuss. Just now, someone had asked Sahara to go to their house to gnaw on a bone. In the end, Sahara still had some backbone. He only moved his but a little and remained firm. Jiao Yuan was talking about the difference between raising a dog and raising a cat when he suddenly heard a sneeze next to him. Zheng Tan sniffed, and after a few seconds, he couldn't help but sneeze again. Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo stared at Zheng Tan. After Zheng Tan sneezed twice in a row, Jiao Yuan shouted to Jiao Ma in the bedroom, "Mom, black charcoal seems to have caught a cold." "What? Caught a cold?" Jiao Ma immediately put down what she was doing and walked over in her slippers. Zheng Tan also had a bad feeling. Did he really catch a cold? "Do you want to take his temperature?" Little Pomelo asked. "Take his temperature?" Zheng Tan remembered seeing some pets with thermometers inserted in the pet center and shivered. "Don't put in the back door to take his temperature." Jiao Ma was not familiar with this situation. She thought about it and called Xiaogua. "Cold? Is his conjunctiva congested? Are there tears in his eyes or a lot of eye mucus?" Xiaogua asked on the other end of the phone. "No. How's his meal? It's not dinner time yet." "I don't know. You can take his temperature first. But if you do it at home, you can use the root of your hind legs. It's more convenient that way." Zheng Tan jumped on a desk and pricked up her ears to eavesdrop on the conversation between Annie Jiao and Little Gua. She heaved a sigh of relief when she heard that she did not need to use her rectum to measure the temperature. Jiao Ma finished the phone call and took out the thermometer. When she turned around, she saw Zheng Tan lying on his side with his tail tightly clamped and one of his hind legs raised. Jiao Ma could not help but smile. Other people's cats had to go through some foreplay before taking their temperature. Now that it was her cat's turn, she did not even need to say anything. Her cat had already gotten into position by itself. Zheng Tan thought that as long as they did not use the rectum to take his temperature, anything else would be fine. However, it seemed that this was a little too revealing. Forget it, it was not like it had never been exposed before. After all, it was a cat now. There was no need to be too pretentious. There were a lot of cats wandering around on the road. Jiao Ma placed the thermometer that she had prepared at the junction between Zheng Tan's hind legs and the abdominal wall. After Zheng Tan stayed in the position for about 5 minutes, Jiao Ma took out the thermometer. 39 degrees. Jiao Ma frowned. According to Xiaogua, it seemed a little too high. This method of measuring body temperature would give a lower result. So, Xiaogua gave a range of standards for this method. After all, the normal body temperature of a cat was higher than that of a human, so the standards were different. Jiao Ma called Xiaogua again and told him about the temperature measurement. Then it shouldn't be a big problem. We can give it some children's medicine. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Over the phone, Xiaogua heaved a sigh of relief. He still had some spring festival advertisements waiting for this cat. Otherwise, they would have wasted a lot of food in the store. After hearing little Gua's explanation, they felt much more at ease. Jiao Ma made some children's medicine. She didn't need to find a syringe to feed it to Zheng Tan. Cats were different from humans. Zheng Tan didn't want to make himself half dead. During dinner, the members of the Jiao family paid close attention to Zheng Tan. Seeing that he still had a huge appetite, they felt more at ease at the dinner table. With such a big appetite, it shouldn't be too sick. At night, Jiao Ma suggested that Zheng Tan sleep on the sofa. Although she had never heard of cats passing the flu to humans, it was always better to take precautions. The 2003 SARS outbreak had alerted many people. It wasn't that she disliked Zheng Tan. Jiao Ma also cared about Zheng Tan. She had already prepared a place for him to sleep on the sofa. In addition to little Pomelo's fur cloak, there was also a woolen sweater from Jiao Ma. Zheng Tan definitely wouldn't catch a cold. Zheng Tan didn't want to pass the flu to others, so he decided to sleep on the sofa. If the flu became serious and was contagious, it wouldn't be good to pass it to others. Not long after the lights went out, little Pomelo opened the door and whispered to Zheng Tan to go to sleep. Zheng Tan didn't move. He only rolled around to make some noise. It was better to be safe than sorry. If he really passed the flu to little Pomelo, Zheng Tan would definitely feel that he had committed a grave sin. Little Pomelo meowed a few times. Seeing that Zheng Tan just turned around and didn't get off the sofa, little Pomelo walked over gently and put her hands on Zheng Tan. After making sure that the cat was breathing well and steadily, she went back to sleep. Not long after little Pomelo went back to sleep, Jiao Yuan did the same thing. In the bedroom, Jiao Ma put her ear against the door to listen to the sounds in the living room. Both kids went back to their rooms. Jiao Pa asked softly. Yes, they went back. I'll go out and take a look. Jiao Ma walked out of the room and tiptoed to the sofa. Zheng Tan didn't even bother to open his eyes this time. It was just a nap. 3 people came in half an hour. Early in the morning, while Zheng Tan was still sleeping, Jiao Ma came over to check his temperature. Zheng Tan slept in a ball, so it was hard to check his temperature in this position. Seeing that Zheng Tan opened his eyes, Jiao Ma put down the thermometer and touched Zheng Tan's head. Good boy, go back to sleep. Check your temperature. Zheng Tan was speechless. I'm not a kid. A few minutes later, Jiao Ma looked at the temperature on the thermometer and finally smiled. Looks like he's fine. In fact, Zheng Tan knew whether his flu was getting better or not. After taking some medicine and sleeping, he felt much better now. His nose didn't hurt as much as it did yesterday. Zheng Tan stretched and jumped off the sofa to go to the bathroom. Seeing Zheng Tan go into the bathroom, Jiao Ma said to Jiao Pa, "Why doesn't Black Charcoal's tail stick up?" Other cats would stick up their tails when they were in a good mood, but Zheng Tan never did. Zheng Tan usually put his tail down diagonally. When it was about to touch the ground, the tip of his tail would stick up a little. There were many black cats in the world, but Jiao family members felt that their black cats were very different from other black cats. It was easy to recognize them when they were put together because their black cats had small movements that could be easily recognized by people who were familiar with them. Who cares? No one says that a cat's tail has to stick up. Besides, our Black Charcoal is very sensible. It's just that sometimes it has a bad temper, Jiao Pa said. After peeing, Zhang Tan didn't feel sleepy for the time being. He jumped on the windowsill in the living room and looked outside. The sun was out. Last night, when he watched TV, the weather forecast said that it wouldn't snow for the next few days. The Chinese New Year was coming to an end, so there probably wouldn't be such heavy snow. There might even be no snow in the future. The family compound was still white yesterday, but today, when Zhang Tan saw that it had already been cleaned, it wasn't necessarily the work of the janitor or the person in charge of cleaning. Many people in the family compound couldn't help but come out to clean the snow. These 2 days, the Jiao family didn't have many guests. To be safe, Zhang Tan stayed at home for 2 days and didn't go out. On the third day, when the Jiao family had guests again, Zhang Tan went out for a walk. After not going out for 2 days, he still felt uncomfortable. After coming out, Zhang Tan felt that his whole body was relaxed. After climbing a tree in the forest and warming up his body, Zhang Tan walked out. He didn't see Huang and the sheriff, so he went straight out of the school gate. Zhang Tan walked towards the place where the kitten was buried. When he went over to take a look, he saw footprints of people and cats. It should be the old man and the white female cat. The female cat was still alive and was with the old man. Even if the old man wasn't as rich as the family that moved away, at least there were people who cared about it. That was enough. After the weather cleared up, there were more people and cars on the road. It was very lively. Zhang Tan followed the familiar road to the alley in the old building area. He saw the tattoo man wearing a thick down jacket walking out of the alley. He scolded people whenever he bumped into them, regardless of whether it was because he was walking in an S-shaped way. Zhang Tan hid in the corner and watched him leave. The tattooed man also had a job. He helped people look after the place and was a follower. He also changed shifts several times a week. Today was the only time he changed shifts in a week. After he left, he probably found a corner to lie down and continue sleeping. Looking at him, he must have watched too many erotic movies last night and used up too much energy. After the tattooed man walked away, Zhang Tan took advantage of the time when no one was around to climb over the wall in the backyard of the old building area. The tattooed man lived on the first floor. The first floor was very big. The tattooed man even used a fence to mark out a piece of land. It was originally a public area for drying blankets, but he also occupied it. The people around him told him off, but it didn't work. Instead, they were intimidated. The doors and windows of the room were tightly shut, but the kitchen wasn't. There was a broken window in the kitchen. It looked like it had been there for a long time, but it hadn't been fixed. Zhang Tan went in through the broken window, careful not to scratch himself on the broken glass. After he went in, Zhang Tan looked around the small kitchen. It wasn't big to begin with, and there were piles of garbage everywhere. It looked even smaller. There were many disposable bowls and chopsticks around, and there were also instant noodle boxes that hadn't been thrown away. There was a layer of stains on the stove, and there was a dark layer on the floor. It had solidified. If it didn't scrape it hard, it probably wouldn't be clean. There was no gas jar, and the iron pot was rusty. Zhang Tan looked around. In the whole kitchen, the microwave was the most used thing. No wonder the kitchen window hadn't been fixed for a long time. The kitchen wasn't used much, so it didn't matter if it was fixed or not. The kitchen door was closed. Zhang Tan leaned against the door and listened to the movements outside. After confirming that there was no one in the house, he jumped up and turned the doorknob. The area of each house in the old building area wasn't big. It was about 60 or 70 square meters. There were piles of junk in the living room, and there was also a motorcycle. The brightest thing in the house was probably the motorcycle. It was obvious that the owner often cleaned it. Other than that, the other places were all kinds of junk and garbage. The unfinished takeout on the table hadn't been cleaned up. The rice grains on the ground were already dry and stuck to the floor. As for the bedroom, there were some magazines thrown on the floor. Each magazine cover was a scantily dressed, big-breasted girl. The calendar hanging on the wall at the head of the bed was also in this style. There were a lot of things on the head of the bed. The ashtray was full, and there were many cigarette butts on the floor. What didn't match the environment was that there was a gift box of tea leaves and an Ishin clay teapot on the table. There was a card with a blessing written on it, but it wasn't the tattooed man's name. It looked like it was a gift for the old man. As for why the tattooed man had it, it was unknown. It probably wasn't something that could be exposed. After walking around, Zhang Tan didn't touch the things here. He went back the way he came, closed the kitchen door, and came out through the broken window. When there was no one around, he jumped over the wall and left. There was a small restaurant not far from the alley in the old building area. The owner probably knew that the surrounding area was going to be demolished. He also planned to move the store, so there were fewer things. However, business was still good during the New Year period. Now, many people would call the small restaurant to order food or book a private room when guests came to their house. The restaurant owner made a lot of money on New Year's Eve. The kitchen was next to the restaurant's main building. There were many people washing and cooking. Room 16, a box of beer. Okay, send it over right away. A waiter wearing the restaurant's uniform walked into the warehouse where the beer was stored. However, when he moved the beer, he found that one of the boxes was missing. There were originally 12 bottles, but now there were only 11 bottles left. Could it be that someone secretly drank it? Forget it. Even if someone secretly drank it, it didn't matter if they offended someone. Therefore, the waiter chose another box of 12 bottles of beer and moved it out. After knowing that the store was going to be moved, the management here wasn't as strict as before. In addition, the new year wasn't over yet. The store's business was still good. Sometimes when things got chaotic, people would pretend that they didn't know about it. Chapter 49. After the Lantern Festival, students from both Tsinghua University and the affiliated primary school started attending classes one after another. School started. Some people were happy, while others were the opposite. From Zhang Tan's point of view, the students returned to school with more smiles than the kids from Tsinghua Elementary School. The first and second graders were still trying to find excuses to skip school. Some of the kids at the entrance of Tsinghua University's primary school had red eyes. They sniffled from time to time, but under the pressure of their parents, they slowly walked into the school. In contrast, the young people who were riding their bicycles were in a much better mood. They were anxious to find the girls they had not seen in a long time and missed. The sixth graders had a special mentality. They had mixed feelings of, I'm finally growing up, and damn, there's still so much homework and exams as they spent their last days in primary school. Zhang Tan did not know if every sixth grader had the same mentality. At least, Jiao Yuan was like that. The little kid always had an inexplicable sense of excitement and anxiety. Just like what Jiao Pa said, he was entering puberty. Children entering puberty. This meant that when he entered junior high, Jiao Yuan would not be a little kid anymore. He would be a young man. I guess I can read some books about sex in Jiao Yuan's room in the future. Zhang Tan laid on the sofa, the tip of his tail wagging slowly. He watched as Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo left the house. Jiao Ma sent them off. After sending the children off, she went to buy groceries. Zhang Tan did not go out during the day for the past few days. The school was full of people and it was very lively. After the new students returned to school, the school, which had been quiet for the entire winter break, became noisy again. Zhang Tan did not want to go out at this time. It was inconvenient. Therefore, Zhang Tan changed her schedule. During the first week of school, she would sleep at home during the day and go out after dinner at night to do some scouting. After these few nights, Zhang Tan had a better understanding of the tattooed guy's schedule. However, it was still not enough. He had to make sure that he would succeed on the first try. Therefore, he had to watch him a few more times. Moreover, he was still lacking some materials. There were some things that he had yet to find. Zhang Tan lay on the sofa and closed his eyes for a while. When he woke up, he found that it was only 9:30. Jiama was not back yet. He guessed that she had gone to chat with someone. Zhang Tan stretched and looked out the window. The sun was shining brightly, but the temperature was still not high. The people walking around were still wearing thick down jackets. Bored and unable to sleep, Zhang Tan decided to go out for a walk. After the new year, Huang had become much lazier and fatter. Zhang Tan often saw Huang sleeping on the balcony of his house. His head peeked out a little from the gap between the balcony railings, and his tail was swinging out from time to time, as if he was afraid that no one would know that he was sleeping there. Fortunately, the gap between the railings wasn't very big, so Huang wouldn't fall through the gap. As for the sheriff, his family had tied him up at home. Because there were many cat traffickers trapping cats during the new year, After some of the surrounding cats disappeared, the sheriff, who often ran out, was ordered not to leave the house, even if he screamed. Without them around, Zheng Tan was free to do whatever she wanted. After climbing a tree for a while, Zheng Tan walked out of the forest where there were fewer people. At this time, there weren't many people walking on the campus. Perhaps it was because the campus had some people, but the 2 rows of bare sycamore trees by the driveway didn't seem so bleak. Zheng Tan walked aimlessly along the sunny places. There was no wind, and the sun shone on his body, making his fur feel warm and fluffy. It was very comfortable. Zheng Tan squinted his eyes and enjoyed the warm sunlight. Suddenly, he heard someone call his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, Zheng Tan saw a person wearing a long, loose fur coat standing on the other side of the flower bed, waving at him. Little Joie? Zheng Tan turned and walked towards Little Joie. Compared to the last time Zheng Tan saw her, Little Joie's belly was clearly protruding now. Even the loose winter clothes couldn't hide the protruding arc. Little Joie was holding a bag in her hand. There was a book in the bag that looked like it was newly bought. She probably just came back from the bookstore in front of the campus. What are you doing here? Little Joie looked at Zheng Tan and asked. She bent down and reached out to gently tap Zheng Tan's forehead. Little Joie knew that the person in front of her was a cat and couldn't speak, but she still asked out of habit. People who spent a lot of time with animals would do the same when they saw other animals. They would speak directly instead of mimicking them. Zheng Tan didn't dare to get close to Little Joie. Looking at her belly, what if something happened? She looked like she was having trouble bending down. Also, didn't they say that pregnant women avoided cats because of toxoplasmosis? Looking around, Zheng Tan realized that he had unknowingly approached the West Family District. So, Little Joie had been living in the West Family District all this time? Come to my place to play. Little Joie took 2 steps and stopped. She turned around and looked at Zheng Tan expectantly. Zheng Tan stood in place and thought about it. He had recovered from his cold for a while. As for toxoplasmosis, he shouldn't have it, right? He seemed to be very healthy and bathed often. He slept in the same bed as Little Pomelo every day. Seeing that Little Pomelo was fine, he shouldn't be able to infect Little Joie. After hesitating for a while, Zheng Tan looked at the expectant Little Joie and started walking. Seeing that Zheng Tan was following her, Little Joie immediately smiled. She walked in front of Zheng Tan and told him some things that had happened in the past few months. Little Joie didn't usually talk to people. There were only a few people she could talk to. However, Little Joie wouldn't directly say what was on her mind to them. She would always be considerate towards people, but it was different with cats. It was easier for people to speak their mind to animals or objects of spiritual sustenance. This was also a way to vent. Some people kept pets for this reason. Later on, Little Joie's belly was getting bigger and bigger. It wasn't convenient for her to move around and needed a rest. Lord Zheng was worried that Little Joie would run around every day. Coincidentally, the new buildings in the West Family District were being allocated at that time. Lord Zheng gave Little Joie his own unit. People like Lord Zheng had already gained both fame and fortune. They didn't care about such a house at all. Normally, Lord Zheng wouldn't fight with the other teachers. However, for Little Joie, Lord Zheng really did. With one sentence from Lord Zheng, everyone else had to step aside. At this time, there weren't many people walking around outside in the West Family District. During working hours, there were only a few people in the district. The buildings in the West Family District were very new. Some of the buildings were similar to the buildings in the East Family District. However, the exterior looked much more gorgeous and fashionable. The greenery was okay, but it was definitely not as good as the East Family District. Even though the buildings were bright and shiny, Zheng Tan was still not used to it. Perhaps he was used to the old houses in the East Family District. Facing these shiny new buildings, Zheng Tan always felt that something was missing. Zheng Tan remembered the time when he first came to this place. Many of the family buildings in the East Family District were covered with creepers. The surrounding trees were lush, and there were people setting up grape trellis in the corner of the courtyard. In the evening, some old people sat there, waving the brown-speckled bamboo fans in their hands and chatting. Some people said that nostalgia was a kind of emotion. This was indeed the case. The years had eroded the feelings of several generations. Perhaps this was the reason why those old professors were still willing to live in that small old house. After living in the East Family District for a while, Zhang Tan really felt the calmness and the simplicity. Little Zhuo didn't live in the houses that Zhang Tan saw after entering the district. It was further inside. The West Family District was much larger than the East Family District, so in addition to the main entrance, there were several side entrances. The part in front of the main entrance was a 6-story building. Further inside, there were a few newly built elevator rooms. This place was very close to one of the side entrances. Little Zhuo sometimes went in and out of this side entrance. It was more convenient to go outside the school. Today, she just wanted to go for a walk on campus after buying some books. She didn't expect to run into Zhang Tan. It wasn't easy to get a spot for these elevator rooms. Zhang Tan followed Little Zhuo into the elevator. There was no one else in the elevator. If other people were there, they would definitely wonder why there was a cat in the elevator. A cat taking an elevator? Little Zhuo pressed the button for the 6th floor, which was in the middle of the building. This is where I live now. After exiting the elevator, Little Zhuo pointed to the apartment number 606. There were even Spring Festival couplets. When Little Zhuo opened the door, Zhang Tan walked in and found that there were other people inside. So he stopped at the door and sniffed. Seeing Zhang Tan's reaction, Little Zhuo smiled and said, "Teacher, he asked someone to take care of me, but she's not here today. She has something to do." Lord Zeng was really considerate, but also, with such a big belly, no one would be at ease. Zhang Tan thought. Zhang Tan glanced at the furnishings in the room. It was about 100 square meters. The lighting was good, the decoration was modern, and the color was very warm. There were a few fruit baskets on the table. There were all kinds of fruits inside, and there was another basket with other food. Zhang Tan jumped on the table and looked at the basket. There were some preserved fruits and sour plums inside. They were all sent by Teacher Ye's family. I can't even finish them. Do you want some? Little Zhuo grabbed a handful of peeled walnuts and peanuts from a bag. After taking them out, she hesitated. She didn't know if cats could eat these. Regardless of whether other cats could or not, Zhang Tan ate them. Stay for lunch. Little Zhuo touched Zhang Tan's head and said. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. A lonely pregnant woman? Forget it. I'll reluctantly stay and accompany you for a while. Zhang Tan looked at the peeled nuts in the bag. He would eat some snacks and sleep. It would probably be late afternoon. Actually, it wasn't that hard. Little Vin didn't know if the cat in front of her understood her words. After class, she called Jiao Pa and explained the situation. It also saved the Jiao family from waiting anxiously at home. Little Zhuo knew that the cat in front of her was very important to the Jiao family. When Jiao Ma was hospitalized, Little Zhuo went to visit her and heard some things about the black cat. The Jiao family really valued this cat. Moreover, Little Zhuo didn't want to treat this black cat like the other cats in the courtyard. This black cat was different. At noon, the nanny hired by Lord Zeng came back to cook. When the nanny saw Zhang Tan, her expression was one of horror. She felt that pregnant women shouldn't get too close to cats. Cats like to run around, play with insects, eat mice, and get into a lot of things. Who knew what diseases they carried? The nanny said a few words about the germs and parasites that the cat might carry and the effects of these germs and parasites on the fetus. But Xiao Zhuo only grunted twice to show that he had heard him. Then, he continued to lay Zhang Tan down beside him, close to him. Seeing that her reminder didn't work, the nanny called Lord Zeng in the kitchen to report the situation. There's a cat. Lord Zeng's voice raised a lot. It sounded like he didn't agree. Yes, yes. The nanny sensed Lord Zeng's dissatisfaction and continued. And it's a black one. In the nanny's house, some people thought that black cats weren't auspicious, so she didn't have a good impression of cats with pure black fur. Black. Lord Zeng's voice lowered and sounded much calmer. Yes. Black charcoal? I think so. That's what Little Zhuo calls it. Then don't worry about it. This black cat is different. When Lord Zeng knew that Xiao Zhuo was familiar with the cat, he specifically investigated the cat's diet and other living conditions, as well as its habits and temper. The results of the investigation satisfied Lord Zeng. Otherwise, he wouldn't have treated a small associate professor with such a different attitude. Oh, after hanging up the phone, the nanny was still very confused. What was different about this black cat? The nanny looked at the black cat squatting on the moon chair in the bedroom and shook her head. She didn't see anything special. It was similar to the black cat she had seen before, and it didn't have an extra ear or an eye. In the end, the nanny concluded that Lord Zheng and Little Zhuo's attitudes were scientific researchers' rationality. Zheng Tan squatted on a softly cushioned moon chair in Little Zhuo's room and put his hands together. Zheng Tan learned this posture from Depang and the others. When he first saw Depang in this posture, Zheng Tan was puzzled. What was this egg-hatching posture for? Then, Zheng Tan put a quail egg-sized round stone between Depang's two paws. Well, that was more like egg hatching. Zheng Tan still remembered Depang's helpless look. Then, Depang moved his front paws and pushed the stone out. Later, when Zheng Tan saw Huang squatting in this posture, he did the same thing. In the end, Huang just squinted his eyes and meowed. Then he didn't move. So every time Zheng Tan saw Huang squatting like this, he had the idea of putting a stone in it. Maybe he could just put an egg in it to see. Later, Zheng Tan found that many cats liked this posture. It seemed that when cats were in this posture, they felt more at ease and weren't ready to move their paws. So, Zheng Tan learned to squat like this and put his hands together. He heard that this was called a farmer's pocket. After getting used to it, Zheng Tan felt that this feeling was okay. The smell of food came from the kitchen. Little Zhuo, who was lying on the deck chair, put away the book and rubbed his eyes. He looked at the black cat squatting on the moon chair and smiled silently. Maybe, in the future, he could raise a cat at home. It didn't need to be too expensive, just a common cat would do. It didn't need to be too hardworking. It was okay if he was lazy. It was okay if he liked to steal snacks. Chapter 50. Zheng Tan stayed at Xiaozhuo's place until after dinner. Xiaozhuo sent Zheng Tan out of the Western District compound and watched him walk away. After leaving the Western District compound, Zheng Tan didn't go back immediately. Instead, he went to the woods by the side gate. Because they knew that the woods at the edge of the campus were under construction, there weren't many students walking there, and even fewer at night. Zheng Tan jumped through the woods and squatted down on a big tree. He took a deep breath. Oh, whoa, it didn't seem right. Whoa, it didn't seem right either. Zheng Tan carefully recalled the big white cat's cry and roared again. Woo-woo, it still wasn't right. After trying a few times, Zheng Tan analyzed the reason. Perhaps it was because he had been avoiding crying like a cat before and was used to howling at will. Now that he suddenly had to make sounds like other cats, he couldn't adapt for a while. Zheng Tan didn't expect to make the same sound as the big white cat. He just wanted to sound like it. But now the sound he made was like a ghost crying. Ghost crying? Zheng Tan narrowed his eyes. After turning into a cat, Zheng Tan especially liked to squint his eyes, but he didn't realize this problem. The tip of his tail wagged as he pondered over some thoughts. As he was thinking, there was a rush of footsteps. Zheng Tan didn't need to look to know that it was the black shepherd raised by the guard at the side gate. The sound of the feet kicking the dead leaves was particularly obvious in such a quiet environment. The black shepherd hurried over, sniffing around, then circled around a tree twice. It raised one leg and stepped back, peeing on the tree. After peeing, it excitedly scratched its feet. After sniffing around and wandering around, it waited for the whistle at the side gate to sound. It barked twice and ran back. Zheng Tan looked at the tree that was stained with dog urine. 2 days ago, he had noticed that this tree always had the smell of urine. Every time it was time to let out some fresh air, the blackback would come over to pee. At fixed times, it would stick to this tree. At the same time, Zheng Tan also thought of the tattooed man. That person also liked to pee in fixed places. Zheng Tan found this when he was squatting near the tattooed man's house. Because of the tattooed man's habit, it gave Zheng Tan another idea. Initially, Zheng Tan had only planned to teach the man a lesson with violence. However, after some thought, she felt that it would be too easy on him if she only used physical damage. She reckoned that the man wouldn't associate this lesson with the dead kittens either. Who knew if that person would do the same thing to other cats in the future? So, Zheng Tan decided to try another method. Since he had decided to change the original strategy, it meant that things couldn't be done in a day. If one day didn't work, he would do it day by day. So, Zheng Tan had been preparing for this period of time. Moreover, recently, the tattooed man didn't seem to be doing well. He avoided some red and sticky things. Zheng Tan came to the woods these 2 days to practice his voice. Since he couldn't make a sound similar to the big white cats, he would just directly howl. Maybe it would be more lethal. Zheng Tan practiced his voice for a while. Looking at the sky, it was completely dark. Walking out of the woods, Zheng Tan came to a remote corner near the school gate. There were a few lush old pine trees in the corner. Zheng Tan hid some of the things he had collected in the trees, wrapped in black plastic bags. In that corner, the chances of things being found were very small. Even if they were found, Zheng Tan wasn't afraid. Who would think that those things were made by a cat? He carefully opened the bag. At first, because he wasn't familiar with using his claws always hooked on the plastic bag. After a few times, he was more familiar with it. After all, in this cat's body was the soul of an adult, so he could do something as simple as opening and tying the bag. There were 4 dolls in the bag. One was a slightly bigger cat doll with patterns, and the other 3 were smaller. They were the size of an adult's palm. They were pure white and fluffy. Girls liked them. These 4 dolls were taken by Zheng Tan at night from the storage room on the 2nd floor of a gift shop near the school gate. In addition to the 4 cat dolls, the black plastic bag also contained a pack of cotton swabs, 3 small packs of paper towels, some bags of different sizes for snacks, a few bags of ketchup that were the size of seasonings used in fast food restaurants, and a few rubber bands that girls used to tie up their hair. The rubber bands were wider than the normal rubber bands used in Xiaopa's laboratory. At the same time, they ensured that when Zheng Tan wore them around his neck, they wouldn't be too loose or too tight. These were all taken by Zheng Tan during this period of time. In order to not be discovered, Zheng Tan spent a lot of effort. Acting as a cat had its advantages and disadvantages. It was easy to sneak into someone's storage room, but it wasn't so easy to take things away. Zheng Tan took out a black plastic bag and put the big fluffy cat doll into it. Then he put in a bag of ketchup, 2 cotton swabs, and a pack of paper towels. Zheng Tan packed up the other things that he didn't need for the time being. He tied the bag and put it in its usual spot on the tree. There were many pine branches there, so it was hard to see from the outside. Even if someone saw it, no one would be so bored as to climb up the pine tree to look for the bag. After putting the things he needed for today into the bag, he tied it with a rubber band. Looking around, Zheng Tan made sure that everything here was properly packed and wouldn't fall down. He bit on the rubber band that tied the bag and jumped down the tree with the bag. He went through the fence near the old building at the edge of the campus and rushed into the green flower beds. Under the cover of the plants and the flower beds and the darkness of the night, he quickly disappeared. And the surrounding cars that came and went in a hurry didn't notice the black shadow that flashed by. At this time, the old building alley was much more deserted than the central department store. It was a completely different scene. Occasionally, there were dim street lights, but many roads were dark. He could only vaguely see the general layout of the alley from the surrounding houses. As for other things, he couldn't see clearly at all. People who were on the night shift or going home after work, or people who rode electric bikes, would use flashlights to illuminate the area. In such an environment, no one would notice that there was a black cat squatting next to a trash can in the corner. Zheng Tan estimated the time in his heart. According to the situation he learned a while ago, the tattooed man would leave home at 9 o'clock most of the time and go to the club where he worked. Sure enough, not long after, the tattooed man's voice came. There was another person with the tattooed man, and the two were talking. That's why we should keep a low profile. The situation is tense. Bossia's side is probably in conflict with our boss. Brothers, be careful. Don't lose an arm or a leg at any time. The person beside the tattooed man said. Bossy doesn't care about small fries like us. The tattooed man's voice sounded like he was laughing, but the laughter was very forced. In short, when they fight, we'll just pretend to be dead. Also, don't cause trouble. Don't get caught. I know that. Oh, wait, I need to pee. As he said that, the tattooed man took a few steps forward and turned into a dead end. This was where the tattooed man went out or came back to pee. the dead end was very close to the corner where Zhang Tan was squatting. Zhang Tan could see the situation over there from the trash can. When the two people walked far away, Zhang Tan came out with the bag in his mouth and went to the tattooed man's house. He went in through the broken window in the kitchen. The house was no different from the first time Zhang Tan came here, dirty and messy as always. Without turning on the lights, Zhang Tan could see the layout of the house through the light from other people's houses outside the window. He took off the rubber band, opened the bag, tore open the ketchup, and smeared it on the toy cat. The toy cat also smeared some around its mouth. With the plastic bag as a cushion, the ketchup would not drip outside. Then, Zhang Tan put the toy cat smeared with ketchup at the tattooed man's bedside. This was just one of the things. He put the cotton swab in the bag in his palm. Compared to human fingers, the cat's palm was very inconvenient. Because of this, Zhang Tan would practice using his palm when he was bored at home. It took him a while to become proficient. Dipping the cotton swab in the remaining ketchup, Zhang Tan used the cotton swab to smear a red cat's paw on the wooden cabinet not far from the bed. Zhang Tan's drawing skills were limited, but it was just a few circles. As long as he could roughly see the paw of a cat or dog, it would be fine. Because the position of the wooden cabinet was a bit high for Zhang Tan, he dragged a stool over and stepped on it. Using his two hind legs to support himself, he stood up so that the height of the drawing position was more in line with his expectations. After finishing the drawing, Zhang Tan threw the cotton swab into the plastic bag, jumped up, and scratched a few claw marks in front of the cat's paw that he had drawn. Zhang Tan was very strong, and the claw marks he made were also very deep. After finishing, Zhang Tan pushed the stool back to its original position, took out a piece of tissue paper from the small bag, and wiped the stains on the ground and his own claws. He threw the used ketchup packet, cotton swab, and paper into the plastic bag. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan was about to leave when he turned around and lifted the bedsheet under the pillow to take a look. This was just something Zhang Tan did on a whim. When he was in the Jiao family, Zhang Tan once saw the Jiao Yuan hiding his pocket money under the mattress at the head of the bed. That was why he did this. The result really surprised Zhang Tan. The tattooed man had this habit too. Did he want to count his money and sleep? Zhang Tan counted. There were 800 yuan. Zhang Tan took out a 100 yuan note, rolled it up and wrapped it in tissue paper, and put the remaining 700 yuan back to its original position. After looking around and seeing that there was nothing else to do, Zhang Tan wrapped the plastic bag with a rubber band and tied it a few times. He also inserted the tissue paper into the rubber band to secure it. Then, he left the tattooed man's house with the money in his mouth. After walking out of the alley, Zhang Tan found a trash can and took out the money from the bundle. He threw the plastic bag into the trash can, and then went to a gift shop with the money in his mouth. He used some items from outside to climb into the second-floor warehouse. He took out the tissue paper and threw the 100 yuan note on the ground. As for the tissue paper, he casually threw it out the window. After doing all this, Zhang Tan returned to the east side courtyard, put on the access card, and entered the building. In fact, Zhang Tan also wanted to know the tattooed man's reaction. Unfortunately, the Jiao family had been resting very early recently. Everyone went to bed around 10 o'clock. The Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo went to bed at 9:30. Zhang Tan could not go home too late. Knowing that Zhang Tan went out to play every night, the Jiao Ma did not close the door. Zhang Tan only had to open the door when he went home. He did not have to unlock it himself, which saved him a lot of trouble. After returning home, Zhang Tan took a bath in the warm water the Jiao Ma prepared for him. He squatted on a stool and let the Jiao Ma dry his hair. Then, he went to sleep in his room. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, the gift shop outside the school was about to close. The owner followed his usual routine and went to the warehouse upstairs to check if anything valuable was missing. When the owner of the gift shop came to the second-floor warehouse, he saw the 100 yuan note on the ground. He looked around and did not hear any of the employees say that the money was missing. After thinking about it, he squatted down and quickly picked up the note and put it in his pocket. He did not ask the delivery person or the employees if the money was missing. He casually scanned the shelves in the warehouse to see if anything big or valuable was missing. The owner did not pay much attention to the other small things. Seeing that nothing valuable was missing, the owner of the gift shop hummed a little tune and left. He was very happy that he had picked up 100 yuan for free. However, the owner did not know that his warehouse had been visited by a black cat many times. It had even taken away a few dolls in batches. He did not know what it would take in the future. The 100 yuan was just the cat's consolation money. At around 4 o'clock in the morning, the tattooed man came home with the smell of alcohol. He was not a meticulous person, so he did not notice the subtle things in his house. He did not notice that the house was different from usual. Yawning, the tattooed man kicked off his shoes and lay on the bed. He habitually took out the 800 yuan note under the mattress and counted it. He had accumulated the money from the protection fees he had collected from the students who had set up the street stalls. He purposely kept the newer 800 yuan note under the mattress and counted it every day. It was one of his little fetishes just for the sake of good luck. Just as Zheng Tan expected, the tattooed man liked to count money and sleep. 800 yuan was not 8,000 yuan. He could count it all in a few seconds. Missing 100 yuan? The tattooed man frowned. He licked his fingers and counted them again. Slowly and carefully, he counted them one by one. It was still 700 yuan. That was not right. The tattooed man irritably spat on the ground. He did not seem to have taken any money when he went out tonight. Was it a thief? Who would dare to steal from here? Did they want to die? The tattooed man thought that he was the tyrant of this generation. Besides, if there was a thief, he would not have taken only 100 yuan. The tattooed man was puzzled. He tried to recall what he had done before he went out today, but he still did not remember taking any money. Scratching his head, the tattooed man lay down and turned over to continue his memory. However, when he turned over, he found a toy cat doll covered in blood next to him. F***CK. The tattooed man jumped up in fright. It was not that he was making a fuss. It was just that the clubhouse had not been peaceful recently. A few days ago, one of the clubhouse's guards had his hand chopped off. Several other people were also injured. It was quite serious. The bloody scene at that time had stimulated him. This was not a cat, but a human, a real person. So now, when he saw this blood-red thing, he could not help but have goosebumps. Recently, the restaurant did not order sweet and sour pork tenderloin. After a few quick breaths, the tattooed man looked around. Then his eyes stopped on the wooden wardrobe. Chapter 51. The tattooed man felt that he must have offended someone. Ever since he came home that day, he saw the toy cat smeared with ketchup on the bed, the red pattern on the wooden wardrobe that looked like an animal's footprint, and the deep scratches on the wooden wardrobe. The tattooed man began to wonder who he had offended. There were too many people who were suspicious. After all, they would definitely offend someone as a caretaker. Especially the recent conflicts between several forces, they were all suspicious. However, it was hard to determine who would do this in a short time. After all, those people's methods would be more direct and bloody, and would not just use ketchup. The people around him? The tattooed man shook his head. He had lived here for several years, and the people around him were all soft-hearted. He had called people to beat up and intimidate a few of the more stubborn ones. After that, those people stopped challenging him. However, it was not absolutely impossible. Who could it be? The tattooed man could not figure it out. He poked the toy cat smeared with ketchup with a knife and threw into the garbage. As for the scratches on the wooden wardrobe, after wiping them, he covered them with several layers of newspaper. In addition, the tattooed man also changed the lock of his house. He felt that someone must have gotten the key to his house or used some means to unlock the door. The next day, the tattooed man returned home at the same time. When he was about to unlock the door, he held a steel rod in his other hand. He was afraid that someone would be in the house. However, before he could insert the key into the keyhole, he felt that he had stepped on something. There was no light outside the door, and at this time, the other residents were already asleep. It was dark all around. Only the circle of light from the flashlight in his armpit shone on the door lock. Just now, he was so focused on the door lock that he did not pay attention to what was on the ground outside the door. The tattooed man had a bad feeling. He threw the key into his pocket and shone the flashlight down. There was a furry toy cat doll at the door. It was smaller than the one yesterday. Its fur should have been white, but there were some red marks on it, especially around the cat's mouth. The tattooed man's hands trembled. However, after watching over someone's house for so long, he was not necessarily a coward. So, he opened the door and walked into the house. The house was still the same as before. There were no scratches on the wooden wardrobe, and there were no suspicious marks on the surrounding ground. The tattooed man relaxed a lot. It seemed that changing the door lock was useful. In fact, Zhang Tan had also entered the house this time, but after he saw that the door lock was changed, he did not put anything in the house, nor did he do anything in the house. What the tattooed man got anxious and sealed the broken window. Therefore, Zhang Tan took care of the cat doll and left it at the tattooed man's door. After walking around the house, the tattooed man became bold again. He walked to the door and picked up the toy cat. He sniffed it and licked it. It smelled like tomato. Tisk! The tattooed man curled his lips. He felt that someone must be playing a prank. On the third day, when the tattooed man returned home, the first thing he did was shine the flashlight on the ground by the door. There was indeed a cat doll there, just like the one from yesterday, but with a lot more red paint on it. After yesterday's experience, the tattooed man wasn't afraid anymore. He didn't open the door and walked over to pick up the toy cat on the ground. However, when he held the toy cat, the tattooed man suddenly had goosebumps all over his body. Something was wrong. This sticky feeling. The tattooed man's movements were a little stiff as he brought the cat doll closer and sniffed it. The smell of blood. Suddenly, the tattooed man felt as if his hand was burning, and he threw the cat doll away. The smell of blood still lingered in his nose, and the tattooed man was reminded of the cruel and bloody scene he saw in the clubhouse. Taking a few deep breaths, the tattooed man shone the flashlight back on the door lock, and his hand paused. There was a long red mark on the door lock, and there was also a claw mark. It was like a cat scratching its way down from the door lock. However, this trace was blood red. This time, Zhang Tan didn't use ketchup. During the day, when he went to the Institute of Biological Sciences, he saw some students in the basic laboratory collecting blood samples from rabbits. They used plastic tubes to store the blood samples. The collected blood samples were mixed with heparin sodium solution. Heparin sodium had an anticoagulant effect. Zhang Tan often came here, so he had heard about it. Therefore, Zhang Tan took advantage of the time when the students were leaving to grab 3 tubes. He took them away 3 times. Zhang Tan could only take 1 tube each time, and he had to be careful not to be discovered. There were cameras in the corridor outside the laboratory, so Zhang Tan always left through the window. If he took a few tubes at a time, it would be inconvenient for Zhang Tan to move around. When he smeared the blood in the plastic tube on the cat doll, Zhang Tan's palm was stained with blood, so he simply smeared some blood on the tattooed man's door lock. After that, Zhang Tan went to the kitchen sink in the restaurant to wash vegetables and washed his claws with detergent. Anyway, there weren't many vegetables to be washed in the kitchen, and there weren't many people around the sink. On the 4th day, the situation was similar. Coupled with the recent warming of the weather, some cats that had been cooped up in the house for a long time ran out and started to meow at night. There weren't many cats, and most of them didn't live in the alley. They just came here to play. They probably didn't expect that after the new year, there would be no more cats here. The tattooed man, who had been sensitive to the word cat, recently, would pick up things and throw them at the cats to chase them away when he saw them running around at night. He couldn't sleep well at home, and he started to have nightmares. During the day, when the tattooed man went out, his eyes were bloodshot. Recently, the residents around the old residential area had also noticed that something was wrong with the tattooed man. In the past, this person used to walk with his nose up in the air, but recently, when he looked at people, he seemed a little strange, as if he was suspicious of something. If you opened your mouth to ask, the tattooed man would roar back at you with an unfriendly expression, as if he would beat you up in the next moment. Therefore, recently, when people in the old building area saw the tattooed man, they would take a detour and never meet him face to face. This man must have a mental problem, and there was no guarantee that he would do something wrong. On the 5th day, Zhang Tan didn't bring a toy cat. He only brought a small bag wrapped in several layers. This time, Zhang Tan didn't hold the small bag in his mouth. Instead, he put a wide rubber band around his neck, and the small bag was tied to the rubber band. Zhang Tan tried to run a few steps, but it didn't drop. Although it wasn't very comfortable, Zhang Tan really didn't want to hold it in his mouth. Zhang Tan was also afraid of this thing. Even if it was wrapped in a bag, it still felt uncomfortable, so it was better not to touch his mouth. Zhang Tan's ability to use his hands wasn't strong, so he could only think of this simple way to carry it. There were a few small mushroom-like things in the bag. These things were obtained by Zhang Tan from Old Man Land's small flower garden. The flower shed where these things were planted had strict temperature and humidity control, so the door of the flower shed was usually tightly shut. However, because Zhang Tan went there often, he knew that Old Man Lawn would take samples of the soil in the flower shed one day every week to check the pH level and the change in the soil element ratio. After all the flower sheds were sampled, Old Man Lawn would close the door of the flower shed. Zhang Tan took advantage of the time when Old Man Lawn went to the other flower sheds to take samples. Zhang Tan had only found out about these plants when she overheard Old Man Lawn instructing his students when she came here to play. Only then did she know that these plants were planted in a few special flower sheds. The mushroom-like things that Zhang Tan found weren't from Huaxia. They were imported. Old Man Lawn got some from a friend. Because these plants were symbiotic, Old Man Lawn purposely planted some other species in the flower shed. Because of the size of the flower shed, he couldn't plant very big trees. Later, Old Man Lawn found that no matter how he adjusted the temperature and growing environment, these imported species couldn't be grown well. They were always small and couldn't grow big, but they were still poisonous. It contained a hallucinogenic neurotoxin. Those who accidentally ingested it would experience hallucinations, feeling as if everything around them had been magnified. This was what Elder Lawn had told the students about visual hallucination syndrome. However, it seemed that there were very few cases of death. There were only a few cases that weren't fatal. The onset time was 30 minutes to 2 hours after consumption. The patient would experience obvious dizziness, vomiting, hallucinations, and so on. At that time, Zhang Tan was lying on top of the flower shed, listening to Old Man Land's explanation. He felt that this thing was really magical. When he decided to teach the tattooed man a lesson, Zhang Tan thought of the many poisonous plants in the flower sheds that Old Man Lawn put on warning signs, including belladonna. These plants were very useful in medicine, but they could also kill people if not used properly. However, Zhang Tan still chose this one. Old Man Lawn said it was called something like an umbrella. Who cares? As long as he knew its effects, it was fine. At 7:30 p.m., Zhang Tan brought the bag to the tattooed man's house. The tattooed man would leave for his workplace between 8:30 p.m. and 9 p.m. Before that, the tattooed man would take a bath, make a bowl of instant noodles, drink a cup of tea, and leave. Every day, after Zhang Tan arrived, he waited outside for a while. Then, he heard the sound of the tattooed man taking out a bowl of instant noodles from the kitchen. The tattooed man poured the boiled water in the electric cup next to him into the bowl. At the same time, he took out half a bag of braised meat that he brought back from the clubhouse yesterday. He put a few pieces of meat into the bowl of instant noodles and stirred it. After soaking the noodles, the tattooed man went to the bathroom to take a bath. Zhang Tan came in through the broken window. He carefully poured a few small mushrooms from the small bag into the bowl and stirred it with a fork. The instant noodles were spicy. The red oil wrapped the braised meat and mushrooms inside. After soaking for a while, the abnormalities of the mushrooms would not be easily seen. Zhang Tan put the fork and other things back to their original places. The bag of mushrooms was also rolled up and inserted back into the rubber band. Hearing the movement in the bathroom, Zhang Tan jumped out of the broken window and squatted on the wall outside to look at the tattooed man's bedroom. In the dark, the tattooed man could not see the scene outside the window. Therefore, when he brought the bowl of instant noodles back to his bedroom to eat, he did not notice that there was a cat outside his window, looking in his direction. The tattooed man ate absent-mindedly. He did not know if he would see the same scene as a few days ago when he came back tomorrow morning. Therefore, he did not notice that there was something different in the braised meat and the instant noodles. After watching the tattooed man finish eating, Zhang Tan left the place and went to the place the tattooed man had to pass, the place to pee. Behind the wall was a pile of miscellaneous items that the residents had piled up. There were a few bottles of beer hidden in the pile. Zheng Tan had taken them from the small restaurant. Fortunately, the small restaurant was not far from here. Otherwise, Zheng Tan would not have gotten glass bottles of beer. Zheng Tan relied on 2 hands to hold the beer bottles and walked step by step to get there. Fortunately, it was at night when he took action, so no one saw him. Otherwise, he would probably be treated as a monster. How could there be a cat that walked on 2 legs like a human holding a beer bottle? No one would have thought that the thief would be a cat. After all, an ordinary cat would not have the strength to move an unopened bottle of beer. After placing the hidden bottles of beer on the wall that blocked the path, Zheng Tan squatted behind the wall and stood on the pile of miscellaneous items. He only stuck his head out and looked at the fork. The rubber band and bag around his neck had long been thrown away. Now, he was ready for the final step. After a while, Zheng Tan saw a familiar figure. The tattooed man seemed to be drunk. He was walking unsteadily. It seemed that it was starting to take effect. The tattooed man wobbled over and mumbled something. Zheng Tan could not hear it clearly, but he did not care. He just stared at the wobbling figure. The tattooed man came to the familiar wall. There was also the familiar smell of urine. The tattooed man thought of something and laughed. Then he unbuttoned his pants and began to pee. As he peed, the tattooed man suddenly supported himself against the wall and vomited. He had not even finished peeing. He was really vomiting and shitting. Zheng Tan pulled his ears. The smell was really bad. The tattooed man's consciousness had begun to blur. The surroundings were very dark, and he could not see anything. He supported himself against the wall for a while, rested for a while, and prepared to leave. He did not even pull up his pants. He had probably forgotten. Just as he took 2 steps, there was a sudden bang at his feet. It was quite ear-piercing in the quiet night. The tattooed man was shocked. His legs went soft, and he fell to the ground. At the same time, the beer bottle exploded and the shards flew everywhere. Although the tattooed man was wearing thick clothes, his hands were exposed. Now, there were several bloody marks on them. His pants were not pulled up, and the shards had pierced into his thighs. He had almost been scratched off. The tattooed man's reaction was much slower. He felt that everything around him had become very strange. He seemed to have come to a strange and hopeless place, surrounded by high iron walls. Where was the way out? Where could he escape to? Oh, the sudden cry was especially terrifying in such an environment. The tattooed man looked around in horror. He felt that there was a ferocious beast hiding outside the iron walls. It was looking at him, and he felt so insignificant that he was not worth mentioning. At the intersection, another resident came back on a scooter. The dim light from the car's headlights lit up the area for a second or two. And in those 2 seconds, when the tattooed man looked around with his blurry vision, he saw a pair of shining eyes on the iron walls. They were especially eye-catching against the black background, and the illusion made him feel that the pair of eyes he saw was like a huge searchlight. Oh, when he heard the cry again, the tattooed man's body trembled. His forehead was covered in sweat and blood from the scratches. Bang! There was another explosion. The beer bottle exploded at the tattooed man's feet. The tattooed man felt as if his hands, face, and legs had been scratched by something. It was very painful, a burning pain, but his hands and feet did not listen to him, and he could not react. The tattooed man lay on the ground, hugging his head and curling into a ball. His whole body trembled. Bang! 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 The sounds of explosions came one after another. They hit his eardrums and stimulated his nerves. In his chaotic consciousness, some emotions suddenly began to sharpen. It must be that monster. Yes, it must be that monster with eyes like 2 big searchlights. Every time there was an explosion, the tattooed man felt that the monster's footsteps were approaching, and then he would be injured. It was as if he would be torn into pieces and crushed into meat paste in the next moment. Meow, meow, meow. After throwing the beer bottle, Zheng Tan was looking at the trembling man curled into a ball on the ground. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a cat. This sound, the tattooed man on the ground heard the sound of a cat, and suddenly remembered the toy cat that had recently been placed in front of his house. He also remembered the kittens that had fallen to their death some time ago. Was it because of those cats that the big monster had come to find him? Cats, blood, meows, and other things related or unrelated to them that made him afraid. All of them appeared in his mind one by one. The burning pain in some parts of his body was getting stronger and stronger. It was so painful that he wanted to cry out, but in fact he could only make groaning sounds. It felt as if there was a pair of big feet stepping on his body. It was too oppressive and could not be released. The human brain was a very strange thing. You always thought that you had forgotten things, but at some unintentional moment, you would remember those forgotten parts. Or, under the stimulation of some environmental factors, you would piece those faded fragments together piece by piece, slowly and clearly playing them in your mind. And when you remembered something at this time, it would not be as easy to forget it as it was the first time. It would take a few months or a few years, or if it was serious, it would become a conditioned reflex for the rest of your life. Once there were similar environmental conditions and some familiar factors in the surroundings, the brain would uncontrollably search for those images from the depths of the memory that you had always wanted to bury. It would pick up those things that you never wanted to recall from the depths of the memory. Those images that you could not avoid would wreak havoc like a storm until you had a deep impression of them again. Perhaps, after the toxins in the tattooed man's body were metabolized and the hallucinations disappeared, he would tremble when he heard the sound of a cat's meow and the bottle's explosion. Would he recall his own feelings at this time? Zhang Tin looked at the man who was still curled up there and twitching. He jumped off the wall and left. His body smelled of alcohol. He should blow on it before he went home. Thinking, Zhang Tan walked along the wall and out of the alley. After a few steps, he saw a cat squatting on the wall outside the fork. It was the big white cat. Zhang Tin did not know why it came here at this time. Was it a coincidence or something else? Meow. The big white cat meowed at Zhang Tan. Chapter 52. Hey, did you hear? That guy in the old alley was set up. I heard that he was messed up quite badly. When he was found, he seemed to have gone crazy. Didn't they say that he was messed up because he was drunk? He hasn't recovered yet, right? I also heard that when his friends asked him who did it, he kept saying cat and monster. I guess he was really scared out of his wits. Didn't he kill a kitten a while ago? Because of that matter, I said a few words and he even kicked me. It still hurts now. If you ask me, this is karma. Hey, boss, give me another fried dough stick. Early in the morning, at some breakfast places near the old building district, people were eating breakfast while talking about the tattooed man. The tattooed man was found around 11 or 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. His buddies who were guarding the clubhouse saw that he hadn't shown up, so they sent two people who were relatively free to look for him. However, there was no one at home, so they found him in the dead end. When they found the tattooed man, he was still curled up on the ground. His whole body was twitching, and he was in a daze. He was mumbling something, but no one could hear what he was saying. Around the tattooed man were glass shards from beer bottles. His clothes were torn by the shards. His hands, face, and exposed calves were all covered in wounds. His pants were still tied up, but the smell of urine was very strong. At that time, some people who came back from work in the middle of the night saw a flashlight shining over there. They took a look, and then the rumor spread. No one called the police. Even if they did, the police didn't want to care. These people all had criminal records. As for the personal grudges between these people, the police were too lazy to care. Moreover, that person was just a small fry. There was no need to spend time and energy investigating. No matter what the tattooed man's situation was, or what the residents around the old building district were talking about. In the east courtyard, Zhang Tan got out of bed in a relaxed manner. He squatted on his personal chair and ate breakfast. When he came back last night, even if he washed his hands and got some fresh air, the smell of alcohol still lingered on his body. The moment he came back, he was discovered by the Jiaopa. The Jiaopa even suspected that Zhang Tan had gone to that tavern to eat or drink secretly. However, seeing that Zhang Tan was quite sober, walking steadily, in good spirits, and clean, she didn't think too much about it. However, she still reminded Zhang Tan not to go to places like restaurants at night, or he would be stewed. Zhang Tan pulled his ear. Since the matter had been resolved, he wouldn't stay there for long. Zhang Tan had a good sleep last night after settling a load on his mind. This morning, he ate a big bowl of Jiao Ma's Sanxia noodles and went out with the other Jiao family members. After they arrived downstairs, the Jiao Pa rode the scooter to the biology building. The Jiao Ma carried the grocery basket and sent the two children to school with Zheng Tan. Then, Zheng Tan went for a walk while the Jiao Ma went to buy groceries. The weather was getting warmer, and the sun was very comfortable now. The birds on the campus started to make noise again, and the leaves started to sprout. It wouldn't be long before the heavenly poop roads in the campus started to drop bird poop again. Anyway, Zheng Tan didn't walk on those roads now. The campus environment was good, and it was green. However, when there were more birds, there would be more bird poop. Zheng Tan could smell the bird poop from far away. Zheng Tan walked on the green belt of the campus. Of course, this was only for humans. For cats, it didn't matter. After all, Zheng Tan often stepped on it. There were some flowers blooming here. Zheng Tan had seen them before when it was snowing, but he didn't go over to take a look. He walked closer to take a look. The leaves looked like the camellia that Old Man Lon had mentioned. He didn't know what species it was, but it was very beautiful. Zheng Tan went over to take a sniff. There was no fragrance. While looking at the flowers, Zheng Tan heard a girl's voice not far away. She was probably talking to her boyfriend on the phone. "You've been to Pearl City to help with the project for more than 3 months. Didn't you say that you would be back in 3 months? Delay? How long will it take? Well, I hope to see you next month. By the way, what do you think of the specimen I gave you?" The girl was talking on the phone, and the high heels on her feet kicked a small stone on the road. "What did you say?" The girl's voice suddenly rose. "That's a specimen I made with the leaves of the acer claw in front of the dormitory. How could it be those low-quality goods sold on the street? Of course, you can't tell. Do you know the difference between a poppy and a beauty? Do you know the difference between a cherry blossom and a peach blossom? You don't know. You can't even tell the difference between a husky and an Alaskan." Zheng Tan, who was listening by the side, was speechless. "My brother in Pearl City, you've worked hard." Soon, the girl hung up the phone and walked away quickly in her high heels. Zheng Tan recalled the days when he chased girls in Tianjin University. At that time, he had used all kinds of tricks to get those few flowers. Lowering his head to look at the paw, Zheng Tan raised his head again and sighed. Life is unpredictable. Zheng Tan was looking at the sky in deep thought when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Black Charcoal, are you looking at birds?" Zheng Tan's ears twitched when he heard the voice, and he turned to look. The next moment, a pile of bird poop fell from the sky and dripped onto Zheng Tan's ear. Zheng Tan was speechless. F***, that's why I hate these birds that shit everywhere. They have no integrity at all. The culprit had already flown away, and before it flew away, it called out twice to show its existence. The bird poop was still a little warm when it dripped onto his ear, but it quickly turned cold. There was also that smell, and Zheng Tan wanted to catch that stinky bird and cut it into pieces. "Don't shake your ears. You'll shake it onto your body," Little Joie said with a smile. Hearing Little Joie's words, Zheng Tan immediately stopped moving and froze. Little Joie took out a tissue from her bag and slowly squatted down. Zheng Tan was a little shocked by her actions. Was it okay to squat down with such a big belly? Little Joie used the tissue to wipe the bird poop off Zheng Tan's ear, then tapped Zheng Tan's head and slowly got up. "You're so lucky." Zheng Tan pulled his ear. His luck was really bad. "Come, let's go to my place." "I'll wash your ears," Little Joie said to Zheng Tan as she walked to the trash can and threw away the tissue. Zheng Tan also felt that his ears were a little weird. He kept feeling that there was still a pile of bird poop on his ear, and Zheng Tan could smell it. He would only feel better after washing it clean, or else he would feel uncomfortable. As they walked towards the Western District, Little Joie's smile did not stop. She even said to Zheng Tan, "I heard that most birds don't have bladders, and their rectums are very short, so they urinate and defecate at the same time. If humans and cats want to go to the toilet, they can hold it in and excrete it. But birds can't. They can excrete anywhere and any time, including when they're flying." So this group of bladderless birds were the real ones who defecated and defecated wherever they wanted. Zheng Tan scolded those birds in his heart as he walked. Even General, who had not shown up for a long time, was also scolded by Zheng Tan. Once again, He came to the Western District compound where little Joie lived. Zhang Tin saw a few cats out for a walk, and a few lying on their balconies, basking in the sun and wagging their tails. There were more and more cats in the Western District. When Zhang Tan first arrived, he also came to the Western District compound. At that time, there were not many cats, and there were a few kittens that looked like they still had baby hair. In the blink of an eye, the kittens had become big cats. He wondered if there would be a big fight between the cats in the Eastern and Western districts. The sheriff would definitely be very happy. A group fight. When he thought of that scene, Zhang Tan felt that it would be spectacular. He had never seen cats fight in a group before. As he thought about it, he arrived at Little Joie's residence. The nanny was watching TV. When she saw Little Joie come back, she had a caring smile on her face. But when she saw Zhang Tan walking in beside Little Joie's feet, the smile on the nanny's face suddenly cracked. Zhang Tan did not care about what the nanny was thinking. He just wanted to wash his ears quickly. The smell of bird poop made Zhang Tan want to vomit. Little Joie got some warm water. There was no shower gel for pets, so Little Joie chose a more gentle shower gel and dripped it on Zhang Tan's ears. She rubbed it gently with her fingers. In order to make it easier for Little Joie, Zhang Tan jumped onto a high stool. Little Elwa sat on the chair, so she did not have to squat and feel uncomfortable. There was only bird poop around his ears. It was washed quickly. After wiping it with a dry towel, it still had the fragrance of shower gel. Zhang Tan felt that his mood was better again, and his tail began to wag unconsciously. Just like last time, Little Joie was lying on the recliner, and Zhang Tan was lying on the moon chair next to her. The difference was that Little Joie was not reading a book this time. She was looking at a photo album. There was also a plant specimen in the album. Zhang Tan stretched his neck to take a look. It was a 4-leaf clover specimen. This type was harder to find. Zhang Tan used to look for a long time in school to chase girls, but he could not find one. Later, he spent money to buy it from someone else. Seeing Zhang Tan come up to take a look, Little Joie said, "This is a 4-leaf clover. It is a variant of the 3-leaf clover. I heard that it represents luck. This specimen was given to me by a junior in the physics department. Here, it's her." Zhang Tan looked at the girl in the photo that Little Joie was pointing at. Wasn't that the tough girl with the phone that he saw today? But she is no longer in the physics department. She took the postgraduate entrance examination to study botany. She has always been interested in plants. Little Joie said, "This 4-leaf clover was given to me by her, but she said that this is a 4-leaf clover of the triax plant. It is very common for the triax plant to mutate into 4 leaves. The probability of finding a 4-leaf clover is relatively high. She originally wanted to find a 4-leaf clover of the oxalis plant. Only the 3-leaf clover of the oxalis plant family has real heart-shaped leaves. Unfortunately, she has never found it. The 4-leaf clover is a mutated individual. Relatively speaking, the probability of mutation of the oxalis plant is very small. It is difficult to find an individual with 4 heart-shaped leaves. Only a very small number of plants will grow a 4th leaf under genetic mutation." Was there a difference? Zhang Tan looked at it carefully. He did not know how this specimen was made. It was still green, and there was a V-shaped white halo in the center of each leaf. Was this the 4-leaf clover that Little Joie was talking about? Zhang Tan recalled the grass that he found when he was picking up girls in the past. When he found it, it was the kind with heart-shaped leaves. There was no white V-shape. But later on, he bought a 4-leaf clover. It was similar to the specimen in Little Joie's photo album. Oxalis 4-leaf clover? The difficulty was really high. "Aya!" Little Joie exclaimed softly. Zhang Tan's nerves immediately tensed up. He looked over. Was she about to give birth? Little Joie just put down the photo album and smiled. "It's moving." "What's moving?" Zhang Tan was at a loss. Then, Zhang Tan followed Little Joie's gaze and looked at her protruding belly. After returning home, Little Joie took off her coat. Her sweater revealed the protruding curve. Zhang Tan was still looking at Little Joie's big belly in confusion. Just as he was about to look away, he noticed that there was a sudden movement. "Black charcoal, your brother is greeting you." Little Joie said to Zhang Tan, "Come over quickly." "What for?" Zhang Tan hesitantly jumped from a moon chair to the deck chair. However, he still wanted to stay away from little Zhua's big belly. He felt that it was quite scary. However, little Zhua did not let Zhang Tan avoid it. She grabbed Zhang Tan's arm and pulled him over. Zhang Tan's palm was about to touch that big belly in the next moment. Zhang Tan hurriedly pulled his hand back. His claws had thrown wine bottles and drugged people yesterday. He felt that it was not good to touch it. Little Zhua saw Zhang Tan pull his hand back and was about to say something when her belly moved again. Zhang Tan looked at the movement. Was it really greeting him? After thinking for a while, Zhang Tan slowly moved over. He did not raise his hand. Instead, he gently pressed his forehead against the place where the movement had just occurred. The next moment, his forehead seemed to be touched by something. Perhaps was this the feeling of a new life? In the future, this little guy will have to call Black Charcoal Big Brother. Yes, Big Brother Black. Little Zhua said. Zhang Tan returned to the moon chair. A scene of a human child following behind a black cat and calling it Big Brother Black appeared in his mind. Zhang Tan trembled. It was a little hard for him to imagine it. F***CK. When the time comes, will she pull my tail? If she does, I will whip her without hesitation. Zhang Tan did not eat at Little Zhua's place in the afternoon. The housekeeper looked at him as if she was looking at a god of plague. She kept a distance of 2 meters away from Zhang Tan. After returning to the Jiao family for lunch, Zhang Tan rolled on the sofa for a while. He could not fall asleep, so he ran out again. He wobbled his way to Old Man Land's flower garden. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have seen the sorrel grass that Little Zhua mentioned in Old Man Land's flower shed. Didn't Old Man Land's flower garden always have treasures? Zhang Tan was ready to try his luck. Except for those flower sheds with special signs hanging on them, the other flower sheds were not locked. When Zhang Tan entered the flower garden, Old Man Lan was busy in one of the flower sheds. Hearing the sound of the flower shed, Old Man Lan just turned his head to look at Zhang Tan and then continued to work. Some of the flower shed's doors were open. Zhang Tan looked around one by one. Finally, he saw the sorrel grass in one of the flower sheds near the head. There was no special plant in this flower shed. The plants that were planted in the past were moved away, so there was no plant here. When Zhang Tan came here last time, there was a special sign hanging on the flower shed. Later on, the door was closed. Today, it was open. Old Man Lan was probably sampling again. Old Man Lan did a mutation experiment here. He did not know what kind of new flowers he induced. Zhang Tan did not know. Anyway, Old Man Lan and the other old men treated it as a treasure. Zhang Tan walked in and came to the side of the sorrel grass. He looked at it carefully. It was indeed a heart-shaped leaf. He did not find the wrong one. This kind of plant was too common. Zhang Tan saw it often. He was too lazy to pay attention to it when he walked around. However, Zhang Tan still had the mentality of trying to see if there were any special mutated plants here. 3 leaves, 3 leaves, for leaves. When he saw the 4-leaf plant, Zhang Tan was happy. He heard that this represented luck. Before Zhang Tan could be happy for 2 seconds, he found that there were many 4-leaf plants beside the 4-leaf plant. However, 3-leaf cultivators were rare here. What the F***CK was going on? Didn't they say that 4-leaf plants were rare? Chapter 53. There were a lot of 4-leaf grasses, but a 3-leaf variant of oxalis was not so easy to find. Most of the ones sold on the market were not 4-leaved oxalis. As Xiaozhu said, the probability of encountering this kind of 4-leaved oxalis was not high. Otherwise, the market would not replace it with other grasses. Just that, looking at the clump of 4-leaved oxalis in front of him, Zhang Tan's mood was complicated. Zhang Tan felt that if the students outside knew about this, they would definitely come over and finish this clump. No wonder there were not many things planted here, but the flower shed door was usually closed tightly. In addition to the reason of the flower shed itself, Old Man Lan must also know about these oxalis. Zhang Tan raised his paw to move these oxalis. As he was cursing in his heart, he suddenly noticed a special individual. It was smaller than the surrounding leaves, but the reason why Zhang Tan noticed it was mainly because its leaves were a little strange. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Zhang Tan counted again. There were indeed 9 leaves. Could it be that 3 plants grew side by side? Looking at this grass, the stems of the other branches were still very ordinary, but this stem with 9 leaves was indeed thicker than the others. However, although the stem was thick, the 9 leaves were very small. The largest leaf was only 2/3 of the other plants, and the small leaf was only a little bit. It could barely be seen growing on it. However, even if its leaves were small, there were still 9 leaves growing on each other. 9 leaves? How could this happen? Was it a product of the mutation of other plants in the past? Zhang Tan couldn't understand. However, if he didn't understand, then so be it. Zhang Tan was too lazy to be entangled. Then he looked at the leaves on the other branches of the plant. They all had 3 leaves. Only this branch had 9 leaves. Zhang Tan was ready to pull up the whole plant along with the leaves of the other branches. However, he didn't control his strength and broke it. This made Zhang Tan depressed. Sure enough, cat claws were not as good as human fingers. Ignoring the other branches, Zhang Tan picked up the branch with 9 leaves and walked out. Black charcoal, what's that in your mouth? Old Man Lon said to Zhang Tan after finishing his work in the flower shed. When he walked out, he saw him with something in his mouth. Zhang Tan glanced at the old man and then at the flower shed. Oh, you found out. That's something I've kept for myself. Out of habit, Old Man Lon was showing off his work, but when he saw the stalk of grass in Zhang Tan's mouth, his voice stopped abruptly. Zhang Tan ignored him, jumped directly from the box to the roof of the flower shed, and ran away in the blink of an eye. Old Man Lon was still standing where he was, recalling the scene he had just witnessed. What black charcoal was holding seemed to be more than 4 leaves. There were at least 6 or even 7 leaves. However, Old Man Lon was only stunned for a moment. He didn't care about the oxalis grass the most. Those were just for fun. In the entire flower garden, he cared about his orchids the most, so he quickly forgot about the oxalis grass Zhang Tan found. Coming out of Old Man Lan's small flower garden, Zhang Tan went directly to the West District family compound. Every time Zhang Tan came out, it was during class and work hours, so there weren't many people. There were still some people in the campus, but there weren't many people in the family compound. When he entered the West District family compound, a cat rushed over with a threatening growl. Zhang Tan ignored it and ran directly to the small high-rise building where Xiao Zhuo lived. There was a door guard downstairs. Zhang Tan waited for a while. When someone came out, Zhang Tan took advantage of the gap and ran in. The person who came out was Xiao Zhuo's nanny, who was throwing the trash downstairs. When Zhang Tan rushed in, the nanny was so scared that she almost threw out the trash bag in her hand. She hated black cats the most. Just now, the black cat passed by her feet. Although it didn't touch her, she felt goosebumps all over her body. After thinking about it, the nanny decided to walk around downstairs before going up. She didn't want to go upstairs and face the black cat. She always felt that the black cat was very evil. If it weren't for Xiao Zhuo and Professor Ye's words, she would have already hit the cat with the pan. Throwing the trash in her hand into the trash can, the middle-aged nanny shook her head. She really didn't know what Xiao Zhuo and Professor Ye were thinking. Weren't they afraid that the child would have problems? Although the nanny hadn't been here for long, she usually chatted with some of the teacher's family members in the compound when she was bored and knew some things. She heard that the child in Xiao Zhuo's belly was not guaranteed to be healthy. Even if there were no abnormalities found so far, who knew? Many people said that even if there were no abnormalities, the child's IQ was very likely to be different from ordinary children. There were such examples before. Now the child was in his teens, but his IQ was not even comparable to those in kindergarten. Wind from an empty cave may not be without cause. These people's guesses were also well-founded. After all, according to the time when Xiao Zhuo was accidentally pregnant, she was following up on a project of Lord Zeng. The project came into contact with some radioactive elements. Even if there were protective measures, but even the doctors in the affiliated hospital were not optimistic. In order to avoid trouble if he took the elevator and other people bumped into him, Zhang Tan chose to take the stairs. It was only 6 floors. Zhang Tan climbed 5 floors every day. This height was nothing to Zhang Tan. When he arrived at room 606, Zhang Tan jumped up and pressed the doorbell. The nanny should still be downstairs. It was not convenient for Xiao Zhuo to move around at home alone, so after Zhang Tan pressed the doorbell twice, he squatted in front of the door and waited. After waiting for a while, the door opened. At first, Xiao Zhuo thought that the nanny didn't bring the key and didn't see anyone when she opened the door. She looked down and saw Zhang Tan squatting in front of the door. Before Xiao Zhuo could see what Zhang Tan was holding in his mouth, Zhang Tan had already run through the door. He jumped on a moon chair in Xiao Zhuo's room and lay on his stomach, panting. Xiao Zhuo took the small cup that Zhang Tan used to drink water from the water dispenser. She tested the temperature of the water before putting it on the desk. Zhang Tan jumped onto the desk and drank some water. In fact, he was not very thirsty. He stopped after licking 2 mouthfuls. In the past, Zhang Tan was not used to this way of drinking water. Later, he gradually got used to this non-human way of drinking water. Xiao Zhuo was really happy to see Zhang Tan. She didn't expect this black cat to come again in the afternoon after coming in the morning. Xiao Zhuo knew what the eyes of the people around her meant. Therefore, many times, Xiao Zhuo was not willing to go out and face those people. Occasionally, when she went out for a walk, she would choose to do so when there were fewer people around. There were always those people who seemed to care about you, but every word they said stabbed you in the heart. However, every time she was with this cat, Xiao Zhuo always felt especially relaxed. Therefore, Xiao Zhuo had already made up her mind that if she could come back in the future, she would also raise a cat at home. Zhang Tan finished drinking the water and saw that Xiao Zhuo was still looking at him. He did not notice the grass on the moon chair, so he used his chin to point in the direction of the moon chair. When Xiao Zhuo saw this, she looked towards the moon chair. Xiao Zhuo picked up the grass on the chair. When she saw it clearly, her face was full of disbelief. She looked at Zhang Tan and then at the grass in the palm of her hand. 9 leaves, like the petals of a flower, stacked together. The smallest leaf in the center was only that big, but it was indeed 9 leaves. Xiao Zhuo heard from the junior who had transferred to another hospital that the 4-leaf clover had given her that the extra leaf of the lucky grass represented luck. There were also the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th leaves. They all had their own meanings. What did the 9th leaf represent? It represented a narrow escape. The good luck of a phoenix's nirvana. A narrow escape. The phoenix's nirvana. Although it was just a legend, something that people used to comfort themselves when people were at the bottom of the valley, when they were close to despair, there would always be something that made them persevere. It could be a belief, a person, something, or some obsession. After knowing that she was pregnant, although Xiao Zhuo did not show much on her face, she had never let go of her worries. She hoped that her child would be healthy. It did not need to be too smart, as long as it was healthy. However, the word healthy was an extravagant hope for someone in Xiao Zhuo's situation. The gazes of the people around her and the words they said behind her back were so oppressive that Xiao Zhuo could not breathe. And now, the lucky grass with 9 leaves in her hand made Xiao Zhuo suddenly have the urge to cry out loud. The 9-leaf clover in her hand was not big. People had always thought that it was just a legendary 9-leaf clover. It was as if Xiao Zhuo had seen a shining star in the darkness of despair. Where the star pointed was the direction of hope. Zhang Tan stood on the desk, while Xiao Zhuo sat on the recliner, looking down at the grass in her hand. Therefore, Zhang Tan could not see the expression on Xiao Zhuo's face. However, seeing the droplets of tears falling, Zhang Tan was also at a loss. Crying? It can't be, right? It's just a piece of broken grass. Is there a need to cry? Pregnant women are so sentimental. Shaking his beard, Zhang Tan really did not know how to react. Not long after, Xiao Zhuo sniffed and said, "A 4-leaf clover is not easy to find. Many people can't find one even after searching for a long time. I didn't expect you to be able to find this." Zhang Tan really wanted to say that this 4-leaf clover was not difficult to find. Really, Old Man Lon had a lot of them hidden in his flower shed. "Child, even if Mommy can't come back in the future and can't accompany you, Brother Hay will accompany you," Xiao Zhuo whispered. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. In his mind, He recalled the scene of a little kid in Huang's house grabbing Huang's tail and sending it into his mouth. Then, Zheng Tan was horrified. I don't want to take care of children. Calling him Brother He is useless. I can't even call him Daddy. I'm just a cat now. They'll grab my tail and pull my ears. They'll even cry at me for no reason. Zheng Tan was a little confused by Xiao Zhuo's reaction. Xiao Zhuo even said that she wanted to thank Zheng Tan properly. However, looking at Xiao Zhuo's expression, Zheng Tan was afraid that something bad would happen. With such a big belly and so sentimental, was it really okay? Fortunately, at this moment, the nanny came back. Zheng Tan took the opportunity to run out. Not long after, when Zheng Tan met Xiao Zhuo again, who was walking outside with the nanny to bask in the sun, Xiao Zhuo showed Zheng Tan the pendant hanging around her neck. The pendant was slightly bigger than a longan fruit. Inside it was the 9-leaf clover that Zheng Tan found. The material that wrapped the clover was unknown. It was neither plastic nor glass. The material was transparent. However, because of the plant inside, the pendant looked green and full of vitality. The nanny was sitting on another chair 10 meters away. She was a little far from Xiao Zhuo and Zheng Tan. She could not see what Xiao Zhuo was hanging and was not interested. Now, her attention was on Zheng Tan. She was afraid that Zheng Tan would run over. If Xiao Zhuo was not here, the nanny would have run away the moment she saw Zheng Tan. Zheng Tan felt that Xiao Zhuo was a little different today. Compared to the Xiao Zhuo before, Xiao Zhuo felt more lively. Unlike before, even when she smiled, there was a trace of melancholy. Zheng Tan yawned and shook his fur. Seeing that Xiao Zhuo and the nanny had walked away, Zheng Tan continued to walk forward. He was going to go to Jiao Pa's office to sleep. Recently, Jiao Ma's colleagues often came to the house to play, so Zheng Tan did not want to stay at home and face those unfamiliar people. When he arrived at the biology building, Zheng Tan did not immediately go to Jiao Pa's office. He saw a group of people dissecting white mice in the public laboratory on the first floor. Although he did not see EXIN, Zheng Tan saw a familiar face. Wasn't this the beef jerky? Zheng Tan did not remember Su Chu's name, but he remembered his Inner Mongolian beef jerky. Su Chu's size was very eye-catching among those people. He was wearing a sweater inside and a white lab coat on the outside. After the winter break, he had put on some weight and looked like a polar bear. Zheng Tan was suddenly interested. He squatted on a camphor tree outside the window of the public laboratory on the first floor and looked over there. The windows of the laboratory were not all closed, so Zheng Tan could hear the voices of those people inside. At the beginning of March, the scores of the graduate entrance examination were announced. As for the cutoff score for the second round, because Tsinghua University was an independent university, the cutoff score was released before the national cutoff score. In the middle of March, all the faculties announced the cutoff score one after another. When Zheng Tan was at home, he heard Jiao Pa mention that the big guy did not exceed the cutoff score by much, but at least he passed the cutoff score. It was reasonable to say that the second round would take 2 weeks, and it was based on a ratio of 1:1. With a 2:1 ratio difference, those who passed the cutoff score would be eliminated. However, when the scores of the first round were announced, many people with higher scores had already started to contact the teachers in the university. As for those with lower scores, they had already started to look for connections to find a teacher they liked and settle down. After all, the person who decided whether you could stay or not was still the teacher who had a spot for the graduate entrance examination. If the teacher decided on you, you would pass regardless of your score. Therefore, many people had already decided before the second round. When the time came, the second round was just a formality. This was a semi-public internal rule, and many universities were like this. Zheng Tan only knew about it when he heard Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma's discussion. As for the beef jerky guy, Jiao Pa seemed to have already decided on him. Otherwise, he would not have let him come over to familiarize himself with the laboratory. At this moment, the big guy was laughing and chatting with the others. His hands were not careless at all, and his knife skills were very sharp. After the dissection, the tweezers could accurately find the part to be sampled. Su Chu's score for the first round was not high. Under normal circumstances, people like this were more likely to be eliminated in the second round. However, Su Chu was now standing in a laboratory to study under the instructions of Associate Professor Jiao. This meant that this person had already been decided. He would officially become a member of the university in September. The other senior graduate students in the university also understood the significance of this. Therefore, they were very willing to accept this prospective junior. In the past 2 days, the big guy often helped some of the seniors in the university carry things and help the seniors take samples. Therefore, he was quite popular. As for the results, So what if you came in first in the second round? Those who had experienced it before knew that once you enter the university, you would only look at the published articles and the impact factor of the articles. Everything else was bullsh**. There were so many classes in the first year of postgraduate studies. As long as you skipped classes to do experiments in a laboratory, your respective supervisors would be happy. Some of the more easygoing supervisors would even help cover up for you, approve leave requests, and so on. When EXIN first entered the university, her score was not even in the top 10. But now, when the famous people of this year were mentioned, who would dare to ignore such a person? EXIN's name was still hanging on the university's annual honor list. As for the top 10 of the exam results, how many people still remembered them now? When others asked about Su Chu, when they heard that he was EXIN's junior, Associate Professor Jiao's subordinate, their attitude became much better, at least on the surface. Senior, the kidney has been extracted, Su Chu shouted. The senior that Su Chu called was not EXIN. The other seniors in the university all called him senior. The difference was that EXIN was Su Chu's direct senior. They belonged to the same supervisor. However, they usually addressed each other in the same way. There was no distinction between direct and collateral relatives. The senior who wanted to take a sample was talking to someone at the moment. The person next to him heard and said with a smile, "Hey, your kidney has been extracted." Several other people who were taking samples also jeered with Su Chu, "Senior, your kidney." The senior held a pair of tweezers and pointed at Su Chu, who was the biggest among them, and said, "If you jeer again, I'll cut open your body and take your kidney too." Su Chu was obviously familiar with them. He said cheekily, come on, senior, take it. Take mine." At this time, EXIN was about to step in with the documents in her hand. She was followed by a few undergraduates. Before they entered the laboratory, they heard Su Chu's cheeky words. The expressions on the faces of the undergraduates were quite subtle. EXIN wanted to cover her face. "Boss Jiao, can we return the goods?" Zheng Tan squatted on the tree outside and laughed. This Su Chu was really a fool. Chapter 54. Zheng Tan had an impression of this person. Zheng Tan had seen him a few times when he came here. Zheng Tan had heard people call him Professor Ren. This Professor Ren was one of the young returnees that the Institute had introduced last year. He was very popular among the students, especially the female students. Professor Ren was only in his early 30s, but his file was already glorious. He also had the halo of a returnee. Otherwise, the Institute would not have recruited him. Speaking of which, Professor Ren and Jiao Pa's research was in the same direction. To some extent, they were competitors. However, Professor Ren was already a full professor, while Jiao Pa was still an associate professor. The difference was not small. Professor Ren had a London accent when he spoke English. Coupled with his good looks and his pretentious words and deeds, he was also one of the people that the students talked about in private. However, Zheng Tan had always felt that this person was too fake. Just looking at him made him uncomfortable. In the few times that he had met him, Zheng Tan knew that this person always had a kind smile when facing students, teachers, and leaders. He looked very gentlemanly. Many female students praised Professor Ren behind his back for being very gentlemanly. However, Zheng Tan felt that every time this person looked at him, there was an indescribable malice. He originally thought that this person did not like cats and treated all cats this way. However, Zheng Tan later rejected this idea. Even if this person did not like other cats, he would not have such malice. When this person faced cats, he removed his usual disguise. The smile in his eyes was cold. Therefore, Zheng Tan felt very uncomfortable when he saw the smile on this person's face. He always felt that this person was up to no good. "Hello, Professor Ren." A few students passed by and greeted the person. Professor Ren also responded with a smile. Zheng Tan, who was squatting on a tree and watching this scene, curled his lips. Sure enough, this person looked at others differently than he did himself. What a king hypocrite. Zheng Tan tried his best to recall and was sure that he had never interacted with this person before. The professor had a house outside the university and did not live in the family compound. Usually, when Zheng Tan came to the biology building, he would just squat outside occasionally or climb into the Jiao Pa's office to sleep. After that, he had nothing else to do. Many of the teachers in the school knew that Associate Professor Jiao had a black cat at home. They often saw the Associate Professor Jiao using his small electric scooter to carry his cat home. In addition, Zheng Tan did not cause any trouble when he came here. He was very well behaved. So some of the teachers and students would occasionally take the initiative to call him Black Charcoal and would not throw stones to chase him away. Only Professor Ren looked like he wanted to kill him. "I didn't steal your wife, so why are you looking at me like that?" Zheng Tan was deep in thought when he suddenly heard someone calling him. He turned his head to look. "Black Charcoal, I didn't expect you to be here." The person who came was Zhao Lu, the daughter of the director of the Changwei Group, Zhao Zhang. During the Chinese New Year, although Director Zhao and Zhao Lu did not come over personally, they sent people over to give their New Year's greetings and gifts. After all, Director Zhao had too many things to do, and Zhao Lu, as the daughter of the Changwei Group, definitely had some necessary social activities. Both of them were busy people. The Jiao family did not lack snacks or fruits, and Zhao Ma did not need to buy her own cosmetics anymore. Every few days, Zhao Lu would send people over to deliver things. Today was the same. Zhao Lu happened to be free for the next 2 days. She did not have classes in the afternoon, so she bought some things and went to the Jiao family. In the end, only Jiao Ma and a few of her colleagues were in the Jiao family. Zhao Lu did not see Zheng Tan, so she decided to go to the Jiao Pa to ask about Zheng Tan's recent situation and Jiao Pa in Yuanzi's company. Mr. and Mrs. Jiao didn't disclose Zhao Li's identity to the public. They only said that he was a friend's child. However, Mrs. Jiao's colleagues were still confused when they saw Zhao Li carrying so many snacks and some imported cosmetics for Mrs. Jiao. However, since the host didn't want to talk about it, they didn't ask. Zhao Li did not expect to see Zheng Tan outside the Institute of Biological Sciences. But every time she saw Zheng Tan, Zhao Li was happy. At this time, she also noticed the person standing not far away. She knew that he was Associate Professor Jiao's teacher, but she was not familiar with him. So, she just greeted him casually. Professor Ren smiled warmly. "You're not from our department, right?" "Yes, I'm just here to look for someone." "Who are you looking for? Do you need help?" "No, thank you." Zhao Lu maintained a polite smile, but there was a sense of alienation in her smile. After Professor Ren walked into the building and disappeared, Zhao Li's smile faded. She frowned and looked at Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the tree. "Did you offend him?" "How the F***ck would I know?" Zheng Tan pulled his ears, jumped down from the tree, and stretched. "Let's go and look for Professor Jiao." Zhao Li took out a cloth bag from her bag. The name of a snack brand was printed on it. Zhao Li had always folded the bag and put it in her bag in case of emergencies. She did not expect to use it now. Zheng Tan looked at the bag that Zhao Lu opened, shook its whiskers, and jumped into the bag. Zhao Lu felt that her hand was heavy, and she almost lost her grip on the bag. "Did you get fatter?" Zhao Lu smiled. Zheng Tan looked at itself. It could not be, right? Although it was not exercising properly, it was not fat. It was clearly strong. 2 days ago, when it went to Xiao Guo's place to shoot the advertisement, Xiao Guo even praised it. It said that the other cats in the shop were all fat, but only Zheng Tan was strong. Xiao Guo also wanted the cats in his shop to exercise more. Spring was coming, and they needed to exercise. Regardless of what Zheng Tan thought, Zhao Lu still carried the bag into the Institute of Biological Sciences and walked towards Jiao Pa's office. The Jiao Pa was searching for documents in front of the computer. Hearing the knock on the door, she said, "Come in." Seeing Zhao Lu come in, the Jiao Pa quickly stood up to greet her. She pulled a clean chair for Zhao Le. The other chairs were not cleaned yet. Miss Zhao was not like Su Chu and Exin. The Jiaopa had to be careful. After inviting Zhao Le to sit down, the Jiaopa saw Zhang Tan coming out of the bag. She did not pay much attention to it. Her cat was a regular here, so there was no need to say anything. Zhao Lu and Associate Professor Jiao talked about some things, including the recent progress of their company. Changwei Group and Associate Professor Jiao's company did not have much interaction, so they were not competitors. Zhao Lu was very willing to help. While they were talking, Zhang Tan lay on the small chair with her eyes closed and ears perked up to listen to the content of their conversation. Now, Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi's company had a firm foothold and was developing well. Graduation season was coming, and many graduates had already started to look for jobs. Recently, Yuan Zi had been poaching people from various universities. What they lacked now was talent. All right, Professor Jiao, how much do you know about Professor Renchong? Zhao Lu suddenly asked. When Zhao Lu entered the building, she saw the introduction of the professors on the first floor of the Institute of Biological Sciences. She knew that the professor was the overseas returnee that the Institute had introduced. In order to show that the Institute valued these overseas returnee professors, they had specially set up a special column to introduce them. It had been hanging in the lobby of the first floor all this time. Professor Ren, the Jiaopa was surprised that Zhao Lu would ask about him. Not much. The Jiaopa told Zhao Lu and Zhang Tan about what they knew about Professor Ren. Zhao Lu and Zhao Lu were puzzled. It did not sound like they had any grudges. Why? Miss Zhao, are you interested in Professor Ren? Professor Ren is very popular among the girls in our institute. The Jiaopa joked. Zhao did not laugh. After all, she was the daughter of the head of Changwei Group. She was very sensitive to certain things. Zhao Lu shook her head and said, I saw Professor Ren downstairs just now. Black charcoal was on the tree. Professor Ren's attitude towards black charcoal didn't seem to be very good. Hearing this, the Jiaopa looked at Zhang Tan and asked, Did you offend him? Zhang Tan glanced at the Jiaopa. I really don't know how I offended him. The Jiaopa could not think of a reason at the moment, but he still thanked Zhao Lu for her reminder. After Zhao Lu left, the Jiaopa poked Zhang Tan and said, Next time you see Professor Ren, stay away from him. He is not as kind as he looks. You should be careful not to be dragged to the laboratory table and dissected by him. Zhang Tan felt a chill down his spine. After hearing the Jiaopa's words and recalling the look in Professor Ren's eyes, he could not tell if that was what Professor Ren meant. For the sake of his life, Zhang Tan decided to listen to the Jiaopa and stay away from that hypocritical Professor Ren. At around 6 p.m., the Jiaopa took Zhang Tan home after settling the matter. As usual, Zhang Tan squatted in the basket of the Jiaopa's small electric car. At this time, many teachers were off work and going home, so there were more cars at the intersection. When they arrived at intersection, there were a few cars in front of them. The Jiaopa temporarily stopped and waited. While they were waiting, a silver gray private car stopped next to the Jiaopa's small electric car. It seemed like it was also waiting for the cars at the intersection to turn. The windows of the silver gray car were rolled down, revealing the person in the driver's seat. Professor Ren. Since the Jiaopa saw Professor Ren, he could not pretend that he did not see him, so he greeted him. Professor Ren, who was in the driver's seat, smiled and nodded. His gaze swept across Zhang Tan, who was squatting in the basket. At this time, the cars in front of them had finished turning. The silver-gray car next to them closed its windows and slowly drove away. The Jiaopa was riding on the small electric car. He felt strange. He noticed that Zhao Lu was right. There was something wrong with Professor Ren. Associate Professor Jiao knew that Professor Ren was hostile towards him. The institute had received a quota to encourage and support young teachers. In the end, they chose Professor Ren and the Jiaopa. In terms of qualifications, Professor Ren was obviously more qualified. After all, he had the word righteous. However, after a discussion among the leaders of the institute, they decided on the Jiaopa. Because of this, when the Jiaopa saw Professor Ren in the institute, he felt that Professor Ren's smile was fake and hostile. In that brief glance, the Jiaopa felt that Renchong was even more hostile towards him. There was something else hidden in the hostility but the Jiaopa could not figure out the reason. No matter what, it was better not to let his cat come to the institute in the future. Who knew if Rinchong was a psychopath? On the other hand, Rinchong drove back to the villa he bought. After he returned to his house, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was connected after a while. "How's the investigation going?" Rinchong asked. The person on the other end of the phone talked to Rinchong for about 5 minutes. During these 5 minutes, Rinchong did not speak, but his expression was very bad. If the students of the Institute of Biological Sciences saw Professor Rin at this moment, their jaws would definitely drop. No one would have thought that the usually smiling and gentlemanly Professor Rin would have such a gloomy and fierce expression. Although his expression was very bad, his tone was the same as before. After the person on the other end finished speaking, Rinchong said, "I understand. Continue to investigate." After hanging up the phone, Rinchong sat on the sofa and thought about some of the things that had happened after he returned to China. Generally speaking, it was quite smooth until he met Jiao Mingsheng. Jiao Mingsheng was just a local associate professor. He had never been abroad, so he did not know the limits of his abilities. Did he really think that he was so great after being praised by those students who did not know anything? In terms of value, how could a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingsheng compare to him? Those old guys in the institute and the few people in the university who made the decisions were really blind. From a moment he lost his place, Rinchong knew that his obstacle had appeared. Before he returned to China, Rinchong had met a few people at a banquet. One of them had learned some divination. Rinchong had never believed in divination, so he did not take the person's words to heart. After arriving at Tsinghua University, not long after he lost his place, he happened to see Associate Professor Jiao driving his black cat home. At that moment, Rinchong remembered what the person at the banquet had said. If you return to China to develop your career, pay attention to the cat. The biggest obstacle in your way might be the cat. If the biggest obstacle was a human, Rinchong would have believed it. However, if it was a cat, Rinchong would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. Not only Rinchong, but the people around him also did not believe it. Even the person who did the divination had some doubts about the results of his divination. Later on, he even apologized and said that it might be because he was not good enough and had not learned for long. Everyone was just playing around and did not take it too seriously. But now, Rinchong had to take it seriously. Based on the information he had just learned, Rinchong felt that it was hard to imagine. No wonder so many people said that the black cat was evil. Yi, the dean of the School of Physics and the wife of the principal, who was known as Lord Buddha, Lan Tiesu, an old professor who had retired from the School of Biological Sciences but still had influence, the famous chairman of the Changwei Group, and his daughter Zheng. These people took care of Jiao Mingsheng openly and secretly. Even if they did not, no one knew if they were secretly involved. Sometimes, a word from these people was worth a few years or even decades of hard work. And the one who played an important role in this was only a cat that looked very ordinary. Although they did not find out how the cat was connected to these people, the fact was that it was undeniable. This was only what they had found so far. As for those who had not been found, how many people were connected to the cat? How many people could support Jiao Mingsheng? Rinchong never thought that he would lose to a country bumpkin like Jiao Mingsheng. He heard that the institute had already arranged for Jiao Mingsheng to go abroad. The fastest he could go abroad was a year. When he came back a year later, the associate on Jiao Mingsheng's head would be removed. Rinchong did not want Jiao Mingsheng to go so smoothly. Now, the cat was like a thorn in Rinchong's throat. Rinchong could not wait to pull it out. Some things were better removed as soon as possible. Originally, Rinchong was going to take care of it himself, but he still underestimated the cat's influence. He did not expect that a cat would involve so many people. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Rinchong was not going to get involved and let others do it for him. When dealing with cats, there were always professionals. Chapter 55. Zheng Tan felt like he was being watched for the past 2 days. He wasn't sure who was watching him, but the feeling was very strong. Because of Jiao Pa's instructions, Zheng Tan didn't go to the biology building to avoid Rinbaqian. Not only that, but he also rarely left the courtyard at night. He only went out during the day when he couldn't hold it in. Usually, he would wait for the two children at the entrance of Fu Elementary School around 5 p.m. and then go home together. Even if he went out at night, he would only take a walk in the courtyard. He wouldn't go out of the courtyard, let alone to the alley in the old building. There were a lot of people during the day, so the campus was full of people. After all, it wasn't a closed school, so the checks on people entering and leaving the school weren't that strict. However, Zhang Tan couldn't relax until he found out why he was being watched. On this day, Zhang Tan found a big sycamore tree not far from the Dong family courtyard and climbed up to take a nap. Sure enough, it was safer to be high up, and the view was wider. Zhang Tan yawned. He thought too much last night and didn't sleep well, so he had to catch up on sleep during the day. Jiao Ma and a few colleagues recently had a teaching project to collaborate on. In a few months, Jiao Yuan would be entering junior high school. Jiao Ma also had to show her presence among the junior high school teachers. When the time came, Jiao Yuan would be able to gain more benefits from the school. The other families had elderly people or children who hadn't gone to kindergarten, so it wasn't convenient to visit them. In the end, they settled on Jiao family. Therefore, Zhang Tan wandered outside every day during the day. When he was tired, he would climb up a tree and sleep. If it rained, he would go to Pang's house. After all, Zhang Tan didn't want to stay at home and face those junior high school teachers. Zhang Tan was drowsily dozing off when the feeling of being watched came again. Zhang Tan moved his ears, but he didn't hear any strange sounds. There were only students walking around. Not far away, there was a cleaner sweeping the floor. From time to time, there were cars passing by. Not far from here, there was a sports field. Occasionally, there would be some cheering from there. These were all very common sounds, and Zhang Tan was already used to it. However, the feeling of being watched made Zhang Tan restless. Thus, Zhang Tan opened his eyes and scanned the area below the tree. He still didn't find anyone suspicious. However, Zhang Tan was more careful this time. He tried his best to remember those who were walking slowly or sitting on the benches and grass, as well as those who didn't move quickly. If the other party wanted to keep an eye on them, they would definitely not move quickly. Coming down from the tree, Zhang Tan came to a cafeteria near the teaching area of the school. After looking around, he found a big tree in the north corner of the cafeteria and jumped onto it. With his back facing the road, he continued to lie down and sleep. After a while, when the feeling of being watched rose again, Zhang Tan narrowed his eyes and looked at the cafeteria across from him. The reason why Zhang Tan chose this cafeteria and the tree in the north corner was because of the SLR glass in the north corner of the second floor. Because there was an office in the corner of the second floor, it was renovated with SLR glass. Only the inside could see the outside. If one looked from outside the cafeteria, it could be used as a mirror. Zhang Tan looked at the reflection of the glass and observed the people inside. Then, he compared them with the people he remembered. Finally, Zhang Tan's gaze fell on a seemingly ordinary student. The student was carrying a backpack and holding a book in his hand. He slowly walked towards the cafeteria. During this process, he looked at where Zhang Tan was every 2 steps. Finally, he came to the grass in front of the cafeteria and sat down, spreading out his book. Before Zhang Tan came over, this person was reading on the grass not far from the sycamore tree that Zhang Tan was under. There were many students reading on the grass like this. When Zhang Tan opened his eyes and looked over, he also had his head down, so Zhang Tan didn't notice him. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan got up and stretched. Then, he looked around casually. Sure enough, that person lowered his head again. Zhang Tan lay down and continued to sleep facing the hall, but his eyes were looking at the SLR glass in the cafeteria. Just as Zhang Tan guessed, that person raised his head and looked in Zhang Tan's direction again. And every few seconds, he would look over here. Zhang Tan was puzzled. Who was this person? Why was he spying on him? Moreover, even if he was spying on him, the target was only a cat. Was there need to be so cautious? Zhang Tan couldn't understand. Could it be that he was too famous in the advertisement and someone wanted to take him away? That was how it was on TV. Otherwise, why would a cat with no value be spied on like this? Since he had found a suspect, Zhang Tan was going to go against him. Zhang Tan was very regular every day. In the morning, he came out with the children, walked around, and came to the tree north of the cafeteria to sleep. At the same time, he was also spying on that person. At noon, he would go home for lunch and take a nap. In the afternoon, he would come out with the two children, jump on the same tree, and continue to spy on him. Sometimes he was afraid of being discovered, so Zhang Tan would change places. Some of the supermarkets and snack shops in the school also had this kind of SLR glass. It wasn't that Zhang Tan was overly cautious. It was just that the other person's behavior of spying on a cat made Zhang Tan feel uneasy. No matter what, it was better to be careful. A week later, Zhang Tan found that the person was gone. The feeling of being spied on also disappeared. No more spying? Or could it be that there was a next step? Zhang Tan's doubts only lasted for one day. The next night, after dinner, Zhang Tan and Jiao Ma went out together. Jiao Ma went to find friends to dance and exercise. Zhang Tan walked around the courtyard. Sometimes, when he was bored, he would play with the dogs in the courtyard. Huang and Sheriff were both locked up at home. Huang had been castrated, so he might be quieter. However, Sheriff couldn't stay idle. When he was first locked up at home, he kept barking. However, he had someone at home to play with him, so he gradually stopped barking. During the day, he would occasionally be let out to play, but he was absolutely not allowed to go out at night. Therefore, if Zhang Tan wanted to find a cat to walk with him, he could only find a Pang. However, this fat man always squatted on his balcony and rarely came out to walk. After playing with Zhuang, Zhang Tan walked around the courtyard in boredom. It was almost 8:30. Jiao Ma and her friends would return from their dance party at 9 o'clock. Jiao Pa was at home today. Jiao Yuan's homework included dictation. After the dictation, Jiao Pa still had to sign, so Jiao Pa didn't go out that night. Therefore, Zhang Tan planned to wait for Jiao Ma to come back and follow her upstairs. As he walked, Zhang Tan suddenly heard the sound of wings flapping. Moving his ears, Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the sound. It was close to the courtyard wall and was considered a remote place in the courtyard. There were some osmanthus trees and winter sweet trees planted there to beautify and decorate the courtyard. However, Zhang Tan and his friends didn't usually play there. After all, there were too few trees here and the trunks were thin. It wasn't fun to sharpen one's claws and climb a tree. Compared to the small forest next to the family courtyard, this place was much more boring. Therefore, Zhang Tan and Huang preferred to walk a few more steps to the small forest outside the courtyard to play. However, Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the sound of wings flapping. It was a bit strange. Was it a bird? If it were other cats, they would definitely go in that direction. Cats didn't hunt for food. Hunting was their nature. If they heard the sound of birds, they would definitely go over. However, Zhang Tan was different. Zhang Tan wasn't interested in catching birds at all. He turned around and prepared to leave. After taking 2 steps back, Zhang Tan heard a small sound again. It sounded like someone sighing in exasperation. Although the sound was deliberately lowered, Zhang Tan still heard it. As Zhang Tan walked, he pretended to play with the branches and glanced at the courtyard wall from the corner of his eyes. The street lamp was more than 10 meters away and could only illuminate the road. It was still very dark on the side of the tree, but Zhang Tan still noticed the head on the courtyard wall with the advantage of being a cat. Something was wrong. After Zhang Tan pretended to scratch the branches twice, he heard the cage flapping a few more times. Zhang Tan took the opportunity to go over and see what was going on. Although he was curious, Zhang Tan still paid attention to the movements around him. He didn't want to get hit for no reason. The trees here were all about 3 or 4 meters tall. Although there weren't many, they were quite dense. From the surroundings, it was impossible to see what was going on under the trees. The flapping sound came from under the osmanthus trees. As he approached the osmanthus trees, Zhang Tan smelled the scent of birds and other smells. The flapping sound of wings was accompanied by the sound of metal colliding. It was just like when Zhang Tan saw the cage used to catch mice in Xiao Chu's house. When Xiao Chu patted the mouse cage, it was similar to this sound. Cage, cat catcher, or specifically to catch him. Zheng Tan's heart was full of questions. Logically speaking, there should be fewer people catching cats at this time, not to mention that this was the family compound of the university. How could these people be so bold? Zheng Tan had already walked under the osmanthus trees. As he slowly approached, he saw the cage. There were some leaves on the cage for cover. One side of the cage was open. That was the opening of the cage. The cage was about 60 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. A sparrow could be seen fluttering inside the cage from time to time. Perhaps it had sensed Zheng Tan's approach, for the sparrow fluttered even more violently. However, since it was chained inside the cage, it couldn't get out at all. It could only flap its wings inside the cage. Sometimes, when it struggled too violently and shook too hard, its wings would hit the top of the cage and hit the cage. Sensing that the predator was getting closer and closer, it made a few frightened cries. When Zheng Tan approached the cage, Depang, who was squatting on the balcony on the first floor of the B family building, suddenly moved its ears and opened its eyes. It looked at the old lady in the room who was wearing reading glasses and fastening buttons. It made a low meow sound like the warning sound other cats made when they encountered a threat, but it was a little different. After the old lady heard it, she stopped fastening the buttons and immediately put down the things in her hands. "What's wrong?" The old lady looked at Depang. "Meow." The old lady frowned, then picked up the phone and called the guard. When she looked up again, Depang was gone. "What the hell happened?" The old lady whispered. She immediately put on her coat and took the stun baton, ready to see what happened. If it was just like last time when they encountered a thief, Depang wouldn't run out by himself. But this time, Zheng Tan stood 1 meter in front of the cage and didn't get any closer. He just stood there and looked at the cage. At the same time, he paid attention to the person who was leaning against the wall and looking over here. However, because the trees here were too dense, there were too many branches, and the branches were too lush. There was also a row of azaleas planted near the road, which blocked the view above and the side. However, Zheng Tan couldn't see that person, and that person certainly couldn't see Zheng Tan. Therefore, Zheng Tan was going to wait and see when that person couldn't help but climb over the wall. As he was thinking, Zheng Tan heard a meow sound. It was Depang, and it sounded like this guy was running over here. Whoosh! Depang had already jumped over the row of azaleas and came under the osmanthus tree. Seeing Zheng Tan standing in front of the cage, he rushed over and slapped Zheng Tan twice. Zheng Tan reacted quickly and took 2 steps back to avoid Depang's claws. Depang arched his back, and the hair on his back stood up. He lowered his ears and growled twice at Zheng Tan, then at the cage. Zheng Tan knew that Depang was warning him to stay away from the cage. Zheng Tan shook his tail and walked over, ignoring Depang's look of imminent disaster. He raised his paw and gently patted his head, then walked to the back of the cage, not facing the opening of the cage. Depang was still meowing and preparing to come over. Zheng Tan shook his tail, reached out his paw, and grabbed the cage. He lifted the cage and slammed it twice. Depang pulled his ears. Obviously, he didn't expect Zheng Tan to have such a reaction. After all, Depang wasn't human. Even if he was relatively smart, his thinking wasn't as good as a human's. If he were a human, he would definitely be shocked by Zheng Tan's reaction. Lifting the cage and slamming it directly wasn't something a cat could do. After slamming it twice, Zheng Tan looked at the cage. The door of the cage wasn't closed. It seemed that the mechanism inside hadn't been activated. The design was quite strict. Looking around, Zheng Tan bent his paw and hooked a thin branch. He then put the branch inside and touched a place inside the cage. Ha! When the door of the cage closed, there was almost no time for the cat to react. If a cat was playing with a sparrow inside, it definitely wouldn't react before the door closed. Depang pulled his ears again and wagged his tail. He seemed a little confused, but he didn't look like he was about to face a disaster like before. After the cage closed, Zheng Tan's attention was on the person on the wall. However, that person seemed to be more cautious and didn't immediately climb over the wall. Zheng Tan understood what had happened a few days ago. These people had been monitoring him for so long and even placed the cage here. They had probably figured out his pattern of movement, and their target was most likely him. Awoo! Zhang Tan roared twice at the top of his lungs. I don't believe that you can hold back and not move before I yell at the people in the yard. Hearing Zhang Tan's roar, Depang also meowed loudly. In the family building, many people might not have heard it clearly, but the pets could hear it clearly. Huang and the sheriff could hear their two companions' cries, so they followed suit. The other dogs barked happily, especially the bulldog, Zhuang Zhuang. It barked and scratched the iron door with all its might. For a moment, the yard was filled with cats and dogs barking. The last time something like this happened was when they were catching a thief. Obviously, after that experience, the first thought that came to the people's minds when they heard the noise was, someone is here to steal again. Old Man Yin threw down the newspaper in his hand and hurried downstairs to open the door for Niu Zhuangzhuang. Quick, catch the thief. Before the door was fully opened, Niu Zhuangzhuang couldn't wait to squeeze out and run towards Zhang Tan and the others. Old Man Li didn't tie up his big dog. Seeing Old Man Yan's Zhuangzhuang run out, Old Man Li untied the dog leash on Xiao Hua's neck and watched his dog run away with Niu Zhuangzhuang. The Saint Bernard was so big, but it still had to perform at critical moments. It couldn't just be big and not do anything. Other than these two, Sahara was also released by its owner. This guy was like on steroids again. It didn't care what its owner said behind it, and kept running in the direction of Zhang Tan and Depang. As for the other people's small dogs like Chihuahuas, Pekingese, and Corgi, they weren't released. Regardless of whether they could catch the thief or not, even if they could, with the two big dogs and Niu Zhuangzhuang's ferocious lead the charge, the few small dogs would probably be accidentally hurt. On the other side, the person who had been watching the cat cages from the yard wall almost spat out blood when he heard the two cats roaring at the top of their lungs. F***, why did these cats suddenly roar so loudly? Chapter 56. What's going on? The Jiao Yuan stopped doing his homework. He was halfway through his dictation when he heard the commotion outside. Just like everyone else, the Jiao Yuan thought of the thief incident. He put down his pen and looked around. His cat wasn't back yet. The Jiao Pa put down his 6th grade language textbook and walked to the window to take a look. Young adults came out of the surrounding buildings one after another. Some curious children leaned against their windows or balconies to look outside. Soon, they were pulled into the house by their parents. Sit down, the Jiao Pa called the Jiao Yuan, who was leaning against the window, over. He took out his phone to ask the others, and also called the old lady on the first floor. After all, people who lived on the first floor could get the news faster. After hanging up the phone, the Jiao Pa thought for a moment and walked out of the Jiao Yuan's room. He opened the door and saw Chu Xiangyang, who was sitting across from him, open the door and look over. Hey, Brother Jiao, did you hear that? Xiao Chu, you're just in time. I was going to look for you. 1 minute later, Chu Xiangyang sat on the sofa in the Jiao family's living room. The associate professor, Jiao, asked him to stay and look after the children. The associate professor, Jiao, quickly went downstairs. The commotion in the East Burrows family compound was too big, and the process from quiet to noisy was too short. The person who caught the cat did not expect things to develop like this. They had never encountered such a situation when they were catching cats in residential areas. After hearing the loud cat calls from the osmanthus tree, the catcher immediately jumped over the wall and ran to the cage. He didn't dare to delay. Besides, he already heard the dog barking coming this way. With a beautiful leap, the catcher jumped over the row of azaleas. He didn't slow down and directly ran to the osmanthus tree. But before he could see the position of the cage, 4 cat claws scratched at him. Depang's claws were frightening. Even though his strength was not as great as Zhang Tan's, he was ruthless and neat enough. Moreover, the places he scratched were close to the cat's eyes. If he had been a little stronger or his claws were a little longer, the cat catcher's eyes would probably have been blinded. Even if he wasn't blinded, there were several deep bloodstains from his eyebrows to his eyes and nose. Almost immediately, blood overflowed from the claw marks. Depang did not think about whether it had caught someone blind, or whether it would have to bear the consequences if it caught someone too badly. It had been trained to fight back when it was in danger. As for the trouble after that, someone would help it deal with it. It was the same for Zhang Tan. He scratched the same spot as Depang. As he controlled his strength, he would only cause temporary damage to that person's eyes and vision. Zhang Tan's scratches were much longer than Depang's, almost reaching his neck. At the same time, he took the opportunity to kick the man twice when he rushed up. He used a little more strength than an ordinary cat. Zhang Tan didn't want to expose too much. A scream was heard. It was not loud, but it was obviously from the pain that he couldn't suppress. The man covered his face. He rushed over too fast and didn't stop, so he directly hit an osmanthus tree. After the successful attack, Depang quickly moved away and looked at him from 10 meters away. Zhang Tan didn't hide. Seeing that the catcher didn't even want the cage, he hurriedly got up and prepared to go to the yard wall. He wasn't going to let the man escape. Even if he couldn't beat him down, there were other ways. The man's eyes were probably injured. In the dark environment, he couldn't see his surroundings clearly. He hit several trees and still couldn't get out. Seeing that the man's back was facing him, Zhang Tan rushed over, jumped up, and grabbed the man's pants. Strip! It was a pity that the man was wearing jeans and a belt. Zhang Tan couldn't take it off. The man felt a scratch on his thigh. He didn't look carefully, turned around, and kicked hard. However, he didn't kick the cat. He tripped on a branch and fell on his back. The catcher didn't expect to catch a cat like this. The cat didn't enter the cage, but it was so bold to come up and scratch people. Didn't they say that domestic cats were more gentle? Most of the cats he had caught in the community before didn't have such bad tempers. The cat he was facing now didn't give up after scratching him once. It scratched him a second time. If he had been wearing sweatpants, his pants would have been taken off. However, the situation didn't allow the catcher to think too much. He had to run away quickly. However, before he could get up, he felt a sharp pain in his butt. Depang and Zhang Tan, who were squatting next to him, pulled their ears together. Niu Zhuang, you are so King awesome. Niu Zhuang had bitten people before. It was the same this time. It didn't think about the danger at all. It rushed up and bit him. This time, Niu Zhuang didn't bite his calf. Maybe it felt that its mouth had become bigger or for some other reason. But this time, it bit his butt. Since Niu Zhuang was here, Flowery and Sahara arrived soon. Flowery didn't bite people, but it could bite other things. Seeing that its companions had bitten, it also found something to bite. The catcher was wearing clothes with a hat. Flowery bit the hat on the man's clothes and dragged it backward. As it dragged, it shook its head and made a low growl. Originally, Flowery was just playing with toys. However, the catcher raised his hand to slap the big dog because the hat on his clothes was bitten. However, this slap made Flowery angry. It had a good temper, but it didn't mean that it wouldn't get angry. In addition, there were two companions next to it, so it gradually became serious. It used more strength, and its tearing action was much more violent than before. As Flowery tore and swayed, the catcher was also pulled to the side. He was already dizzy, and now he was even dizzier. Zhang Tan thought a movie he had seen before. It was called Cujo. In that movie, St. Bernard dogs were once the symbol of terror. After coming back to his senses, Zhang Tan looked at the situation again. The funny thing was that Flowery was biting the man's hat, and Sahara was biting the man's pants. The two dogs were pulling in opposite directions. Moreover, Niu Zhuang was biting in the middle. It had to be said that the catcher was really unlucky. The catcher was feeling terrible. His face was still burning, and there was a dog biting his butt. There were two dogs eyeing him from head to toe. He was getting dizzier and dizzier. After he took a breath, he didn't bother to fight with the big dog. He reached into his pocket and searched. He searched. There was nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. He searched again. There was still nothing. Where was the knife? Zhang Tan looked at the man's movements and knew what he was looking for. However, when the man fell and Niu Zhuang rushed up to bite him, Zhang Tan took the opportunity to take the knife out of the man's pocket and threw it to the side. He didn't want the man to hurt the three dogs with the knife. The people in the courtyard weren't slow either. They quickly arrived. The first to arrive was the guard uncle. The guards in charge of this area were a few steps behind him. The guard uncle got to work quickly after he received the old lady's call. He was a retired soldier. Although his relatives had helped, It was mainly because of the old lady that he was able to come here to do this leisurely job. Her son had also helped arrange it, so he would often help the old lady a little. When the old lady called to explain the situation, he immediately notified the school security office. He also came out with a flashlight and a shirt. He couldn't let the staff in the courtyard take the risk. However, the guard uncle was helpless when he arrived. The 3 dogs were too engrossed, and their tempers were obviously aroused. He would definitely be implicated if he went up rashly. Scratching his head, the guard uncle looked at the 2 cats squatting next to him. "What should we do?" Zhang Ting glanced at him, then walked over to the cat cage. The guard uncle shone the flashlight at Zhang Tan and quickly recognized the use of the cage. He walked over and took the cage out. He looked at the sparrows that hadn't moved much. He also looked at some marks on the cage. Obviously, many cats had been caught in this cage. "Wow, you've got guts. You actually came to the courtyard to trap cats." The guard uncle looked back at Depang, who was squatting on the side of the road as if it had nothing to do with him, and then looked at the cat catcher who was being bullied by the 3 dogs. He curled his lips. Coming here to trap cats, wasn't he looking for death? Even if the laws in this area weren't perfect in our country, since he was caught, he definitely wouldn't be let off easily. Moreover, the fat dragon was involved. A few people from the compound came over and used their flashlights to look at the situation over there. They also heard the guard talk about the use of the cage, so they didn't go up to help the cat catcher. They just stood at the side and watched, chatting with the guard. It was the first time they had seen a cage used to catch cats, so they were curious. People like this who steal cats usually sleep during the day and start stealing cats around midnight. From midnight to 5 or 6 in the morning, they can steal 10 to 20 cats. Didn't you say that a lot of people lost their cats a while ago? It's all done by these people. But strange. This person looks like an experienced cat thief. He actually came here to steal cats, and at 8 or 9 in the morning. The guard uncle shook his head as he spoke. Zhang Tan squatted not far away and listened to their conversation. He also wanted to know something about this. After all, before he became a cat, he didn't care about these things at all. But now he had no choice. After all, it was related to his life. Are they all stolen pet cats? Even if they're eaten, can't the merchants raise them? Chickens, pigs, and other livestock for eating, aren't there specialized factories to raise them? Why are they stealing house cats? A younger guy asked. The guard uncle smiled. Raise them? How is that possible? It's better to steal cats. It's faster and cheaper. Cats aren't like dogs. They're easy to catch. And these people have skills in trapping cats. They specialize in trapping big cats and let go of the small ones. They'll come back next year. Anyway, they don't have to spend their own money to raise cats. The *MN. Did that mean that the cats that were raised so painstakingly were raised for these people? Also, don't they often see stray cats? Catching stray cats is bad enough, but stealing house cats? The young man sighed. There aren't many stray cats. The market demand is high, so these people target domestic pet cats. Moreover, house cats are raised well and don't have diseases. They can be sold at a higher price. But the people who lose their cats are pitiful. A middle-aged teacher next to him also interrupted. That's right. After raising a cat for so long, they have feelings for it. Those who lose their cats will be sad for a long time. Wasn't that person before? After losing his cat, he couldn't eat or drink. Zhang Tan knew the person who lost his cat. He also lived in the East Courtyard, but that family's cat didn't play with Zhang Tan and the others. That cat once ran into the first floor of Building B and climbed over the balcony to steal Depang's food. It was severely taught a lesson by Depang. But during the new year, Zhang Tan heard that the cat had disappeared. He didn't think too much about it. Now that he thought about it, Zhang Tan sighed. How much does this cat sell for? The young man asked curiously. Not much, just a few dozen yuan. Native cats are similar, so it's sold cheaply. After the cats were caught, some of them were skinned and sent to fur markets and other places. As for the cat meat, they were sold to restaurants or barbecue stalls. Some of the barbecue and skewers at street stalls might have cat meat in them, and some other foods might also have cat meat in them. Many people didn't even know that they had eaten them. Some cats are directly thrown into boiling pots to burn to death. It's said that chopping off the head and feet can be passed off as rabbit meat or other meat. This is the fur and cat meat business. There are also cat catching organizations that do live cat business. After catching the cats, they're shipped to the south in truckloads. In the big cities, to get these truckloads of cats, they're all stolen house cats. No wonder Sister Ling kept her cat at home. I haven't seen her Huang recently, right? Are there many cat catching organizations? The young man asked. There are many. Why don't you catch these people? The guard uncle paused and said, there are more cat catching organizations than you think. They're all over the country. It's too complicated and involves too many things. Some people pull truckloads of cats to the south. Even if they're stopped halfway, they still have a license in their hands. There are always other legitimate reasons to avoid them. You can't catch them. Zhang Tan listened to their conversation and suddenly felt cold all over. Because he was now a cat, the feeling was even stronger. Connecting the conversation between the guard uncle and the few people, Zhang Tan knew that the cat that stole Depang's rations was lost and would never come back. The people in the courtyard gradually gathered here, and the people in the security office also rushed over. The three dogs were called back by their owners. As for the cat catcher, he was in quite a sorry state. His face was full of cat scratches, his trousers were torn, his buttocks were bleeding, and his clothes were torn into rags. But no one here sympathized with him. The woman who had just mentioned that the cat was lost was very emotional. She waved her hand and wanted to come over, but she was stopped by her husband. Under the osmanthus tree, the cat thief covered his face and lay there, blood still flowing from between his fingers. Soon, this person was taken away by the security office. But the people in the courtyard didn't stop discussing. Zhang Tan saw the Jiaopa and ran over. It was safer to be with family. Depang was very excited when he saw the old lady. He rushed over and jumped on her. The old lady picked him up. Looking at the series of actions, it was obvious that she had done this kind of thing often. Zhang Tan watched from the side and was very surprised. Damn, this guy was fine just now, but now he's scared. T fatty, with your weight, can't you understand that the old lady is already so old? Feeling Zhang Tan's gaze, Depang raised his head, squinted his eyes, and shook his ears. He buried his head in the old lady's arms and continued to seek comfort. Every time he pretended to be pitiful, the old lady would give him more food after he went back. The Jiaopa took Zhang Tan and walked with the old lady to their building. As they walked, they listened to the old lady talk about how Depang recognized the cat cage. Depang has been trained. My son said that the cat's biggest enemy is that thing. So every time I go to his place, he will train Depang to avoid all kinds of cat cages and other cat traps. Sigh, cat thieves nowadays are so wicked. Chapter 57. The news that someone had stolen a cat from the East Side family compound spread like wildfire. No one expected that someone would try to trap a cat on a university campus. And at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, not in the middle of the night. It had to be said that the person who had set the cat was very brave. For a time, all the residents of Tsinghua University, including the West Side family compound, tied up their cats at home at night. Even if they screamed until their throats were broken, they would not let them out. If they were annoyed, they would send them to Shaogua for sterilization. It was said that sterilized cats would not be so noisy. No matter what, it was better than running out and being trapped. If the cat was trapped, it would probably become someone else's meal. So these 2 days, Shaogua's pet center's business was very good. Even if some people did not want to perform surgery on their cats, they would run over to ask if there was any other way to keep their cats at home quietly. As for the cat thief who had been caught, the security guard found a motorcycle on the other side of the wall of the East Side family compound. There were several large woven bags on it. One of the bags had a few live sparrows in it. In addition, there was some food to lure the cat. Looking at these things, it was obvious that this person had done this many times. According to this person, he had only come over to trap a cat because he had heard the cats meowing. He had originally planned to go to a neighborhood not far from here. That was his main target. Zhang Tan heard all this when he was talking to the Jiaopa and the Jiaoma. However, Zhang Tan did not believe the cat thief's words at all. He felt that the person had come for him. It was too much of a coincidence. They had been carefully monitoring a cat, and now someone had come to steal the cat? Moreover, The person had come to the East Side family compound. Relatively speaking, there were not many cats in the East Side family compound. There were fewer cats than in some residential neighborhoods. Why would the person take the risk to come here at 8 or 9 o'clock to trap a cat? The time was just right when he usually went out. In the bedroom, the Jiaopa was holding a textbook in his hand, but his attention was not on the book. He felt that something was wrong and was inexplicably uneasy. No matter what, he should not let his cat go out. Zheng Tan and Jiaopa had the same idea. Since there were many things that they were unsure of and had doubts about, they might as well just stay at home. Not to mention Zheng Tan. Even Depang had been locked up at home for the past few days. They weren't even allowed to lie on the balcony. The old lady cherished Depang. She was afraid that the cat that she had spent so much effort to raise would be taken away. After staying at home for a week, Zheng Tan began to feel uncomfortable again. One morning, when Jiao Ma sent Jiao Yuan and little Pomelo out, Zheng Tan followed them out. To be on the safe side, the Jiao Ma asked Zheng Tan to follow her all the way to the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China. When the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China, she wanted to go to the market. Of course, Zheng Tan wouldn't go with her. However, the Jiao Ma Primary School affiliated to Renmin University of China didn't want to let Zheng Tan wander around. Therefore, she told Zheng Tan to wait at the lawn in front of the school. Not long after the sun came out in the morning, the temperature had started to rise. Many flowers in the school had bloomed, and chirping birds were noisily shitting everywhere. The bell rang to signal the start of class. Students from the affiliated primary school and the affiliated primary school started their classes. The road became quiet again. Zheng Tan lay on a piece of landscape stone and yawned. Sure enough, he still needed to breathe in the fresh air occasionally. Before he could finish his yawn, Zheng Tan felt a sudden sense of crisis. It was similar to the situation when he was being watched a while ago, but this time there was a strong sense of crisis. This was the first time Zheng Tan felt this way since he turned into a cat. He looked around vigilantly, and finally, his eyes fell on a young man in gray sportswear. The young man was carrying a backpack and wearing a mask. His hands were in his pockets, and he looked like an ordinary student. Due to the SARS incident last year, a lot of people wore masks when they went out. Although there weren't that many people wearing masks now, there were still some who did. Even those who rode electric scooters to work sometimes wore masks. The air in Chuhua City wasn't very good. Many places were under construction, so there was a lot of dust. Wearing a mask wouldn't be noticed. Although this person was wearing a mask, Zheng Tan still recognized him. This was the guy who was spying on him a while ago. Since he recognized him, Zheng Tan had to be alert. Seeing that the guy was walking towards him, Zheng Tan didn't want to confront him directly. There were too few people around, and it was really disadvantageous for him. However, just as Zheng Tan was about to run, he felt a pain on his back. Ouch! He didn't have the strength to scream. The numbness had begun to spread quickly throughout his body. His vision was blurred, and his consciousness was gradually losing control. Zheng Tan rolled down from the landscape stone. On the side with his back facing the person, Zheng Tan struggled to pull off the pet tag from his neck. At this moment, he was very glad that his cat tag rope was elastic. Even if he was caught, Zheng Tan wanted to let the Jiaopa know that something happened to him here. After taking off the cat tag and throwing it at the bottom corner of the landscape stone, Zheng Tan tried his best to squeeze into the bushes on the other side. Unfortunately, the numbness was too strong. His limbs were already weak, and he fell to the ground after a few steps. There was also a needle in his back. F***CK. They actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. In a daze, Zheng Tan felt that someone was approaching. Then, one of his legs was grabbed and stuffed into a bag. Then, the surroundings were dark. The young man seemed to be nervous and in a hurry. When he saw someone passing by on a bicycle, he quickly ran over, stuffed the cat into his bag, and hurried away. He didn't notice the cat tag under the corner of the landscape stone. After buying groceries, Jiao Ma carried a few big bags in her hands. She also bought ribs. She was going to cook a big meal for everyone. However, when she came back, her cat was no longer on the lawn. Before she left, her cat was lying on the stone. Did it go to play? Black charcoal. After calling twice, Jiaoma looked around the lawn. When she came to the back of the landscape stone, she found the cat tag that had fallen there. Jiaoma asked around. No one paid attention to the situation here. However, a teacher in the teaching building of affiliated primary school said that when he came out of the office, he saw a person wearing a mask go to the lawn. However, from this angle, they couldn't see the lawn clearly. Jiaoma didn't care about the groceries in her hands. Instead, she quickly took out her phone and called Jiao Pa based on her understanding of her cat. If it had been told to wait here, it wouldn't have left for no reason. Moreover, it had left the cat tag here. Her cat was so smart. Thinking about the cat incident a few days ago, Jiao Ma was very worried. Was it really taken away? In the teaching building, Jiao Pa was in class. He felt the phone in his pocket vibrate. He looked at the screen, frowned, took out his phone, and walked out of the professor's office. Usually, teachers weren't allowed to answer phone calls in class, except for emergencies. When Jiao Pa saw Jiao Ma's phone number, he knew it must be something urgent. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called him even though she knew he had classes in the morning. The students sitting in the classroom saw Associate Professor Jiao go out to answer a phone call. After a while, he came back in with a serious face. He turned off the projector and told everyone to study by themselves. Then, he left in a hurry. The young man who had caught Zheng Tan hurriedly walked out of Tsinghua University's campus. He was about to find a place to deal with the cat when the phone in his pocket rang. "Uncle, what's up? I'm leaving in an hour. If you're leaving, come here quickly." The person on the other side of the phone seemed to be worried. "Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you say you're leaving at night?" "No, it's an emergency. Come here quickly." After that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man hesitated, gritted his teeth, and decided to leave first. He could deal with a cat anytime. However, it might be a little troublesome to get the money. An hour later, the young man appeared in a warehouse in the suburbs. In front of the warehouse was a small truck. Next to the truck was a man in his 40s or 50s, smoking. After seeing the young man, the man said impatiently, "What took you so long?" "I did a job." The young man didn't say much. He took out his backpack and showed it to the man. The man took a deep puff and threw away the cigarette, but he took the backpack and opened the zipper. He saw a black cat in the backpack. He lifted the cat by its legs and looked at it. "Not bad. I could sell it for a good price. The fur is not bad. I'm sure people will buy it when I get rid of it. What should I do with this cat? My employer told me to kill it, and I was about to throw it into the river when the time came." "Uncle, you called me. Why would you throw it away?" The man stared at the young man. "This cat is well fed. If we're lucky, we can sell it for a few hundred yuan with the meat and the shiny fur. It's not common to see pure black fur." "Okay." The young man agreed. Who wouldn't want to sell it for money? The man carried the cat into the truck and threw it into the cage. This medium-sized truck was filled with cages of cats. According to the cat's appearance and the price they could sell for, they were divided into several grades and kept in different cages. Outside the truck, there were some large cardboard boxes with some sundries inside. They were brought in by the people they helped, so they had more ways to make money. After throwing the cat into a cage on the upper level, the man closed the door of the truck, climbed into the driver's seat, and drove away. The young man sat in the passenger seat. He didn't have time to ask some questions before, so he held it in until now. "Uncle, why are you in such a hurry? I don't know what's going on these 2 days." Someone checked, and the fake IDs in the hands of a few of my fellows were found. Even the whole truck was detained. I'm afraid they'll investigate further. It's better to run away first. This time, he didn't catch too many cats. The cages in the truck weren't full yet. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he would have stayed here for a few more days. Even if there were no cat traps, he could still drug a few dogs. Yesterday, he saw a few big fat dogs. Investigate further? No way. It hasn't been like this in the past. The young man was surprised. Anyway, we don't plan to come to Tsinghua City for the next few months. The situation here is tense. I'm so King unlucky. This has never happened before. Didn't those people turn a blind eye to it? Why are they suddenly so serious now? The man complained as he drove. The young man in sportswear didn't care about his relatives' complaints. He took out his phone and started to make a call. He hadn't met the employer, but it didn't matter if he met the employer or not. The cat is settled. When will you transfer the money to me? The young man in sportswear asked. Is the cat dead? The person on the other side asked. It was shot with a tranquilizer gun. It's probably dead if it can't withstand it. Even if it can, it's useless. My uncle took it to the south and sold it to the market there. You don't have to worry about that. The person on the other side of the phone was silent and didn't speak. The young man thought that the other party didn't want to pay, so he was anxious. Chuhua City has been tense recently. You're also anxious. I risked being found out to help you. The tranquilizer gun cost a few thousand. Your deposit is all gone. You can't disappoint me. Don't worry. I promised you 30,000 yuan. I will transfer it to you later. Also, don't contact me in the future. After saying that, the person on the other side of the phone hung up. The young man listened to the beeping sound on the phone and cursed. What? That person wants to renege on the payment? The driver asked. Who knows? The young man sneered. Why did you buy a tranquilizer gun to trap a cat? The driver said disdainfully. I asked around. I heard that the cat has been trained. The employer also said that the cat is very smart. I was very careful even when I was monitoring it. The young man said and gradually changed the topic. He didn't say how much the employer had paid. In fact, he bought the tranquilizer gun secondhand from a friend. It was only a few hundred yuan. Even if the employer didn't pay, he still made a profit. The person who went to the eastern courtyard to trap the cat was contacted by the young man. He used that person to test the waters. If he managed to trap the cat, of course, it would be better. The young man could get rid of him with a few dozen yuan. But the results proved that the cat was not easy to catch. Coincidentally, a friend had a tranquilizer gun, so the young man bought it. But the cat didn't come out for the next few days. He couldn't find a chance to catch it. It had dragged on for too long. He had to be more aggressive. He didn't know if there were any cameras around. If there were, it would be best for him to hide in the south for a while. He actually used a tranquilizer gun to catch a cat. The young man didn't expect it to be like this. In the cabin of the medium-sized truck, Zheng Tan and a few cats were squeezed together in the cage at the top. Many of the cats in the cage had been drugged. They were groggy and didn't make any noise. Even if the cats were awake, they would only make a noise occasionally. They probably didn't have much energy left. Zheng Tan, who was in a coma, didn't know that because of his disappearance, there was a hurricane in Chuhua City. A large number of cat traffickers were arrested. That night, several trucks carrying live cats and dogs were detained. The Jiaopa used his connections to see a camera installed in the elementary school. It could vaguely see the lawn. Although the image wasn't clear, it was enough to confirm that his cat had been taken away. The Jiaopa asked some friends, Celestine, He Tao, and the others to help. They looked everywhere for the cat. They searched the detained trucks and several places where cats were sold. When they saw a black cat, they sent it to a place and waited for the Jiaopa to identify it. Unfortunately, Zheng Tan wasn't among them. That night, many people couldn't sleep. At the same time, because of this incident, there were some conflicts of interest. There were all kinds of conflicts in the open and in the dark. Zheng Tan didn't know any of this. The amount of anesthetic used by the young man was quite heavy. If it were a normal cat, it probably wouldn't have been able to survive. Even if it did, it would have been in a coma for a few days. However, Zheng Tan was a special case. Zheng Tan woke up after a few hours. However, even if he woke up, he still didn't have any energy. He was surrounded by unfamiliar breaths and unfamiliar cats. Zheng Tan could feel their fear and confusion. He had to endure even if he was hungry or thirsty. A few cats were whispering, like they were whimpering. Zheng Tan looked at the dark cabin. The cage he was in was closer to the cabin door. There was wind coming in through the gap of the cabin door, which made Zheng Tan more awake. It was dark outside the gap of the door. How long was the night? Zheng Tan lay in the cage, thinking about how to deal with the situation. However, after thinking about it, Zheng Tan fell asleep again. Chapter 58. Zheng Tan was woken up by a violent tremor, trampling, and cat meowing. The effects of the drug had not completely disappeared. When he opened his eyes, Zheng Tan still felt like he was in a trance. He did not know where he was. He was not on the soft sofa of a Jiao family. He was surrounded by unfamiliar smells. and the air was filled with panic and anxiety. The yelling of people and the meowing of cats mixed together, giving Zhang Tan a headache. Bang! Cages with cats were placed on the shelves. Zhang Tan was stepped on by the other cats in the same cage. This time, he really woke up. He opened his eyes and looked around. It was a small room, filled with a foul smell and the smell of blood. Zhang Tan could see some iron cages on the shelves opposite him, as well as a few simple cat cages made of wood and bamboo nailed together. His ears moved, and Zhang Tan also heard a dog barking next door. The dog barked harder than the cat. Zhang Tan sighed. His whole body was still weak, but he could stand up and move. The other cats in the same cage were all very strong. Some of them were even expensive cat breeds. Their fur was cleaner and shiny, and a few of them had collars and pet tags around their necks. They were all good-looking. As for Zhang Tan waking up, the cats in the cages did not pay attention to him. Domestic cats, especially those that had been raised for a few years, seemed to have sensed what was waiting for them. Outside this room was a restaurant. The whole street was full of such restaurants. However, even if they had spirituality, they were not as good as humans. Even if they knew there was danger, they could not think of a way to save themselves. They could only bark. Maybe they still had a lucky mentality, hoping that their owner could hear them. Zhang Tan looked around. Most of the cats in the cages were not stray cats. Even if their fur was dirty and there were no collars or tags around their necks, the eyes of stray cats were different from those of domestic cats. Zhang Tan could tell. He looked at the cages again. The good thing was that the locks of the cages were not complicated. They were not small bronze locks that required keys. After all, there were many cages. If each cage had a big iron lock or a small bronze lock, it would be too troublesome. The cages made of bamboo or would also have latch locks. A few cats stretched out their paws to pull at the lock parts of the cages, but after all, they were not very smart. Not every cat was specially trained like Depang. No matter how much they pulled, they could not open the cages. This was not like pulling at the windows of their own home. Also, it took a bit of strength to pull the latches. The latches were very tight and could not be pulled by ordinary cats. For Zhang Tan, this kind of thing, he did not know when the peddlers outside would come in. Logically speaking, since he had just finished counting, he wouldn't come in to take a look. However, he had to be careful as this matter concerned his life. There were no cameras installed in this place. Thinking about it, how could those people be willing to spend money to install cameras in this kind of broken place? Zhang Tan perked up her ears and listened attentively. There were footsteps coming and going at the door, as well as voices. Zhang Tan felt that it was familiar. When he was in a coma, he heard this sound. When the sound of footsteps faded away, Zhang Tan pushed aside a cat that was waving its paws at the cage door. The cat had a bad temper. It bared its teeth at Zhang Tan. After being slapped by Zhang Tan, the cat was not very willing, but it obediently moved aside. Zhang Tan came to the cage door and looked at the iron latch that was as thick as a person's thumb. It had to be turned at an angle to pull out. He stretched his arm out of the cage. When he touched the iron latch, he bent his palm and hooked his paws on the iron latch handle. He turned the handle 90 degrees up and pulled it to the left. Because Zhang Tan had slapped the cat that was blocking the cage door, the other cats in the cage kept a little distance from Zhang Tan. So, after Zhang Tan removed the latch, he pushed the cage open and slipped out. Before the other cats could squeeze in, he closed the cage again. It was not that Zhang Tan did not want to save them, but Zhang Tan needed to observe the surrounding situation first. If he let these fellows out, Zhang Tan was afraid that he would alert the enemy and ruin his chance to escape. Seeing that Zhang Tan had come out, the cats in the cage started a new round of meowing. A few cats also stretched their paws to hook the iron latch, but it was futile. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Tan looked around. He ran to the door and jumped up to try the lock. It was locked. Obviously, it was impossible to get out through the door. In addition to the door, there was an open window in the small room. The wooden window frame was cracked and the paint was peeling. The original color could not be seen. The window was closed and the latch was inserted. It looked like it had not been opened for a long time. There was dust in the gaps and the latch was rusty. There was a layer of stain on the glass. Only the middle part of the window could be seen. Zhang Tan walked over from the shelf and leaned against the window to take a look. Outside the window was a narrow cement road. The house on this side and the house on the other side of the cement road were facing away from each other. Only the back door of the house led to this road. There were a few large trash cans on the cement road. They were all filled with garbage. Although a lot of it was in bags, he could still see some of the discarded remains and internal organs exposed from the bags. There were many flies flying on them. Even if he was mentally prepared, Zhang Tan still could not help but feel a chill when he saw it. If he did not wake up and dragged on for a few hours or a few days, would he end up like this? Would he be decapitated or skinned? But now was not the time to be emotional. Even if he had a lot of doubts about being caught, he had to suppress them and focus all his energy on escaping. Zhang Tan moved the latch of the window. It had been too long since the window was opened, and the latch was rusty. Zhang Tan's strength had not recovered, and it took a lot of effort to open the window. It seemed to be 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sky was overcast, and it looked like it was going to rain. There was no one on the cement road. Zhang Tan climbed out of the window. When he came out, he was going to push the window closed so that no one would notice anything strange. But after thinking about it, he did not close it. He would have to come back later to save himself the trouble. The house where the cats were kept was next to the house where the dogs were kept. Fortunately, the window of this house was open for ventilation. After all, dogs could not jump like cats. Even if they were released from a cage, they could not jump over the window. There was no one inside, only a cage of dogs barking and biting each other. Zhang Tan opened the window and looked inside. Coincidentally, a large dog looked up at the window and saw Zhang Tan. Woof, 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 woof. Stop barking. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. Dogs were a little different from cats. Some of the cages were crowded with several dogs, and some were bigger and fiercer dogs. Each cage held one dog, from small Pomeranians and Pekingese to big native dogs and German shepherds. There were all kinds. It was a little difficult to open the dog cages. It was not a problem with the lock. The cages here were basically the kind of latch type, and some were bayonet type. They were not difficult to open. There were a few low cages with a few native dogs squeezed in. The narrow cages made it difficult for them to stand up. They did not bark much, and their mental state was not very good. But Zhang Tan did not dare to open the cages. Who knew if these dogs would bite him when they came out? There were also a few dogs barking happily. Looking at their eyes, it seemed like they wanted to rush up and bite him. What to do? Zhang Tan looked around, and finally his eyes stopped on a thin iron rod in a shelf. The front end of the iron rod was sharpened, and there were bloodstains on it. There were some ropes and thin iron wires next to it. Zhang Tan climbed into the house. The surrounding dogs made Zhang Tan nervous. Many of the dogs had a murderous aura and were growling in their throats. They were probably thinking about how to bite Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pulled out the thin iron rod and tied the thin iron wire to the iron rod. The iron wire formed a circle. Then he grabbed the iron rod with both hands and walked upright with 2 legs. Although it was a little difficult, he could walk slowly. On the shelf, there were some sticks and other things used for hitting. They were all bloody. Zhang Tan walked step by step. The pungent smell of blood almost made him vomit. Standing on the shelf, even if the cages were opened, the dogs could not do anything to Zhang Tan. They could not jump so high. Zhang Tan extended the thin iron rod downwards until it reached the latch of the cage. The iron wire tied to the top of the iron rod was hooked onto the latch. She lifted the iron rod, causing the latch to turn, and then pulled it to the side. With a click, the door of the cage opened. A few puppies ran out and scurried around looking for an exit. Zhang Tan did not care about them and continued to open the cages. The type with the bayonet was easier to handle. He poked it twice and it opened. In addition to the effort of lifting the iron rod, Zhang Tan was also familiar with opening a few cages. He opened the cages faster and faster. However, if someone opened the door and came in at this time, Zhang Tan would throw away the tools and leave. Escape was the first priority. After opening all the cages, Zhang Tan did not stay any longer. The dogs were barking too loudly. A few of the fiercer big dogs were showing signs of going crazy. The movement here was obviously easy to attract the attention of people outside. Out of the window, Zheng Tan went to the house where the cats were kept. He opened the cat cages one by one. The windows were open, and the cats escaped through the windows. When he opened the last cage, Zheng Tan heard someone shouting outside. Obviously, the escape of the cats had been discovered. Zheng Tan rushed out of the window. There were no shortcuts to escape. Even if the residents around were not restaurant owners, they would not be merciful to the cats. Zheng Tan did not dare hide there. He tried to run as far as he could. There was only one thought in his mind. Run away from this street. Run away from this area with signs like XX Hot Pot and XX Cat, Dog, and Rabbit Meat Restaurant everywhere. While Zheng Tan was busy escaping, the young man who caught Zheng Tan was talking to a man in his 50s. Uncle Guan, you have gained quite a lot this time, the young man said as he passed a cigarette to the man. The man called Uncle Guan took the cigarette and lit it. He took 2 puffs and said, "It was just a small fight. Boring." Uncle Guan was quite famous in this area. He was one of the earliest people who had started this business. Some of the young people had learned their skills from Uncle Guan. Of course, he did not teach them for nothing, and they had to pay him back. The young man also learned from Uncle Guan, including how to use the tranquilizer gun. He had followed Uncle Guan to hunt dogs a few times, so he was quite familiar with the skills. He was a fast learner, and he had been doing this a lot in the past few years. He had earned quite a lot. Last year, during the SARS outbreak, he was at a low point, but now he was slowly recovering. He was busy earning money. You can earn about 100,000 renminbi a year now, right? Uncle Guan said. Although it was a question, it was very certain. He was very good at this. The young man smiled and did not answer directly. He took out something and showed it to Uncle Guan. Tranquilizer gun. Uncle Guan looked at it casually. Not bad, but it is too small. Boring. It does not feel good to hold. This kind of syringe is not easy to get. Based on the dosage, are you shooting dogs or humans? The young man smiled. Cats. Uncle Guan raised his eyebrows. You are quite capable. Using this to shoot cats. His tone was full of disdain. Uncle Guan had always thought that cats were dumb as hell. Their curious nature could kill them, so they were easy to catch. The young man did not mind Uncle Guan's sarcasm. That cat is not easy to catch. If I was not in a hurry to come back, I would not have used this. This time, I followed my uncle to a few cities in the central region and got this tranquilizer gun. I also got a BMQ to play with. The young man told some truths and lies. As for how much he had earned from the last job, he did not say a word. If he did, he would have to show some respect. Uncle Guan snorted and did not take the young man's words seriously. He paused and said, "Tomorrow, I'm going out to do a job. Are you interested?" "Where are you going?" the young man asked. Uncle Guan pointed to the west. The young man did not speak. Although he beat dogs to catch cats, and sometimes took a few jobs through middlemen, he had also beaten people up before. But he had never poached before. After finishing the cigarette, the young man threw the butt on the ground and squashed it with the tip of his foot. "Okay, this time I will follow Uncle Guan and gain some experience." Just as he finished, a worker rushed out from the shop with blood on his arm. The dog ran away. The cat ran away too. Their shop was not only a restaurant, but also a wholesale business. Earlier, someone wanted to buy a dog, so the worker took him to see the dog. Before he got close to the storage room, he heard someone say that the cat had run away. He was secretly happy, but when he reached the door, he heard that the dog's barking was not right, and he was worried. When he opened the door, he saw a big dog charging at him. If not for his quick reaction, his arm would have been broken. When the young man heard the worker's words, his heart skipped a beat. He hurried over to check out the situation. After 2 steps, he turned back to look at Uncle Guan. Before he could say anything, Uncle Guan pulled out the tools used to shoot dog from his truck. "Let's go. My hands are itchy, so I'll give you a hand. These animals are just restless," Uncle Guan said casually, but there was a crazed and cruel murderous intent in his words. Zheng Tan did not know what was going on at the restaurant, so he kept running. However, it took too much effort to open the cage earlier, and the effect of the drug had not completely worn off. Suddenly, a wave of tiredness and fainting hit him. Misfortune never came alone. The people behind him rode motorcycles and drove cars, picking up the escaped cats and dogs along the way. Not only the owner of the restaurant, other people on the street also joined in the action. The dogs barking and the sound of the batons stimulated Zhang Tan's eardrums. Zhang Tan just wanted to leave this street as soon as possible. This place was like a demon's den, but his legs were not listening to him, and his heartbeat was irregular. Before he lay down, Zhang Tan practically crawled to a corner. They were already out of the street, but when Zhang Tan heard the running footsteps, it was useless even if she cursed God in her heart. She took a few deep breaths to recover a little and planned to hide in the garbage dump at the corner. Although she was unwilling, her life was more important. Just as he was about to crawl into the trash pile, a white shadow appeared around the corner. A few young men were holding nets, sacks, and iron batons. They caught the escaped cats and dogs along the way. No one on this street had pets, so as long as they saw a cat or dog, they would catch it or hit it with a baton. It did not matter whether they were dead or alive. When they turned the corner, the young men saw a large white bear squatting not far from the trash pile. Even though they caught dogs, they did not dare to do so. It was a familiar face. It was raised by the son of a big boss, and it lived nearby. It was not on their street. Looking at the big white bear that was baring its teeth at them, the young men quickly left. The big guy did not have a good attitude toward the people on this street. Soon after they left, a girl about 17 or 18 years old passed by on a foldable bicycle. She waved at them. "Eugene, let's go." "Woof," the big white bear barked. It looked at Zhang Tan, who was trapped inside, and jogged to catch up. The numbness only appeared for a while. After resting for a while, Zhang Tan began to feel his legs and feet again. Maybe it was the effect of the drug, or maybe it was the side effect of the drug, but he did feel much better now. Chapter 59. At night. Tsinghua University's residential area. The Jiao Pa was standing in front of the door. He raised his hand and rubbed his face to hide his tired expression. He took out his keys and opened the door. The sofa in the living room was still empty. There was no longer a black cat lying there and watching TV. When they heard the sound of the door opening, the doors of the two children's rooms opened at almost the same time. However, when they saw the expression on the Jiao Pa's face, their eyes dimmed again. It had been a week, and there was still no news. The few illegal cat and dog trafficking dens that were taken down in Tsinghua City didn't have the information they wanted. Bang! The door of the two children's rooms was closed again. They went to do their homework. When they first found out that their cat was missing, the eyes of the two children were swollen from crying. Even though a week had passed, their eyes were still red and they were in low spirits. "Still no news?" the Jiao Ma asked in a low voice. She was also in a bad mood. The Jiao Pa shook his head and didn't say anything. After a while, he said, "Celestine and Director here are helping to look for it." Director Zhao also asked a friend to keep an eye out for news in this area. There should be news soon. Just as he finished speaking, the phone in the bedroom rang. The Jiao Pa quickly got up to answer it. The two children in the room pressed their ears against the door, hoping to hear some good news. However, the Jiao Pa didn't say much after answering the phone. He only said a few words in a very low voice. He didn't seem to be very happy. After he hung up the phone, the Jiao Pa took out a cigarette and stood on the balcony to smoke. Normally, the Jiao Pa didn't smoke unless he was in a bad mood. The person who called just now was Celestine. He told the Jiao Pa the results of his investigation. There was no news of black charcoal. However, the person who sold the tranquilizer gun had found it. Following this lead, they dug deeper. However, the person who bought the tranquilizer gun wasn't a local and was more cunning, so they couldn't find much. Although there wasn't much useful information, Jiao Pa had always had a suspect in his heart. Then he thought about his recent encounter with Professor Ren in the hospital. Professor Ren seemed to be quite proud of himself recently. While the people of Tsinghua City were busy searching for Zhang Tan was sleeping in the attic of a villa. That day, he followed Dabai and the girl to a neighborhood nearby. The neighborhood was more luxurious, with elevators and villas. Dabai's house was one of the villas. As the girl's speed was not fast, it looked like she was just taking a stroll. She would stop and occasionally get off to buy something, so Zhang Tan was able to secretly catch up with her. It was just that he was too tired and had a hard time. His condition that day was really bad. The girl and the white bear entered from the main entrance of the residential area, but Zheng Tan entered from the side of the fence. He followed the direction of the girl and the dog and arrived at a villa. He found a nice place in the villa, the attic, for a cat. Climbing into the attic of an American-style villa was not difficult. The attic of this villa was piled with some junk. Usually, no one would come here. So many places were covered with cobwebs and dust. There were originally a few rats, but after Zheng Tan arrived, they probably packed up and ran away. Anyway, Zheng Tan did not see them again. It was not easy to find a temporary place to stay. Zheng Tan's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. He rummaged through the things in the attic and found a pillow from a cardboard box. He did not care if there was a moldy smell on it and lay down on it to rest. Zheng Tan was woken up by the pitter-patter of the rain. The rain hit the windows of the attic, making pitter-patter sounds. In the quiet environment of the attic, the pitter-patter sounds were particularly clear. The sky outside was already dark. Another day had passed. Here, Zheng Tan could see the street lights of the residential area through the attic's window, as well as the lights of the surrounding residents. The shadows of people were flickering. At this time, it should be dinner time. Zheng Tan moved his nose. There was only a moldy smell in the attic. Zheng Tan knew where this area was and how far it was from Chuhua City. One was a central city, and the other was a coastal area in the south. It was because he was clear that he was at a loss. Xiayi City was not too far away from Nanchun, where he had lived for 20 years. Zheng Tan looked at the raindrops on the window. He did not know what he was thinking. To be precise, he was in a daze. However, he did not stay in a daze for long. He was hungry. Zheng Tan thought that he would wait until later when everyone in this family was asleep and then go down to look for food. Zheng Tan was not ready to expose himself. This family had a dog. They might not eat dog meat, but who knew if they would eat cats? What kind of character did this family have? He did not want to take the risk. Stretching, Zheng Tan moved his hands and feet, thinking about what to do in the future. If it was a human, it would be good. Unfortunately, it was just a cat. Waiting was boring. Zheng Tan rummaged through the junk and pulled out a small ball, the kind that was used for children's toys. It looked like it had not been touched for a long time. Lying on the pillow, Zheng Tan played with the ball with his forepaws. His palm gently pushed the ball back, and then he used his foot to kick it back. Looking at the ball jumping in the air, Zheng Tan felt that he was really like an animal in a circus. Speaking of which, if he was not there, he did not know what would happen to the Jiao family. There was also Xiao Guo's advertisement. Zheng Tan played with the ball and thought about things at the same time. The sound of the family's laughter came from downstairs. There was also the sound of advertisements on the TV and the familiar dialect that he had not heard in a long time. Finally, in the middle of the night, the rain outside seemed to have stopped. There was a window in the attic that could be pushed open. The family probably did not know that a window in their attic was broken. However, even if they knew, they would not care because the window was very small. Even a 7- or 8-year-old child would not be able to climb in easily. There was no need to worry about thieves entering the attic. Coming out from the slanted window, Zheng Tan looked around. Because it had just rained, the surroundings were wet. Looking at the water stains on the soles of his feet, Zheng Tan found a place to go down from the roof and went to the kitchen. Initially, Zheng Tan saw that there was an opening on the door for pets and wanted to use it to enter. However, after trying out, it was locked. It was probably because the white bear was too big. It could be used when it was young, but now it had no use. Therefore, the owner had directly locked the door. Since he could not enter through the door, Zheng Tan could only climb through the window. Fortunately, there was a window above that was not closed. Zheng Tan climbed through that window. Before he climbed through the window, Zheng Tan purposely stepped on the doormat at the back door a few times to dry the water stains on his feet. He did not want to leave cat paw prints in the kitchen. There was a large refrigerator in the kitchen. Zheng Tan opened the refrigerator and looked inside. There was not much food. Looking at the family's condition, even if they did not finish their dinner, they would probably directly throw it away. However, the good thing was that there were some pre-made meatballs bought from the supermarket. Zheng Tan ate a few, but they were not cooked. He could only make do with them. Most of the other food was for children. There were some biscuits, fruitcakes, and so on. Zhang Tan ate some of them. Zhang Tan took out some of the snacks that came with individual small packaging. He would take them to the attic later. After eating some food, Zhang Tan felt much better. Although they were all cold, it was much better than starving. Gently closing the refrigerator door, Zhang Tan carried some snacks and quietly left. He was getting more and more proficient at walking with 2 legs. It was a little troublesome to climb through the window. It was not easy to climb with 2 legs, so Zhang Tan carried the snacks out bag by bag. Before leaving the kitchen, Zhang Tan looked at the gap under the closed kitchen door. Through the gap, he could see some white dog hair. The big white bear was lying on the other side of the door. Zhang Tan believed that it should have discovered him, but it did not make a sound. What good dog! It could bare its teeth at the people who beat the dog, and it would cover for him. It was quite smart. After looking for food, he moved the bags of snacks to the attic. Zhang Tan lay on the musty pillow again. He never thought that he would steal food at night like a mouse. He had fallen to this point. At night, he slept well. He did not know if it was because of the drugs, but Zhang Tan had been sleepy recently. Sometimes he slept very deeply. Even if someone was next to him, he probably could not hear it. The next day, Zhang Tan heard several news. For Zhang Tan, the news was not bad. First, he heard that there was a murder on the street that sold cat and dog meat. The victim was Uncle Rod, the famous person on the street. The cause of death was a rabies attack. It was strange that this experienced person did not get vaccinated, or rather, he did not get vaccinated in time. Theoretically speaking, he should have known better than others how to protect himself. But in the end, he did not escape death. Zhang Tan listened to the discussions of the people around him and came up with many possibilities. Maybe there was a problem with the vaccine, or maybe the veteran had been careless, or maybe he had been infected for a long time but had not been vaccinated, or maybe he had eaten dog meat. After all, the hygiene of the street was not very good. They had cut corners when cooking, and the rabies virus was not completely eradicated. These were all possibilities. In any case, there are many different opinions, but the truth was that the famous Uncle Rod had died of rabies. Other than this famous Uncle Rod, there was another unlucky person, and that was the young man who had captured Zhang Tan. It was said that when Uncle Rod was sick, the young man had gone to find him. In the end, Uncle Rod, who was not in his right mind, had hit him with a bottle of alcohol. He was still lying in the hospital. Hearing these 2 pieces of news, Zhang Tan was very happy. Even though he did not know Uncle Rod well, from the discussions around him, the old man had killed countless dogs. He had even taught a group of people to kill dogs and trap cats. He had even poached, so he deserved to die. Furthermore, because of Uncle Rod, everyone on the street was in danger. Even those who did not kill the dogs in their own restaurants went to the hospital to get vaccinated. After all, many animals could carry rabies. As for the young man, Zhang Tan thought to himself, even if you can walk out of the hospital alive, don't let me see you, or I'll kill you. Zhang Tan would remember this grudge. Other than these 2 pieces of news, Zhang Tan also heard that the family was going out for a vacation that weekend. There would be no one at home, and it would be easier for Zhang Tan to do what he wanted. Zhang Tan wanted to use the family's phone to inform the Jiaopa. Even if he could not say what he wanted to say, at least he could let them know that he was still alive. Zhang Tan had thought it through. He would call the Jiao family, and then the Jiaopa would call the family, and then they would come pick him up. After all, the family would be back on Sunday night, and he would not have to wait for too long. It was better than being homeless. 2 days later, on Friday afternoon, the family had packed their things. When the children came back from school, they drove an off-road vehicle and left with the family and the dog. After they left, Zhang Tan could not wait to jump into the house through the window to look for the phone. There was a landline next to the sofa in the living room. Zhang Tan jumped on it, bent his arm, and picked up the receiver. Then he raised his paw and pressed the numbers one by one. Zhang Tan remembered the Jiao family's phone number. In Jiao Yuan and Little Pomelo's rooms, there were 3 numbers: the family's landline, the Jiaopas, and the Jiao Ma's. Therefore, Zhang Tan knew these 3 numbers by heart. But until now, Zhang Tan had only called the Jiao Ma when the Jiao Pa was sick. Zhang Tan was a little nervous when she pressed the button, but But after she pressed the number, the voice on the other end of the line said, "The number you have dialed is not in service." Zhang Tan was stunned. He dialed again, and the result was the same. Had the Jiao family's landline changed? Zhang Tan dialed the Jiao Pa's number again, and the call did not go through. He tried the Jiao Ma's number again, and it still did not go through. F***CK. Was there a problem with this phone? It could not make long-distance calls? That was not right. Yesterday, he heard the family's owner calling someone overseas. How could it be a long-distance call? Zhang Tan did not give up and tried again. The result was the same. Zhang Tan was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone away. Unfortunately, he could not remember the phone numbers of other people in Chuhua City. Zhang Tan squatted on the sofa and scratched his head. If he had known this would happen, he would have memorized more numbers and tried them one by one. Celestine's, Xian's dormitories, Zhao Li's, Lil Zhua's, Huang's, Depang's, Old Man Land's, Chu Xiangyang's. Zhang Tan could not remember any of these people's numbers. That time, Celestine had said that he had changed his phone number. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan had forgotten about it when he turned around. F***CK. He regretted it. The sound of cloth tearing rang out. Zhang Tan came back to his senses and looked at the sofa under him. He had accidentally scratched the fabric sofa. He hoped that the family's owner would not link it to the cat. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and jumped down from the sofa. He looked for something to eat in the kitchen and even found a can of milk to drink. Even though he was full, Zhang Tan still felt a chill in his heart. Night fell. The large mansion was quiet. Zhang Tan did not like this kind of quiet. He wagged his tail and slapped the ground repeatedly. The cars of the surrounding residents drove past. The light changed, and the shadow of the window frame moved on the wall of the living room. Beep beep. When the family returned home, they honked twice. Vaguely, he could hear their laughter outside the house. Stop arguing. Zhang Tan sat up irritably and jumped out the window. Under the cover of the night, Zhang Tan could avoid being captured. The incident with Uncle Guan had made the people on that street behave themselves. Furthermore, this place was no longer within the area of that street, so no one was out there catching cats. Zhang Tan strolled aimlessly. He came to the edge of the neighborhood and squeezed through the gap in the fence. He did not walk far. When he passed by a fast food restaurant, Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by the conversation of two people. "Okay, I have something to do. I'll find you when I come back from Southtown," the man in the leather vest said to the other person. "Be careful when you drive at night. When you reach Southtown, give me a call." "Got it." The man in the vest waved his hand and said goodbye to the other person. Then he swung the key and walked toward the parking lot. He got into a pickup truck. Southtown? Zhang Tan hurriedly ran up and jumped into the truck's cargo compartment. Other than the suitcase and a few bags that the man in the vest had tossed in, there was nothing else in the truck. There was still a lot of space inside. Zhang Tan stood up and leaned against the side of the truck to look outside. Then he found a place to close his eyes and rest. Chapter 60. Speaking of Nansheng, people would always think of its legendary speed of development. This international metropolis had always attracted countless people with dreams to come here. This year, the opening of the subway, the opening of small and medium-sized enterprises, the rise of civil power, and so on were all driving the development of Nansheng. On the streets, people in suits and carrying briefcases came and went in a hurry. The fashionable young people also became more and more flamboyant. Zhang Tan, sitting in the pickup truck, looked up at the tall buildings outside. The retrograde landmark buildings opened doors in Zhang Tan's memory. Suddenly seeing these, Zhang Tan felt like he didn't know what year it was. The sun was a little dazzling, but the temperature was very warm. If he was in a more peaceful environment, Zhang Tan wouldn't mind sleeping. Unfortunately, this was not the case. Zhang Tan was very familiar with this city. In addition to the fun spots that he used to frequent, he had also driven to some other places. When he was bored, he liked to take a girl out for a walk, so he could remember many places. However, after all, there was a time difference. This city was changing every year. Compared to a few years later, it was still young, but it didn't lose its vitality. The bus stops and street signs were constantly telling Zhang Tan the direction and route of the car. The pickup truck drove towards the city center, and Zhang Tan was happy to do so. However, his happiness didn't last long. The pickup truck drove into a residential area. This residential area wasn't very high-end in Nanchung, and it wasn't very big. After the pickup truck stopped, Zhang Tan immediately jumped down from it without being noticed by the driver. After jumping out of the car, Zhang Tan first found a place to hide. He didn't know what Nanching's attitude toward stray cats was at this time. If stray cats were seen on the streets, would they be taken away? If they were really caught, Zhang Tan wasn't sure if he could escape successfully every time. It was close to noon, and the temperature was about 20 degrees. Compared to Chuhua City, it was slightly warmer. Zhang Tan hid in a corner and moved his nose. He smelled a stench on his body, and his body was a little itchy. He didn't know if it was because he was in the same cage with other cats. With so many cats in the same room, the possibility of getting fleas was very high. What a troublesome matter. Zhang Tan hadn't taken a shower since he was caught. His body was covered in dust, and there were probably some bloodstains on it as well. When the dog cage was opened, there were a lot of dried or half-dried bloodstains around the shelf. Zhang Tan inevitably got some of it, and it still smelled. However, the good thing was that the color of his fur made these stains not obvious, and he didn't look too miserable. If it was white fur, it would be difficult to clean it. Without shower gel, it would be difficult to clean it. Therefore, Zhang Tan was very glad that his fur was all black. Zhang Tan never licked his own fur. Now, when there was no one to help him with the hot water to comb his fur, he had to find a way to do it himself. In order to not look like a stray cat, she had to keep her body clean and her fur smooth. Zhang Tan looked around the neighborhood and finally chose the man-made pool. There were some koi and other small fish in it. The pool must have been cleaned often. The water was clean, and the rockery was tidied up well. Taking advantage of the fact that there weren't many people loitering outside at noon, Zhang Tan jumped into the pool and swam around. He rubbed against the rockery to wash off the sticky dirt on his body and smooth the knotted fur on his body. After rubbing for a while, Zhang Tan played with the fish for a while, chasing them around. However, Zhang Tan had no interest in raw fish, so he didn't eat them. After feeling that it was enough, Zhang Tan came out of the pool and shook his fur to get rid of the water on his body. Sometimes, Zhang Tan wondered why cats would lick themselves when there was water on their bodies, but dogs would shake their fur vigorously or rub themselves on the ground when there was water on their bodies. Especially dogs with long fur. Sahara of the East Courtyard was one of them. He would rub himself everywhere after bathing, so his owner had to tie him up every time he bathed. Zhang Tan's fur wasn't long, so he couldn't shake off much water. When the wind blew, he felt a little cold. He couldn't get sick now. If he got sick, he would probably be thrown away like the plague or disposed of in some other way. Looking around, Zhang Tan saw a first-floor resident drying a towel outside on the balcony. He ran over and grabbed one with his claws. He wiped his fur. Zhang Tan was already familiar with this kind of thing. Without shower gel, the water in the pool wasn't very clean, but it was passable. It was better than not washing at all. After washing, Zhang Tan felt a lot more refreshed. In order to let his fur dry faster, Zhang Tan jumped onto a tree and found a place with sunlight to dry his fur. The neighborhood was quiet. Occasionally, he could hear some dogs barking. The greenery was good, but it wasn't as comfortable as the East Courtyard of Chuhua University. Zhang Tan had now formed a habit of comparing it to the East Courtyard. After yawning, Zhang Tan changed his position. The fur on his back was almost dry, but the fur on his stomach was still dry. He lay on his side and changed the angle to continue drying his fur. He really missed the children's hairdryer in the Jiao family. Zhang Tan closed his eyes and rested. He had to be alert at all times. Otherwise, he would be tricked. With the experience of being caught, Zhang Tan didn't dare to be careless at any time, let alone in this unfamiliar environment. Occasionally, there would be people walking around. As long as they weren't walking in his direction, Zhang Tan wouldn't get up and run away. He tried to save as much energy as possible. After all, it wasn't the day where he could go home and open the fridge whenever he wanted to eat. Small footsteps sounded. In other words, it was the sound of walking through the grass. Zhang Tan's ears twitched. It didn't sound like a human's, nor was it a dog's. Zhang Tan knew the sound of a dog's paws walking on the ground. So it was the same kind. Zhang Tan opened his eyes and looked over. A white Persian cat was walking towards him with elegant steps. Many people said that Persian cats were born spoiled and gave people a feeling of magnificence and nobility. It was like a noble, not something a stray cat could compare to. Zhang Tan didn't care if it was a noble or not. At the moment, he was staring at the cat tag on the Persian cat's neck. The tip of his tail moved. It seemed that there was a good way. Even if the fur on the cat's body was cleaner, there was no guarantee. It wasn't the most direct way for people in big cities to distinguish stray cats from pet cats. The cat tag was like a person's ID card. It played an important role in such a big city. Sometimes, it could change the attitude of passers-by. With a cat tag, it proved that the owner valued the cat more. It also told people that the cat had a backer. To get rid of the impression that it was a stray cat, Zhang Tan had to start with the cat tag. After all, he didn't look like a famous cat. As long as he went out and rolled a few times and got dust on him, people would probably think that he was a stray cat. The Persian cat didn't know what Zhang Tan was thinking, and it didn't notice Zhang Tan's existence. It certainly didn't know that someone was thinking about its cat tag. It still walked with elegant steps toward a few big trees. It walked over and rubbed against the tree trunks, sharpened its claws, and peed to mark its territory. No matter how elegant a cat was, it couldn't get rid of some of its natural instincts. Zhang Tan was no longer lying down. He quietly moved over from the branch and waited there. The elegant Persian cat was still intoxicated in its own world. After it finished marking its territory, it was probably ready to go to the pond next to it to watch the fish. When it raised its tail and passed by the tree Zhang Tan was in, Zhang Tan saw it and rushed over. When they were in the east side courtyard, Zhang Tan had seen Huang play and fight with the sheriff. He knew that cats generally used those few skills the most. They would either scratch and slap like a spinning top or hug and bite and kick with their legs. So in order to avoid those situations, Zhang Tan rushed over and rode on its back. He didn't let the Persian cat turn over at all. The Persian cat struggled hard and made an angry meow, but it couldn't compare to Zhang Tan's strength. Zhang Tan pressed it to the ground and freed his paws to untie the cat collar on its neck. The cat collar was still leather, like a buckle on a belt, and not the elastic one Zhang Tan used to wear. The cat tag was also the color of local tycoon gold and the metal engraved. It was not easy to control his strength to hold down a cat and ensure that it did not suffer any internal injuries or fractures. Furthermore, the cat's fur was thick and long, making it easy for his arm to slip. It took Zhang Tan quite a bit of effort to hold it down. Sure enough, it was easier to hold it down with a human hand. The cat's paws weren't as flexible as a human's. When he untied the cat collar, he was almost scratched by the cat several times. The cat looked very gentle, but when it was pressed down, it was really irritable. Meow. The Persian cat that was pressed on the ground growled, as if it wanted to immediately scratch Zhang Tan. It was full of anger. Meow my ass. I'm just borrowing the cat tag. Just hand over the cat tag obediently. With such a noble appearance, even if it didn't use the cat tag, no one would think it was a stray cat. Besides, if it lost the cat tag, its owner would definitely give it another one. In order to ensure his own safety, Zhang Tan had no choice but to rob this brother of his. Hey, what are those two cats doing? Are they fighting? A little girl's voice came from not far away. Zhang Tan looked over. There were two children, not even as old as Jiao Yuan. The little girl who spoke just now was about the same age as little Pomelo. There was a pool between them and Zhang Tan, so Zhang Tan wasn't worried that they would immediately run over. There was a 10-year-old boy next to the little girl. After seeing Zhang Tan's situation, he immediately covered the little girl's eyes. Oh, it's broad daylight. Shame. Zhang Tan was speechless. Shame your ass. What was this little brat thinking? Seeing the two children run away, Zhang Tan continued to struggle with the cat collar. With great difficulty, he finally untied the cat collar from the Persian cat's neck. Zhang Tan held the cat collar in his mouth and retreated. However, after the Persian cat got up, it didn't attack Zhang Tan. It arched its back and looked at Zhang Tan vigilantly. Then it ran away, probably to find comfort at home. Holding the cat collar in his mouth, Zhang Tan climbed up the tree. He adjusted the collar so that he could take it off at any time. It looked a little loose. The shiny gold cat tag was too eye-catching against the black fur, but it was better than nothing. He bent his claws to take a look at the cat tag. The name of the Persian cat was engraved on it. Katie? This name was so F***king high-end. The problem wasn't it awkward to give a male cat such a name? Zhang Tan still felt that Caesar was more domineering. Forget it, I'll just make do with it. After adjusting the cat collar, Zhang Tan didn't immediately put it back on. Instead, he hid it and walked around the neighborhood. He found a house and climbed into it to get something to eat. Chapter 61. Coming out of the neighborhood, Zhang Tan was ready to hitch a ride. When he decided to come to this city, Zhang Tan already had a plan. Zhang Tan rarely took the bus before. When he was too young to drive, he would take a taxi when he went out. He didn't want to squeeze with other people on the bus. Because of this, he left an impression on many people that he was a rich young master. Of course, behind the rich young master was a sucker. Walking along the sidewalk, Zhang Tan came to a stop sign. A few young girls who were waiting for the bus saw Zhang Tan and squatted down to tease him. The people around them just smiled and didn't say much. This was the advantage of wearing a cat tag. In many people's eyes, wearing a cat tag meant that the cat in front of them had been vaccinated and was well taken care of. It wasn't a stray cat that might carry germs, so even if they didn't like cats very much, they wouldn't dislike them too much. If it was a cat that didn't wear a cat tag and looked very ordinary, even if the cat acted very close to people, they would still be very repulsed. Zhang Tan didn't immediately walk away when he saw the young girls. He cooperated with them and rubbed against them. He was happy to be touched by the girls. If they took out some trinkets from their keychains, Zhang Tan pretended to be very interested and raised his paw to touch them a few times to earn their favor. While pretending to cooperate, Zhang Tan also paid attention to the bus routes and stops on the stop sign. He wasn't familiar with many of the stops, but he knew the names of some of the landmark buildings and places. He couldn't move around in the daytime, so he could only wait until night to hitch a ride. After figuring out the general route, Zhang Tan found a place to sit and wait for night to come. It was impossible to find a pickup truck every time, and not every pickup truck would take the route Zhang Tan planned. So Zhang Tan decided to hitch a ride on the bus. Forget about the double-decker buses and forget about the trams. To avoid accidents, Zhang Tan chose to hitch a ride on the more common single-decker buses. Finally, the sky turned dark. Zhang Tan's chest tightened as he looked at the crowded buses. Fortunately, he didn't have to squeeze in. When the bus he wanted arrived at the bus stop, Zhang Tan sped up and rushed over without waiting for the door to open. Then, he jumped onto the roof of the bus. It was noisy inside the bus, so no one heard the noise from the roof. What happened just now? A passenger sitting by the window saw a black shadow flash by from the corner of his eye. What do you mean what happened? Forget it. I guess my eyes are playing tricks on me. I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when we arrive. The man leaned against the window and began to take a nap. At this moment, Zhang Tan, who had jumped on the roof of the car, was still a little surprised. He thought that he would step on the window or something to assist him when he jumped. He didn't expect that when he accelerated toward the car, he suddenly had a strong feeling of confidence that he could jump directly. After that, he was already on the roof of the car. He moved his legs and didn't feel any discomfort. After the passengers had alighted and boarded the bus, the door closed and the bus started moving. Zhang Tan quickly ran over and hooked onto the protrusion at the skylight of the bus. The roof of the bus was relatively smooth. After the bus started moving, if it made a sharp turn or a sudden stop, Zhang Tan would probably be thrown out. Therefore, he had to firmly hook onto the fixed object to stabilize himself. Probably no one would have thought that there was a cat lying on the roof of this very ordinary bus. Zhang Tan couldn't tell where the bus was going. He could only pay attention to the bus's stop announcement every time it arrived at the bus stop. This bus's route was only part of the route that Zhang Tan wanted. Therefore, after arriving at a certain stop, Zhang Tan had to get off the bus and change to another route to continue his ride. Some buses stopped at 9 o'clock in the evening. Some are open all night. Every time he changed buses, Zhang Tan had to look at the time of the bus he was about to take. It would be best if the bus was open all night. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to wait for another bus. Taking the bus was troublesome, but in order to achieve his goal, Zhang Tan had to repeat this trouble again and again. In this way, Zhang Tan was getting closer and closer to the destination in his heart. When the bus stopped at a stop in the middle, Zhang Tan suddenly heard someone calling him. "Hey, Zhang Tan, wait a minute." It was a child's voice. Zhang Tan couldn't remember who it was. Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the voice. He only saw the back of a few children walking into a taxi. The night light intertwined, so he couldn't see clearly. There was an arcade around this stop. Zhang Tan recalled that he often came here when he was young. When he was in the mood, he would skip class and come here to play for the whole day. Although there were many places that minors were not allowed to enter, that was only on the surface. As long as you threw money, there would naturally be places to play. The taxi went away. The route was in the same direction as Zhang Tan's own plan. However, Zhang Tan couldn't see the appearance of the passengers in the car clearly. He could only vaguely see that there were a few children sitting inside. He was inexplicably nervous. When the bus suddenly moved, Zhang Tan almost lost his grip and slid out. After getting off the bus at the stop, Zhang Tan squatted not far from the bus stop and looked at the bus stop sign showing the various bus routes. This was the last bus. After the bus came, it would be very close after 7 or 8 stops. The name of the last stop was the name of the neighborhood Zhang Tan used to live in. It was easy to recognize. As he was thinking, Zhang Tan suddenly became alert. He dodged sideways. The place where he was squatting just now was hit by a rubber bullet. It bounced up and disappeared. After being caught, Zhang Tan's vigilance increased a lot. He was also more sensitive to the danger around him. That was why he could dodge the rubber bullet so quickly. Zhang Tan had played with rubber bullets before. It was a toy that children liked. Zhao Yuan also had one. Looking sideways, Zhang Tan saw a few young people sitting by the railings. They looked like they had drunk too much. They probably saw a cat on the side of the road and raised their toy guns to shoot at it. They usually liked to play shooting games. They had played rubber bullets, paintballs, field games, and so on. The toy guns in their hands were won from a shooting game at the club. Although they didn't like children's toys, they could use them to pass the time when they were bored. Moreover, even if they had drunk, they were very confident in their shooting skills. They thought they would hear the cat scream, but they didn't expect that the cat could dodge it. Therefore, they got excited. A few of them got up and walked towards Zhang Tan. F***. Zhang Tan cursed in his heart. His luck was really F***king bad. On the other side, a few young men were holding toy guns. They shouted like madmen as they chased after Zhang Tan. Rubber bullets were fired one after another. Zhang Tan didn't want to run too far. He wanted to wait for the last bus, but the crazy people behind him kept chasing. As Zhang Tan ran, he looked around to see if there was a good place to hide. There was a van at the corner. The door of the luggage compartment at the back was open. Zhang Tan rushed in and found a place to hide. The driver of the van had a cigarette in his hand and was talking to the people standing outside the van. He didn't even notice that there was an extra cat in his car. There was no one else in the van except for the driver. There were some goods on the seats, such as color TVs and other household appliances. There was also some stuff in the luggage compartment. In the back, there were daily necessities, such as toothpaste, shower gel, shampoo, and so on. Zhang Tan hid behind the goods and looked at the crazy young people running towards him through the gap. "Where did the cat go?" one of the young people said as he fiddled with his hair. There were some shopping malls around. After turning the corner, there were no bushes or flower beds, except for the trees on both sides of the road. "Did it climb up a tree?" another young man said as he looked at the surrounding trees. The person who first shot at Zhang Tan looked around and walked towards the van. Zhang Tan shrank back and lowered his body, trying to hide himself. Just as the young man was getting closer, another person came to the back of the minivan. This person was the one who had spoken to the driver earlier. He raised his hand and pulled the door of the luggage compartment open with all his might. Ha! The door of the van was closed. Zhang Tan was speechless. He turned around and saw that the driver had finished smoking and closed the window. Zheng Tan's plan to run out through the window was ruined. F***CK. Bad luck. Life is full of obstacles. No amount of beauties could calm Zheng Tan's heart, which was currently galloping like an alpaca. Zheng Tan suddenly wanted to yell, F***CK, let me out. However, Zheng Tan's response was the sound of the van's engine. It was as if there was a pair of invisible hands that forced him away when he was close to the target. He couldn't resist. He was so close to the target twice, but the result was still the same. Was this God's will? Zheng Tan didn't know. The driver was playing some nostalgic songs in the van. Zheng Tan used to listen to a few of them before. Coupled with Zheng Tan's complicated feelings, he had the urge to bang his head against the wall. There were no walls here, so Zheng Tan hit the back seat. The music in the van was too loud, so the driver didn't hear the strange sounds behind him. He was still singing along in his narcissistic state. After a while, the driver's phone rang. He turned down the music and answered the call. Zheng Tan wanted to say that it was dangerous to talk on the phone while driving, but he used to do this often. Even drunk driving was common. Zheng Tan really felt that he was lucky to be able to grow up safely. Okay, I'll call him. Yes, I know how to call the landline. Oh, what's the area code in Beijing? 010. Okay, I got it. The driver happily talked on the phone, but Zheng Tan felt like he was stuck in mud and then struck by lightning. Area code? F***CK. He didn't add the area code last time. As for the phone, it seemed like he needed to add a 0 when he called a long-distance call from another province. Zheng Tan, you're a pig. He hadn't used a phone for so long that he didn't even remember this basic knowledge. Zheng Tan wanted to slap himself a few times. His brain wasn't working at the critical moment. He really didn't expect it to be so severe at that time. The opportunity was so close, and he had suffered so much for nothing. His current situation was even more unpredictable. If the Jiaopan knew about it, he would definitely blame himself for not teaching his cat how to make long-distance calls. Zheng Tan lay on a cardboard box, thinking back to when he made the call. His brain wasn't very clear, and he wasn't very rational. It must be the side effect of the drug. Yes, the telecommunications company was also at fault. Even if they couldn't recognize the number from another province, they should have given some hints. No matter what, the opportunity was missed. What should he do now? Zheng Tan was annoyed. Should he hit the driver until he fainted? Zheng Tan looked at the flashing streetlights outside the car window, estimated the speed of the car, and then looked at the cars coming and going outside. It was quite dangerous, and he could get into an accident if he wasn't careful. Forget it. He would find a chance to call the driver when he reaches home. Since he had found the key, he wasn't afraid that he couldn't solve it. Zheng Tan was still optimistic as she planned her next course of action. However, when the car stopped, Zheng Tan jumped out of the van while the driver was moving the goods and was stunned by the woods and fields that filled his vision. Chapter 62. When Zheng Tan got out of the car, the sky was already a little bright. Because he was too engrossed in his thoughts, Zheng Tan didn't pay attention to how long the minivan had been running. He didn't even expect that he would be so unlucky. He just happened to sit in this car, and the car left the city. He didn't even know if this place was still in Nanjing. However, according to the time, he was afraid that he was already far away from Nanjing. What he saw were patches of woods and fields that stretched to the horizon. The countryside was not poor. The houses of the residents were modern, and only a few places still had the old-fashioned tiled houses. Zheng Tan didn't know where this place was on the map, but seeing that many of the residents' houses were 2- or 3-story bungalows, he knew that the living conditions of these people were good. It was easier to find a phone. If it was a poor place, it would be difficult to find a phone. Zheng Tan wrote down the address of the minivan driver's house. If the driver drove again, he could continue to ride. After that, Zheng Tan was ready to walk around to familiarize himself with the terrain and the unfamiliar environment. To wait for an opportunity, he must spend the waiting days peacefully. He wanted to see which residents were easier to kill and easier to find food. He also wanted to see which villagers had phones at home and whether it was easy to find an opportunity to make a call. Another important thing was to find a safer place for himself. In terms of safety, Zheng Tan preferred the taller branches. Perhaps because the temperature here was slightly higher than in the central region at this time of the year, it was warmer. Many deciduous trees were leafy, which was good for Zheng Tan to hide. Walking around the village, Zheng Tan met a few dogs and a cat that was playing with bugs outside. They were all kept in captivity. Seeing them wandering around leisurely, Zheng Tan felt more at ease. The fact that these cats and dogs were wandering around meant that no one was trying to trick the dogs and cats. Zheng Tan found a large locust tree with lush foliage as a temporary foothold when the weather was clear. She jumped up and tried it out. Overall, she was quite satisfied. She chose a branch to lie down on and looked around. From here, he could see the situation in the village. At the same time, he was not very close to the village, so he would not be harassed by the villagers. There was a citrus grove near the locust tree, and there were 2 dogs tied up in it. Zheng Tan had just seen a cat enter the citrus garden and walk past the 2 dogs. The 2 dogs only glanced at it and then did not respond. They were probably familiar with each other and did not bother to bark. A black butterfly flew past the big locust tree and into the citrus garden, dancing among the citrus trees. Zheng Tan remembered that this seemed to be a type of butterfly. He had seen something similar in Old Man Land's small garden before. In the end, the butterfly that flew into the small garden was made into a specimen by Old Man Lawn. At that time, there were still a few students present. Zheng Tan overheard their discussion, saying that in some places, this phoenix butterfly was the legendary Liang Zhu butterfly. The butterfly was also very particular. To be able to become a butterfly, this butterfly had to be type 2. The so-called type 2 meant that there were inherent and obvious differences between female and male individuals, allowing people to determine the butterfly's gender through these differences. Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai were a man and a woman. Connecting it to the legend, people felt that there should be differences when they turned into butterflies. On the other hand, for example, the Demo butterfly, because the male and female phoenix butterflies were similar in color, it was not easy to distinguish them. Therefore, they were not advocated as Liang Zhu butterflies. Zheng Tan looked at the pattern on the wings of this phoenix butterfly. It looked like a female butterfly, which was Zhu Yingtai. Zheng Tan was admiring Zhu Yingtai. Suddenly, the cat that walked into the citrus garden jumped up from behind a citrus tree and slapped the butterfly down with its paw. It slapped it a few times and played with it with its paw. Then it ate it. Zheng Tan. He did not know how the people who told the legend would feel when they saw this scene. After Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies, they were eaten by a cat. The people who heard this cruel version of the story would probably have constipated expressions. Yawning, Zheng Tan closed his eyes and began to sleep. He had no choice. If he wanted to take action, he had to wait until night. Zheng Tan had a dream when he was sleeping. He dreamed of the days when he was in the Jiao family during the New Year. He remembered that day when Zheng Tan and the 2 children sat on the sofa and watched TV. The show was playing The Dog is Talking. At that time, the Jiao Yuan said, "Black charcoal, you must remember the way home. If you get lost and we can't find you, can you come back by yourself?" Zheng Tan had been conflicted about whether he should stay in Nanxing or find a way to go back to Chuhua City. However, in the end, he decided to go back to Chuhua City. After all, the lives of cats and humans were different. It was really not easy to find a good family. Moreover, Zheng Tan had already begun to miss the courtyard in the Eastern District. When night fell, Zheng Tan jumped down from the locust tree and walked towards the villager's house. The people in this place ate early and went to bed early, so Zheng Tan did not have to wait too long. He first found a few houses and found some food to eat. It was not very delicious, so he could only make do with it. After eating, he went to find a phone. It was a bit difficult to find a phone. The people in this place also liked to put the phone in the bedroom and at the head of the bed. In other words, the phone was always guarded at night. Zheng Tan went to a few houses, but the situation was the same. Even if the villagers were asleep at night, Zheng Tan did not dare to call them immediately. The phone was at the head of their bed, and it could easily wake them up. Zheng Tan did not want to be treated as a monster, so he could only continue to search and see if there were any residents who were easy to target. Zhang Tan would not choose those who had dogs at home. These dogs did not recognize Zhang Tan and would bark when they saw him. Zhang Tan could not do anything about this, but most of the villagers had dogs at home, so Zhang Tan's choices were much narrower. Fortunately, Zhang Tan finally found a good household, and what was more coincidental was that this household was the family of the driver of the minivan. Hiding in the dark, Zhang Tan eavesdropped on the villagers' conversation. It turned out that the younger brother of the minivan driver was preparing to get married. A few days ago, he had gone to the southern part of the city for some business, so he bought some related necessities and appliances. The wedding date was the day after tomorrow. This family had a big yard, because they had an open-air banquet, but the kitchen was not big enough, so they had a meal in the yard. Now, the people in his family were basically busy in the yard, and they continued to work when it was dark at night. In this way, there was no one in the room. What was better was that this family did not have a dog, which made Zhang Tan very satisfied. The first floor was where the elderly lived. The phone was not here, and there was nothing in the hall. Zhang Tan did not look much. There was a simple shed next to the two-story house for cars. Zhang Tan climbed into the second floor from this simple shed. There was a phone in the bedroom on the second floor. Like other residents, the landline phone was also placed on the bedside table. Zhang Tan observed that there were indeed no adults on the second floor at this time. They all went to the yard to help. In the small room next door, there was a little girl who looked like she was in kindergarten. She was reading on the floor, covered with foam boards. As long as there were no adults, it was fine. Even if a child who did not even know how to count saw him, Zhang Tan did not care. Adults did not take the words of children seriously. Zhang Tan jumped in through the window and ran excitedly to the phone. He jumped onto the bedside table, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number by heart. Of course, this time, he did not forget to add 0 in front of the phone number. As for the landline number, Zhang Tan did not remember what the area code of Chuhua City was, so he dialed the number of Jiao Pa. At this time, the Jiao family should be at home, right? Associate Professor Jiao should be at home too. Zhang Tan waited excitedly after dialing the number. However, when he heard the notification sound from the phone, Zhang Tan's mood suddenly became gloomy. F*CK. This phone did not have a long-distance lock. He had to find a key to unlock it. Where could he find the key? Zhang Tan rummaged through the drawer, but did not find a small key to unlock the phone's long-distance lock. He was puzzled. Was there a need to lock the phone's long-distance lock? Shouldn't long-distance calls be frequently used in this kind of place? Dejected, Zhang Tan put the phone back. He squatted there and thought for a while. Would the villagers' phones all be locked? Why did he have to try them one by one? But it would be best if he could steal the driver's phone or someone else's phone. At least a phone would not be as troublesome as a landline. Looking around the bedroom, there were a lot of candies and snacks on the table because there was a wedding. It was probably used to entertain guests. Zhang Tan took out a bag of beef jerky and squid shredded into a big bag. After taking them out, he zipped up the bag and jumped onto the window. He carried the 2 bags of snacks and prepared to leave. When Zhang Tan stood by the window, he was holding the snacks in his hands. His legs were on the windowsill, and he was ready to jump down. Before jumping, Zhang Tan felt someone looking at him. He turned his head to look. The little girl who was reading the picture book next door was hiding outside the bedroom door. She did not shout, but her eyes were filled with curiosity. Zhang Tan paused, then ignored her and jumped off the windowsill. It was not convenient to jump with 2 legs, but it was okay to jump a few times while looking for the phone. Zhang Tan was willing to empty his hands to carry things. Anyway, at this time, no one saw him except for the little girl. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, he would not stay in this place forever. If he was discovered, he could just run away. Zhang Tan left in a carefree manner, but it had a big impact on the child. In the evening, the child's mother came over with a picture book to teach the little girl how to count from 1 to 10. In order to match the memory, her mother also taught her some things in the real world. How many legs does the little bird use to walk? Her mother asked. 2. The little girl stretched out 2 fingers. How many legs does the big yellow dog use to walk? 4. The little girl counted the legs of the big yellow dog in the picture book and said, "Yes, so smart. How many legs does the little cat use to walk?" Her mother asked with a smile. The little girl thought about the cat she saw today and counted with her fingers. Then she stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2. Her mother was speechless. Zhang Tian did not know the impact he had caused. At this moment, he was holding 2 bags of snacks and walking towards the big locust tree. At this time, there was no one in the field. There were only a few dogs guarding the orchard. No one would see a cat that walked very naturally with 2 legs. As Zhang Tian walked, he thought about how to borrow the phone. Suddenly, he heard a faint humming sound. Zhang Tian perked up her ears and tried to distinguish the sound. She felt that it was similar to the sound of a dog. Putting down the snacks in his hands, Zhang Tian walked in the direction of the sound. If there was any danger, her legs would be faster to run. Chapter 63. Puppy? And it was locked in a dog cage. This kind of dog cage was not like the one Zhang Tian had seen in dog and cat meat restaurants. The cage in front of him was obviously more high-end and looked like it was for pet dogs. Zhang Tian remembered that when he ran from the big locust tree to the villager's house, he didn't hear anything. This should have happened when he was looking for the phone. However, when he was looking for the phone, he avoided some residents who had dogs, so he didn't know who the owner of the cage and the dog belonged to. He moved his ears, but there was no sound of other people around, and there was no smell of strangers. Zhang Tian went to the cage and looked. Because the puppy was too small, Zhang Tian couldn't tell what breed it was. He didn't know much about it. The door of the cage was not locked, but there was a small catch. The puppy didn't know how to open it, so he didn't know how long it had been trapped inside. The temperature at night in the mountains was relatively low. Although it was not as cold as late autumn and winter, it was still not something that a puppy of this size could withstand. Dogs, like cats, had a slightly higher body temperature than humans. The surrounding temperature was about 10 degrees. He didn't know if the puppy could withstand such a difference in temperature. Noticing that Zhang Tian was standing outside the cage, the barking puppy came to Zhang Tian and looked at Zhang Tian through the cage. Seeing that Zhang Tian didn't move, it continued to hum and bite the cage with its small teeth that hadn't grown much. Zhang Tian opened the cage door with his paw. The puppy paused, tested the door, and then ran out. Although it was still a puppy, this kind of dog should be relatively large. Compared to the current Zhang Tian, the size of these 3 puppies was not much smaller than him. Ignoring the puppy that ran out, Zhang Tian looked at the other 2 in the cage that didn't move. He raised his paw and touched them. They were still soft. He thought that the 2 puppies were dead. He didn't expect them to kick their legs and open their mouths twice. Did they sleep too soundly? Zhang Tian looked around. The pit was too big to block the wind. The wind was relatively strong at night. If 2 or 3 of them were left here, they probably wouldn't survive for long. But Zhang Tian didn't want to get into trouble. He had a hard life. So how could he take care of these 3 puppies? It was more practical to steal a phone as soon as possible and figure out a way to go back to the east courtyard. However, when Zhang Tian turned around and walked 2 steps, the puppy that ran out of the cage immediately came over and rubbed against Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian pushed it aside. It ran back happily, probably thinking that Zhang Tian was playing with it. Zhang Tian simply threw it directly into the cage and closed the cage door. He didn't care, and it began to hum. He turned around again. But after walking for about 10 meters, he slowed down again. Zhang Tian looked back at the dog that was squatting by the cage and looking straight at him. The night sky was dotted with stars. With the starlight, Zhang Tian could see that the dog's body was basically white. There was a large patch of black where one of its eyes was, as if it was wearing an eye patch. This reminded Zhang Tian of Niu Zhuangzhuang in the courtyard. But the 2 looked different. Niu Zhuangzhuang's big head was too special. This paparazzi's body proportions were not like that. It also didn't look like the common dogs in the village. It was probably a skewer. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been abandoned by its owner. When Zhang Tian used to walk in the courtyard, he often heard the conversations of dog owners. He knew the attitude of many dog owners. If their dog's puppy didn't satisfy them, they would directly throw it away. Sahara's owner said, "A wolf travels 1,000 miles to eat meat. A dog travels 1,000 miles to eat shit." Knowing that it eats shit, but still raising it, not caring about its pedigree or breed, taking care of it every day, tolerating it digging holes in the house, burying bones, biting tables and chairs, spitting saliva, and rebelling. That must be true love. Even if it was a mutt, there were people who loved it. It was a dog breed that had undergone thousands or even tens of thousands of years of natural and artificial selection. There is no lack of individuals who understood human nature, had good perception, were loyal and obedient, and had strong hunting abilities. As for skewer dogs, many famous breeds were also skewered. So, the family that threw the dog away definitely didn't love it. When Zheng Tan came back to his senses, he had already walked to the cage again. The puppy inside was humming even harder and making whining sounds. TSK, so annoying. Zheng Tan thought that since he had nothing to do now, he could just find a place to throw it away. He remembered that there were some short shrubs next to the big locust tree. It should be able to block the wind, and no one often went there. Lifting the cage, Zheng Tan walked to the big locust tree. As for the 2 bags of snacks, he would pick them up later. Anyway, no one would pick them up at this time. As there were fewer villagers near the short shrubs, the vegetation was denser, and it was good for blocking the wind. After putting down the cage and adjusting its position, Zheng Tan broke some branches and put them on top of the cage as a cover. He pulled some vines around the cage so that it wouldn't be too easy to find out, right? After setting up, Zheng Tan went back to pick up the 2 bags of snacks. However, when he was picking up the snacks, he suddenly thought, would the puppy starve to death after being hungry for a night? It shouldn't, right? It was just one night. Although he thought so, Zheng Tan felt that if the puppy really starved to death, his efforts would be in vain. So, he threw down the 2 bags of snacks and ran to the villagers. The bread driver's family had already fallen asleep. Some big pots and steamers were set up in the yard. Zheng Tan looked around and found some porridge in one of the steamers. It was still warm. It hadn't been there for too long, so it was probably left there before the family finished eating. Looking around, Zheng Tan found a disposable bowl used by the host for guests and filled it with some porridge. There were some boiled eggs in the other big pot. Zheng Tan found a bag for vegetables and put a few in. When the porridge was brought to the big locust tree, it was no longer hot. Zheng Tan couldn't find anything to heat it up. Anyway, he brought the porridge over with a tentative attitude. He also put an egg in it. Zheng Tan ate the egg white himself and put the egg yolk inside to mix with the porridge. If it was the Zheng Tan of the past, he would definitely not do this. As for his current behavior, for the time being, he attributed it to the derivative emotions of wandering outside. Looking at the porridge in the bowl that had been stirred into a paste, Zheng Tan felt that he really had no appetite. He didn't know if the puppy could eat this. If the puppy didn't eat it, he didn't care. He opened the cage, put the bowl in the corner of the cage, closed the cage, picked up the 2 bags of snacks, and climbed up the tree to rest. In the middle of the night, Zheng Tan heard the sound of eating in the cage. It should be the puppy eating, and it seemed that there was more than one puppy. When it was almost dawn, Zheng Tan jumped down the tree to check. There was no porridge in the bowl. Zheng Tan thought that the 2 puppies would not survive. Now that their stomachs were bulging and their breathing was strong, he guessed that they had gotten up in the middle of the night to eat. It was good to have a strong vitality. The next day, Zheng Tan continued to go out to find out what the villagers were doing at what time. If the villagers were busy in the fields or orchards, Zheng Tan would try to steal the phone even during the day. However, he didn't find anything that day. In the end, he ran to the driver's house to look for food. He jumped to the 2nd floor and took a bag of thumb pancakes that children ate. Before leaving, Zheng Tan saw the little girl again. Just like before, the little girl hid behind the door and looked in Zheng Tan's direction. She looked very serious and even cracked her fingers, as if she was confirming something. Zheng Tan didn't know what she was doing. At this time, he also heard footsteps. The busy driver and his wife finally came upstairs. Zheng Tan quickly jumped off the windowsill with the biscuits and ran away. After taking a shower, the little girl's mother took out a picture book to teach her. The little girl answered the first few questions very well, and the driver and his wife were very satisfied. However, in the end, her mother thought about it and asked, "How many legs does the kitten use to walk?" The little girl's answer was not so simple. 2 4. The little girl, who was about to say 2, changed her words when she saw her mother's face suddenly change color. However, she felt very wronged, so she cried out. This question was really too difficult. Did it have 2 legs or 4 legs? Zhang Tian didn't know the trouble he brought. He searched for 2 days in a row and didn't find a suitable opportunity. The villagers, even if they had mobile phones, carried them close to their bodies and hid them well for fear that someone would take them away. Also, in this era, mobile phones were still very valuable items, not as common as a few years later. However, in this way, Zhang Tan suffered. The 3 puppies were now much more energetic. Zhang Tan would let them out to play for a while during the day. The 3 puppies didn't run around and just played around. Zhang Tan looked at them from a tree not far from the cage. In fact, it would be much better if they could be kept in the cage, but these 3 puppies still had to pee or poop. It was too troublesome to put them in the cage. Zhang Tan didn't want to clean them a second time. He directly released the 3 puppies and threw them into the cage after they pooped. During the day, he looked after the 3 puppies. At night, he looked for opportunities to steal mobile phones and find some food to feed the puppies. This continued for a week. On this day, the 3 puppies were playing outside. The cat that ate butterflies ran over, and the 3 puppies jumped and chased after it. Zhang Tan didn't stop it. According to the situation this week, the 3 puppies would come back if they couldn't catch up and wouldn't run far. But Zhang Tan didn't expect that the cat didn't run away directly, but played with the 3 puppies for a while. It was estimated that the cat usually spent a lot of time with dogs and didn't reject them. It played very happily and ran over to tease them from time to time, letting the 3 puppies chase and bite it. The puppies were so small that even if they had teeth, they didn't have much strength to bite. Zhang Tan didn't care about them. It was good to get along well, and there was a cat to play with, so Zhang Tan didn't have to worry about them. Just as he was about to take a nap, Zhang Tan heard a voice. Looking out from between the leaves, Zhang Tan saw a man in his 30s, carrying a big bag, walking over here. As he walked, he was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone on the phone. The man's accent on the phone didn't sound like a local, and he looked a little down and out. Chapter 64. Zhang Tan was so focused on his phone that he didn't notice the 3 puppies and the cat running towards him. After the man finished the call, he squatted down and scratched the chin of the cat, then looked at the 3 puppies in surprise. When the puppies saw the stranger, they didn't immediately approach him. They walked forward and quickly took 2 steps back. The biggest one even barked twice proudly. However, because it was still too small, it couldn't run steadily. It tripped and rolled on the ground. Hey, whose puppy is this? Why did it run here? The man pulled a piece of grass to tease the puppy, but it was intercepted by the cat next to him. Patting his pants, the man put his phone in his pocket, got up, and walked towards the 3 puppies. Seeing the stranger approaching, the 3 puppies barked a few times, then turned around and ran back. They didn't go directly into the cage, but ran to the big locust tree and barked at Zhang Tan, who was hiding in the tree. Zhang Tan wanted to hit his head on the tree trunk. What's the use of barking at me? My plan was all messed up by you. Originally, Zhang Tan had prepared 2 plans. One was to follow the man and find a chance to make a move. The other was to knock him out with a stick and steal his phone when he wasn't paying attention. Anyway, Zhang Tan had already done this kind of thing before, so he didn't mind doing it a few more times. However, these 2 plans were all ruined by the 3 puppies. Zhang Tan felt that after exposing himself, the success rate of making a move would be much lower, so now he was very unhappy. Looking at the 3 puppies barking under the big locust tree, Zhang Tan wanted to slap them one by one. Damn it! Fang Xiaokong just came out to make a phone call. He didn't expect to see the 3 puppies. However, this place was too far from the village house. Who would put the puppies so far away? Guarding the orchard? How could such small puppies guard the orchard? And as far as Fang Xiaokong knew in the past few days, there were 2 male dogs guarding the orchard. Where did the puppies come from? Which family did you catch them recently? Fang Xiaokong followed him in confusion. This orchard belonged to the family he was staying at. He had never heard the landlord mention that he had caught a new puppy. Seeing the 3 puppies barking at the tree, Fang Xiaokong was even more surprised. He looked up at the big locust tree in front of him. Although it wasn't obvious from afar, once one got closer and took a closer look, one would be able to see black fur between the gaps of the leaves. Cat. A dog couldn't have climbed so high, and it couldn't have been a black leopard. If that was the case, how could the 3 puppies survive? So it could only be a cat. But the question was, why were the 3 puppies barking at the cat in the tree? How strange. Zhang Tan knew that he had been discovered, but he didn't intend to jump down. It was safer to hide in the tree. The 3 puppies barked for a long time, but did not see any response from Zhang Tan, so they began to whine again. Fang Xiaokong looked around and saw the hidden dog cage. He was even more confused. Although he was confused, Fang Xiaokong still left, and the cat followed him. After the man walked away, Zhang Tan jumped down from the tree. The 3 puppies stopped whining and immediately came over. As a result, they were slapped by Zhang Tan one by one. He didn't use much strength. Such small puppies, if he used more strength, Zhang Tan suspected that they would become stupid. But the 3 puppies thought that Zhang Tan was playing with them, so they grinned and came over again. Zhang Tan was annoyed. He jumped up the tree again, thinking about when he would see a villager with a cell phone who was alone. He would solve the problem by force. In less than half an hour, Zhang Tan saw the man come over again. This time, he was holding a bowl of porridge in his hand. There was meat in the porridge instead of egg yolks. Fang Xiaokong came over with the bowl and put it in front of the 3 puppies. The 3 puppies had already smelled the smell. They quickly ran over and began to eat. Zhang Tan curled his lips. Although he was a little dissatisfied that the 3 puppies believed him so easily and began to eat, it saved him the trouble of stealing food for them at night. The 3 puppies ate very quickly. After a while, the bowl of porridge was empty. They even licked the bowl clean. Hey, there really are dogs. A young man in his 20s came over with a shovel. Seeing the 3 puppies step back, he thought for a moment, put the shovel aside with a smile, and walked over with his bare hands. Finished planting the trees? Fang Xiaokong asked. Finished planting. I wonder what those so-called new varieties of citrus will look like, the young man said as he wiped his sweat and leaned against the tree trunk. These dogs don't look like mongrels. Fang Xiaokong pointed at the 3 puppies who were playing with each other. Yes, it's a strung dog, a mongrel dog. This is probably the son of the village head's son, Du Gao. Yesterday, I heard that they threw the puppy away. I didn't expect to see it here. The young man became excited again when he talked about it. The tiredness from planting the tree just now disappeared. Du Gao? I remember someone said that the village chief's son had 2 Du Gao, 1 male and 1 female. Yes, haha. Everyone in our village knows that the female Du Gao didn't like the male Du Gao. Instead, a mongrel got her. I just don't know whose mongrel it is. It's so capable. When the puppies were just born, they could fool people with the excuse that the puppies were too young and didn't grow up. As they grew up, they became more and more like mongrels and could run around. They couldn't hide it anymore. No one was a fool. Although people didn't say it publicly, they treated it as a joke in private. Their family probably felt embarrassed and threw the puppies away. In the beginning, they were so proud of raising the Du Gao. They even bought it at a high price. In the end, it became a joke. The young man laughed happily. What about these puppies? Fang Xiaokong asked. The young man came over and picked up the biggest puppy. Yo, they're quite fierce. If he wasn't prepared, he would have been bitten by the puppy. The puppy that was picked up saw that it couldn't bite people and made a low growl in its throat. These puppies are not bad, but it's probably not good to keep them in the village. The village chief's family will definitely have opinions. I'll call my friend later and ask. His family has a ranch. A few days ago, they said they wanted to buy dogs. I think these 3 are good. Your friend likes this kind of dog. It's not that he likes this kind of dog. He likes native dogs the most. He often goes to the mountains to find pure native dogs and brings them back to train. That kind of pure native dog is stronger, has spiritual energy, and is smart enough. After a long time, it's also loyal enough. They are also brave and can hunt. They can also be used as working dogs. The dog he raised before was like that. That dog didn't look like much, but it was really strong. It often caught rabbits and brought them back for dinner. It definitely wouldn't lose to those so-called world-famous hunting dogs. Unfortunately, it was shot during the new year. The dog forced itself to go home with an anesthetic needle on its back. It died when it came home. He was sad for a long time because of this. It's been a few months, and he hasn't raised it again. A few days ago, I heard that he wanted to buy a dog. As the young man spoke, he pinched the puppy's bones in his hand and looked at the dog's paw. Zhang Tan looked at this person. He seemed to be very satisfied with the puppies. And listening to their conversation, Zhang Tan felt that it was really rare for him to be able to survive the anesthetic gun. The young man continued, "A real hound is not something that can be seen, but is reflected through continuous training. Of course, the innate requirements must also be met. These few are not bad. If he wants them, I will send them to him directly. Anyway, they are an eyesore to the village chief's family." The puppies that were put down shook their fur, then quickly ran to the big pagoda tree. They raised their heads and barked at Zhang Tan, probably to express their grievances. "What's wrong with the puppies? Why are they barking at the tree?" The young man asked. "There's a black cat up there." Fang Xiaokong stretched out his finger and pointed up. The young man shook his head. "No one in our village raises a black cat. Some people say that black cats are unlucky, so they don't raise them. Even if they do, they'll send them away or throw them away." "These 3 puppies were probably picked up by the black cat on the tree," Fang Xiaokong said. "Black cats are really weird. They even pick up puppies." The young man didn't care whether the black cat was telling the truth or not. The more he looked at the 3 puppies, the more satisfied he was. "Brother Fang, I'll go back and make a call. Just use my phone." Fang Xiaokong was about to take out his phone from his pocket. No, I'll go first. Brother Fang, help me look after the puppies. Don't let anyone take them." After that, the young man turned around and walked quickly home with a shovel. After the young man left, Fang Xiaokong put down his backpack and took out a camera. He felt that it was too hot, so he took off his jacket and put on the bushes next to him. He took out his phone from his jacket pocket and put on top of the bushes. He got up and took the camera to take pictures of the surrounding scenery. Zhang Tan looked at the camera in the man's hand under the tree. It was an SLR. These days, SLR should be considered a high-end product. Was he a photographer? She had heard that some photographers like to run around and make themselves look like refugees who had fled from a dire situation. Regardless of whether this person was a photographer or not, Zhang Tan's attention was mainly on the phone. What a good opportunity. Should he grab the phone and run? Zhang Tan looked at the person taking the photos and started to slide down the tree. Unfortunately, the person quickly turned around and came back. He walked to the backpack and took out a water bottle to drink. He also poured some water into the puppy's bowl. Zhang Tan estimated the distance between him and the phone. He wanted to take the phone away when the person wasn't paying attention. However, the person was also paying attention to him. It was not easy to take action. Fang Xiaokong finished drinking the water and put the water bottle back into his bag. He took the phone and looked at the time. While Fang Xiaokong was looking at the time, Zhang Tan's eyes also followed the phone. "You want to play with the phone? Here, play with it." Fang Xiaokong put the phone on the ground in front of him. Obviously, Zhang Tan's small movements didn't escape the other person's observation. Zhang Tan looked at the person in front of him and then looked at the phone on the ground. Could it be a trap? He was willing to give the phone to the cat to play with. However, if he could play with an SLR, he might not be short of money. "Whatever, I'll contact him first." Zhang Tan grabbed the phone with his hand. While grabbing the phone, he also paid attention to the person in front of him. Seeing that he just sat there and didn't have any intention of moving, Zhang Tan put the phone on the ground again. This phone's screen wasn't colored. A few years later, this phone would fall under the category of unwanted phones. However, logically speaking, people who could afford a DSLR should also be able to afford a new phone with a colored screen. Why would they still use this one that was already worn out at the corners? However, Zhang Tan couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. Just this phone was enough to excite Zhang Tan. After going through so much trouble, climbing through the window, and looking for a phone, he had originally planned to snatch one by force. Now, the phone was right in front of him. How could he not be excited? However, this phone should be able to make long-distance calls, right? It wouldn't be in arrears, right? Zhang Tan looked at the person sitting there with a curious expression. He raised his paw and began to press the button. Fong Xiaokong saw that the black cat was staring at his phone, so he passed the phone to it with a playful thought. Who knew that the cat really pressed the button? And it was a long-distance phone number. It didn't press it blindly. Interesting. Zhang Tan pressed the phone number excitedly and nervously. He waited with his ears perked up, and his tail slapped the ground to reduce his nervousness. Finally, the phone rang a few times before it was picked up. Hello. It was the Jiao Pa's voice. After being captured for so long, he finally heard a familiar voice again. He suddenly felt touched, as if he had seen a real family member. Zhang Tan gathered all the complicated feelings in his heart into a cry. Oh, whoa. Chapter 65. Tsinghua University Biology Building. After Associate Professor Jiao finished his class, he went back to his office building. Just as he was about to open his office door, his phone suddenly rang. Associate Professor Jiao quickly took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. Hello. Ow wow. Associate Professor Jiao froze for a moment when he heard the cat's ghost-like howl from the other end of the phone. Then, a bright smile appeared on his usually calm face. A few young female teachers walked over and saw Associate Professor Jiao's dazzling smile. They thought that Associate Professor Jiao might not lose to Professor Run in terms of appearance. Associate Professor Jiao looked around. This was a teacher's office, and there were always people walking in and out of the hallway. It was inconvenient for him to talk, so he quickly took out his keys and opened the office door. He was so happy that he tried a few times to insert the key into the keyhole. After Associate Professor Jiao entered the office, he closed the office door and threw an important meeting note onto the table. Black charcoal, Jiao Pa asked tentatively. As for the fact that his cat would call him, Associate Professor Jiao was just imagining it. Associate Professor Jiao looked at problems too rationally. He analyzed the probability of all kinds of situations, but the conclusion he came up with was very disappointing. There were so many people in the city to help, so many channels and manpower to search, but there was no news. Director He and the others said that the cat must have been transported to another province. It was very difficult to find the cat outside the province. Even in the south, they had asked for help and put up notices, but there was no news. Also, if the cat was out of the province, even if it was fine and had the chance to call, it wouldn't know that there was a prefix in front of the phone number. But now, he really did receive a call from his cat. Associate Professor Jiao felt that this was even worse than when he heard that the project application was successful. Unknowingly, they had already treated Black Charcoal as a member of the family. After Black Charcoal disappeared, it was as if there was a missing piece in their lives. Every time they went home, they would feel sad when they saw the missing piece. The two children were also in low spirits. The neighbors offered to find another black cat to comfort the children, but the two children refused. Everyone in his family knew that Black Charcoal was irreplaceable. On the other side, Zhang Tan was also excited. He howled again, louder and louder than before. He didn't notice Fong Xiaokong's expression when he saw E.T., nor did he notice the three puppies who were stunned by the howling. Even though the howls were terrifying, Associate Professor Jiao still felt a sense of familiarity. The people outside who were talking about Associate Professor Jiao would never have thought that the person they were talking about was talking to his cat on the phone. Black Charcoal, is there anyone around you? Associate Professor Jiao asked. Zhang Tan's excitement gradually calmed down. He looked around, and then his eyes fell on Fong Xiaokong. After answering the phone, he pushed the phone to Fong Xiaokong. When Zhang Tan pushed the phone, someone knocked on the door of Associate Professor Jiao's office. Come in, Associate Professor Jiao said without taking the phone away from his ear. It was Zhao Lu who came in. After she found out that the black cat that saved her had been taken, she had been looking for it. She had also asked many friends to help, but the person who took the cat was too slippery and didn't leave any useful clues. Although she and Associate Professor Jiao both suspected that Rinchong was suspicious, they didn't find any evidence. It was Celestine who went to Rinchong's house and hid for a while to find some clues. Today, she came to discuss with Associate Professor Jiao how to deal with Rinchong and get some clues from him. Zhao didn't expect to see Associate Professor Jiao smiling when she walked in. Her heart skipped a beat. Did he find it? At Zhang Tan's office, Fong Xiaokong was very confused by the cat's behavior. He looked at the screen of his phone and saw that it was still in the middle of a call, so he picked up the phone. Hello. Associate Professor Jiao heard the voice and didn't have time to talk to Zhao Lu. After introducing himself and the identity of the black cat, he asked a series of questions. As Fong Xiaokong answered the questions, he also learned about the general situation. He was surprised to encounter such a situation. There was actually a cat that called home. In the office, Jiao Pa wrote down Fong Xiaokong's name on a piece of paper when he heard his introduction. Fong as in square and round, Xiao as in 2 ears, Kong as in health. Fong Xiaokong. Third Uncle Fong. Zhao Lu asked. Although Zhao Li's voice wasn't loud, the area around the citrus garden was too quiet. Everyone could hear what Zhao Lu said on the other end of the phone. Fong Xiaokong also heard Zhao Li's words. Fong Xiaokong was the third child in his family. He had 2 older brothers. Someone who could call him Third Uncle Fong must be an acquaintance. Who's that? Fong Xiaokong asked. Associate Professor Jiao looked at Zhao Lu and handed the phone over. Is that really Third Uncle Fong? I'm Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu told him about Zhang Tan, then said that the black cat had helped him a lot. He hoped that Fong Xiaokong could help him. Fong Xiaokong looked at the cat, who was still in the mood to play with the dog. He was very surprised. He did not expect that a cat he met in such a remote village would know an old friend. This cat was very capable. Just like what the elders in the village said, a black cat was always a little strange. Zhang Tan was in a good mood. He hadn't been in such a good mood in a long time. Ever since he was caught, he had been in a constant state of fear. He doubted everyone he met for a long time. Every step he took, he had to think about whether this would work or not. Every day, he had to sleep in the open and take the risk of being caught to steal food. After all, he couldn't stand raw food. All in all, this was a rather bitter experience. But this bitter history was coming to an end. He was about to return to that familiar place, see those familiar people, have a warm bed at night, have someone to help him brush his fur, and have breakfast prepared in the morning. Now that he thought about it, he really missed it. While Zhao Lu and Fong Xiaokong were discussing how to bring the cat back to Chuhua City, the Jiao Pa gestured to Zhao Lu, then said softly, Rin Chong. Zhao Lu reacted quickly. Even if the cat was brought back, if Rin Chong wasn't dealt with, the cat-catching incident would happen again. You mean, I'm relieved to know that it's safe and sound. Since Mr. Fong is an acquaintance of Miss Zhao and can be trusted, then there's no rush to bring black charcoal back. Mr. Fong, please take care of black charcoal first. We'll talk about it after we've settled things here. Zhao Lu nodded and explained the situation briefly to Fong Xiaokong. Fong Xiaokong expressed his understanding. Okay, I'll take the cat and walk there slowly. It'll take at least 10 days to half a month. Take the cat? 10 days to half a month? Does that mean that it'll take at least 10 days to half a month to get back to Chuhua? Zhang Tan's excitement was doused with a bucket of iced dregs. Why? Even if they couldn't take the train, it wouldn't take too long to drive back. Why would it take 10 days to half a month? Jiao Pa told Zhang Tan to follow Fong Xiaokong obediently over the phone. Third Uncle Fong would take him back to Chuhua. At the moment, Chuhua couldn't send anyone over to pick up Zhang Tan. There were still things to deal with there. Even though the Jiao Pa didn't explain much, Zhang Tan could still analyze the reason from his words. Zhang Tan expressed his understanding. It was for his own good. He didn't want to face people with bad intentions once he got back. Fong Xiaokong looked at the cat in front of him, who was listening to the phone attentively. Even Third Uncle Fong, who boasted that he had seen the world and seen many strange things, couldn't help but be amazed. That cat's father was also special. He actually explained so much to a cat. If it were someone else in this village, they would probably be thinking about how to exorcise demons and ward off evil spirits. After the phone call, Zhang Tan was less wary of Fong Xiaokong. Since Fong Xiaokong was someone Zhao Li knew, and he had Zhao Li's guarantee, Zhang Tan didn't need to spend so much effort on guarding against him. At this time, the young man from before also ran over after the phone call. He said that he would drive out tomorrow and bring the 3 puppies to his friend. Knowing that the 3 puppies were settled, Zhang Tan was completely relieved. From the conversation between Fong Xiaokong and the young man, he knew that the person who was going to adopt the 3 puppies was a good person. That night, Zheng Tan followed Fong Xiaokong to the young man's house. Of course, Zheng Tan hid in his backpack. The people in this village didn't like black cats. He was afraid that the landlord would be unhappy if he found out. As for the 3 puppies, the young man also put them in cages and carried them back. After eating and drinking and sleeping well, Zheng Tan woke up early in the morning and followed Fong Xiaokong onto the young man's tricycle. The puppies were in cages. They had a good meal last night and this morning, and now they were going to sleep. The road in the countryside wasn't easy to drive on. There was a long stretch of uneven road. The bumpy driving made Zheng Tan feel dizzy. The 3-hour drive, in fact, would probably take less than an hour if the road was flat. The young man and his friend raised sheep and some cows. They also built a place to raise poultry. The scale was quite large. No wonder they wanted to raise dogs. Looking at the 3 puppies, the friend was very satisfied. He had already tidied up the kennel yesterday. After looking at the 3 puppies, he took them over. Zheng Tan and Fong Xiaokong had lunch there. In the afternoon, the young man would drive them to the county. The road to the county was much better. It wasn't so bumpy. Although the journey was twice as long, it took about the same amount of time. Zheng Tan didn't bring Kitty's cat tag with him. In the village, he took off the cat tag and hid it for convenience. When he left with Fong Xiaokong, he didn't take it. Now, he was really a stray cat without a tag. However, with Fong Xiaokong by his side, Zheng Tan wasn't so anxious. However, his good mood didn't last long. After Fong Xiaokong bought a bicycle, Zheng Tan couldn't stay calm. Chapter 66. Zheng Tan felt that Fong Xiaokong was quite unreliable. After this guy entered the county, he happened to pass by a bicycle shop and suddenly came up with the idea of buying a bicycle. In fact, this guy hadn't ridden a bicycle in a long time. Even when he was traveling, he drove a 4-wheeled bicycle. The owner of the bicycle shop promoted it for a long time, but Fong Xiaokong didn't buy the brand-new mountain bike that was said to be the most advanced design. In the end, he bought a second-hand bike. Even if it was a second-hand bike, it was still a mountain bike. The shop owner didn't seem too happy because Fong Xiaokong didn't buy a new bike, but after all, it was still a business deal, so he inspected the bike again. Fong Xiaokong looked at the black cat squatting not far away, then looked at the bicycle being inspected. He said to the shop owner, "Boss, can you add a basket for me?" The shop owner looked at Fong Xiaokong strangely. He probably didn't expect someone to make such a request. Most people bought this type of bike mainly for sports, who would put a basket on it to buy groceries. However, since the customer made the request, he wouldn't refuse. A basket could still make a few dollars. Being a professional, the boss still asked, "Are you loading the basket to store the goods?" Fong Xiaokong thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes." "How heavy is it?" "It's not too heavy." Then the shop owner didn't say anything else. Since it was just for goods and wasn't heavy, there was no need to modify it too much. He just put a basket on it. After the inspection, the basket was loaded and the payment was made. Getting on the bike, Fong Xiaokong felt good. It was as if he had returned to his youth. He was suddenly looking forward to the rest of the trip. Zheng Tan squatted at the side and looked coldly at the self-satisfied Uncle Fong. He couldn't understand why Uncle Fong would choose such a lifestyle. When he was on the phone with the Jiao Pa, Zheng Tan heard a hint of respect in Zhao Li's tone. It wasn't fake politeness, but real respect. This meant that Uncle Fong should have some background. At the very least, he shouldn't be short of money. But why would a man in his 30s choose such a lifestyle? He made himself look like a poor man. As Zheng Tan was thinking, Fong Xiaokong rode over. He stopped in front of Zheng Tan, patted the basket, and said proudly, "Goods, get on." Zheng Tan, "Goods my ass." They were going to go from this small county to another city. Their next stop was a big city. The surrounding roads should be relatively good. Jumping on a basket, Zheng Tan felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Anyway, it wasn't as comfortable as squatting in the basket of little Pomelo's children's car. Fong Xiaokong carried his travel bag and rode out of the city on his bicycle. The roads in the city were very smooth, but it was different when they left the city. From the small county to the big city, there were indeed roads, but they were all highways. It was fine to drive there, but it was impossible to ride a bike. There were no highways, so they took the national highway. However, the entire journey wasn't entirely on the national highway. In order to experience the feeling of riding a mountain bike, Fong Xiaokong chose a small rural road after leaving the city. After that, they went on the national highway. Zheng Tan's bitter experience began on this small rural road. The front of the mountain bike had a shock absorber design, which was different from ordinary bikes. The owner of the bike shop didn't modify the basket too much when he loaded it, so the one who suffered was Zheng Tan. The bicycle traveled along a small country road. The road was filled with potholes, gravel, and dirt. Whenever it bumped, Zheng Tan would feel the bicycle's basket move up and down violently. It was much more uncomfortable than riding Wei Lung's bicycle in the past. The shaking made her dizzy. Fong Xiaokong didn't feel too uncomfortable. He was still in the novel stage. He was in a good mood, humming a tune until he felt the movement on the basket. Zheng Tan jumped twice in the basket to attract Fong Xiaokong's attention. When Fong Xiaokong stopped the bike, he jumped out of the basket. When he landed, he was still a little dizzy and almost couldn't stand straight. "What's wrong?" Fong Xiaokong looked at Zheng Tan, who was squatting on the side of the road and pulling at his ears with an unwilling expression. Then he looked at the basket, raised his hand to push the basket twice, and looked at the front fork of the bike. He suddenly remembered what the owner of the bike shop asked. So this was the main problem. Is the basket uncomfortable? Fong Xiaokong thought for a while. Why don't you just squat in my bag? In the end, Zheng Tan didn't squat in the big travel bag. Instead, he stood on top of the bag. He had claws to hook onto the bag so that he wouldn't fall and he wouldn't sway like he did in the basket. He could even step on Fong Xiaokong's head twice. Fong Xiaokong, who had his head stepped on, thought that the cat must have done it on purpose. No wonder people said that cats were vengeful. He should buy a hat the next time he went to the city. Otherwise, the cat would really rebel. He, third young master Fong, had never been stepped on like this before. After getting out of the village road and onto the national highway, the feeling was much better. There was no more bumping, and Zheng Tan could even take a nap on the bag. Zheng Tan was comfortable, but Fong Xiaokong gradually felt tired. After the novelty wore off, he began to feel tired. The backpack was heavy, and with a cat, it was even heavier. After riding for a few hours, they found a place to rest. When they set off again, under Fong Xiaokong's complaints, Zheng Tan went back to squatting on the basket to relieve the pressure on third Uncle Fong. The roads on the national highway were much better than the village roads, so Zheng Tan didn't have much of an opinion. Just like that, they rode and stopped, and they didn't enter the city until evening. They found a small hotel to stay in. Because he didn't know if the owner of the hotel allowed him to bring a cat, Zheng Tan hid in the bag and went in. The room wasn't big. It was a single room. The other facilities were quite complete. After riding for half a day, Fong Xiaokong was so tired that he almost collapsed. However, before he collapsed, he took out his digital SLR camera and looked at the photos he took today. He also took out a small notebook to make some notes. While Fong Xiaokong was organizing the photos and notes, Zheng Tan ran to the bathroom. He filled the bathtub to the brim and adjusted the temperature of the water. Then, he started to take a bath. He hadn't taken a bath in a long time. In addition, he was too tired from riding the basket today. Zheng Tan decided to take a good bath. His main purpose was to drown the fleas on his body. Zheng Tan was helpless about fleas. They couldn't be eradicated. Even if he didn't come into contact with other animals, he could still get some in the grass. He squeezed some shower gel, rubbed it casually, and started to swim. Based on his current size, this bathtub could indeed be used as a small swimming pool for Zheng Tan. It was better when he was a human. He wouldn't attract so many fleas. Zheng Tan sighed in his heart. When Fong Xiaokong finished organizing his things and went into the bathroom, he saw the black cat swimming in the bathtub. It looked very comfortable. Damn, it even squeezed shower gel. Fong Xiaokong had friends who also owned cats, so he had heard that most cats didn't like to take baths. Just as Zhao Lu said, this cat was very special. Black cats were really strange. Fong Xiaokong thought to himself. After Zheng Tan finished bathing, he found a hairdryer and dried his fur. The hairdryer was placed on the table. He turned on the button and set it to hot air. Then, Zheng Tan constantly adjusted the angle to dry his fur. It was a little troublesome. As long as it could solve the problem, it was fine. When Feng Xiaokong came out of the bathroom, he looked at the only bed and the black cat lying in the middle. He was speechless for a long time. The cat's habit of occupying territory was really *king annoying. The next day, the man and the cat slept until almost noon. Zheng Tan was fine. After taking a bath and getting rid of the fleas, he also had a good sleep and was full of energy. Feng Xiaokong, on the other hand, felt some intense pain in his neck and back. His spine also hurt, the after effects of riding a bike. Riding a mountain bike for a long distance also required attention. From the bike to the rider's posture, there were rules. Feng Xiaokong didn't know anything, so it was natural for him to be like this. After lunch, Feng Xiaokong and Zheng Tan went out. Feng Xiaokong wanted to take a good look around and learn more about the city. Zheng Tan didn't have anything special that interested him, so he just treated it as a free trip. Feng Xiaokong hung the camera around his neck. Zheng Tan stayed in the bag. Like before, he looked out from the zipper of the bag. These days, many big cities in the inland didn't have subways. The urban construction definitely couldn't be compared to a few years later. Zheng Tan didn't care about many things nowadays. He just looked around to kill time when he was bored. He didn't know what Feng Xiaokong was looking at, but he looked quite serious. In the evening, Feng Xiaokong came to a square. There were more people here. There was a commercial street nearby. Some people were dancing in the square. There were groups of young people and middle-aged women. The surroundings were noisy. Feng Xiaokong didn't want to stay here and was ready to leave. Before leaving, Zheng Tan's attention was attracted by the sound of a guitar and strings. Feng Xiaokong obviously noticed it too. He walked over. In the corner of the square, a few young people were singing. There were also people around watching, but not many. Some people even threw coins in front of them. Feng Xiaokong watched for a while. When they were resting, he went over to chat. These 5 young people weren't from this city, nor were they from the same place. They all met here and got along well. They were planning to start a band. They were in high school. They were still underage kids, but they didn't go to school. They said that they liked music so much that they wanted to go out and see the world. In many people's youth, they would have a dream of being a vagrant complex. This kind of vagrant was a yearning for freedom and the pursuit of dreams. It seemed that nothing could stop the young, restless, and ignorant heart. Zheng Tan vaguely remembered seeing a vagrant singer in his 20s. He carried a guitar every day and sang in every corner of the city. Sometimes, he would be invited to sing in small bars. When people talked about vagrant singers, they had the impression that they had no fixed place to stay and wandered around. Zheng Tan only had a poor back view of the vagrant singer. He didn't have many memories of him. At that time, Zheng Tan often went to clubs, KTVs, and other places. He didn't have the leisure to listen to street performers. He also had a disdainful attitude towards vagrant singers. Occasionally, he would act as a philanthropist in front of beautiful girls and give them some money. He didn't treat it as a kind of spiritual enjoyment. In the end, it was just an occasional pastime. What I need is everyone's appreciation, not pity. We're not as unkempt as people think. We don't have a few lice in our hair. We're the so-called street art. The young man who was chatting with Feng Xiaokong said, sharing his thoughts. Then how much money do you guys make every day? Feng Xiaokong asked. The young man scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Not sure. When I was alone, I didn't make much. It took me a few days to get enough money for a bus ticket. Now it's better. We'll just sing here for a while. The day before yesterday, we contacted a small bar. We'll sing there later. It's still early. Singing here is just for practice. Feng Xiaokong looked at the coins on the ground thoughtfully. Before he left, he found a shop and rented a guitar. It was not a very good guitar, and it was not as good as the ones in the hands of the children. At night, when he returned to the small hotel, Feng Xiaokong tried the guitar. At first, he was a little shaky, but gradually he became proficient. Obviously, he had practiced before. Zheng Tan was about to go to bed when Feng Xiaokong called him over. Black charcoal, let's go perform tomorrow. Zheng Tan was speechless. Why would this guy suddenly have such an idea? I heard that a lot of people perform with their pets. They make a lot of money. Here, I've specially prepared this for you." As he spoke, Fong Xiaokong took out a glass can that he had finished eating. In his other hand, he picked up a metal spoon from who knows where. He knocked the can with the spoon, making a crisp ding sound. Looking at the can and the spoon, Zheng Tian roughly knew what Fong Xiaokong wanted him to do. However, at this time, he pretended that he didn't understand. Seeing that the cat in front of him didn't respond, Fong Xiaokong thought to himself, "That's not right." Zhao Lu said that this cat can understand human language and is very capable. If you want to express something, you can just say it directly. There's no need to use food to induce it. After a moment of silence, Fong Xiaokong said, "Didn't they say that you're very smart? Don't you know how to do this?" It's not as magical as Zhao Lu said. Provocation didn't work. Zheng Tian continued to lower his head, pretending that he didn't know. "How about this? You see, I don't have much pocket money. Look at the small hotel we're staying in now. The conditions are too bad. Tomorrow, we'll perform on the streets. If we make more money, we'll stay in a better hotel. The kind with double rooms. Each of us has a bed. It's spacious, not crowded, and we don't have to fight for pillows and blankets. What do you think?" Zheng Tian really thought about it this time. Just because Fong Xiaokong said that he didn't have pocket money didn't mean that he didn't have money. Therefore, Zheng Tian treated this sentence as a fart. However, if they could really change to a better hotel, Zheng Tian would certainly be willing. There were flies and mosquitoes in this place, and it was annoying. Also, if we make money, we'll take a bus to the next city. We won't ride a bike. Zheng Tian looked at Fong Xiaokong. He believed that they wouldn't ride a bike. Fong Xiaokong had suffered a lot riding a bike. He didn't want to ride a bike anymore, but he used it as a condition. However, if that was really the case, Zheng Tian was willing to give it a try. He was afraid that Fong Xiaokong would suddenly decide to walk on foot. That would be terrible. Today, he saw Fong Xiaokong shopping in a shop that sold tents. He probably did have that idea. Fong Xiaokong knocked on the glass jar twice with a metal spoon. Then he placed the spoon in front of Zheng Tian, waiting for Zheng Tian to make a decision. Zheng Tian poked at the metal spoon. Even if he was willing to give it a try, this metal spoon wasn't easy to hold. "Oh, there's also this." Fong Xiaokong took out a rolled-up paper tube and stuck it on the metal spoon with transparent tape. The paper tube was just enough for Zheng Tian to put one of his arms in. Zheng Tian looked at Fong Xiaokong. This guy really came prepared. He put his arm into the paper tube. When he raised his arm, he also raised the metal spoon and knocked on the glass jar. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Yes, just like that. "Here, I'll sing a line, and you knock it." Fong Xiaokong plucked the metal strings of his guitar and began to sing. "Twinkle, twinkle, 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 twinkle," Zheng Tian. So retarded. Seeing Fong Xiaokong looking at him, Zheng Tian took a deep breath and knocked the spoon over. Ding! Very good. Continue. The sky is full of little stars. Ding! Hang in the sky and shine. Ding! They practiced until 11 o'clock. The person next door couldn't take it anymore and knocked on the door to scold them. Only then did the man and cat stop. The next day, Fong Xiaokong asked Zheng Tian to continue practicing with him. After lunch, they took a nap and went out at 4 o'clock. The sky wasn't dark yet, but there were already more people at the square. In the corner, the 5 young people he saw yesterday were there again. After making some adjustments, they began to sing. The songs they sang included popular music and classic songs from the past. They were all songs that young people liked and were full of energy. Fong Xiaokong looked over there, then found a place where there was no one and put the prepared paper box in front of him. There was an opening on the paper box. Zheng Tian felt that it was like a donation box, and he was the poor cat that needed everyone to do good. People around saw the situation and came over. Fong Xiaokong was wearing a hat, and he hadn't shaved his beard in the past few days. It was hard to see his original appearance. Zheng Tian felt that he must have done it on purpose. After putting away the paper box, Fong Xiaokong put the glass bottle aside, then took out his guitar, leaned against a lamppost, and began to strum. The curious gazes of the people around made Zheng Tian's face hot. Whether he was a human or a cat, he had never performed in front of so many people. This made him very embarrassed. It was okay when he was in the hotel. After all, no one was looking. But now, with so many people looking at him, Zhang Tan felt that the iron spoon weighed 1,000 pounds. He really didn't want to touch that thing. Not far away, the 5 young people finished singing Glorious Years and also noticed them. Hey, it's about to start. Fang Xiaokong reminded Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. It didn't seem good to leave now. It felt like he was running away. After mentally preparing himself, Zhang Tan put his arm into the paper box of the iron spoon. More and more people gathered around out of curiosity. Fang Xiaokong also began to strum the guitar. His skills were not very good in the eyes of the young people. After a prelude, Fang Xiaokong's heroic voice sounded. Walking in all directions, the road is long and the river is long. Zhang Tan braced himself and lifted the iron spoon to hit the glass bottle. Ding! Hazy and hazy. A village and a village. Ding! Watching the setting sun come back. Ding! The earth is not old. The sky is not desolate. The years are long and long. When Fang Xiaokong sang the first line, one of the young people who was drinking water spat it out. No one would have thought that this uncle would actually sing this song while playing the guitar. The playing was terrible, and the singing was terrible, but more and more people gathered around. And many people began to throw money into the paper box. Zhang Tan felt like an idiot. No, he and Fang Xiaokong were both idiots. Chapter 67. In a big city, the city square was always bustling at night. Music from the shops, various mobile advertisements, dynamic hip-hop tunes, and ethnic customs of old ladies. But tonight, more and more people gathered in the corner that people usually didn't pay attention to. Hey, let's go and see. There's a cat knocking on a bottle over there. Knocking on a bottle? Yeah, I heard that it's a homeless singer's pet. The two of them are performing. Sounds interesting. Let's go and see. Mom, I want to see the cat knocking on the bottle too. Okay, let's go and see the cat knocking on the bottle. The people in the city didn't have so many scruples about the black cat. They came to watch for something new and for fun. People's living standards had improved, and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. They would try to find entertainment for themselves to pass the time. It was the first time in a long time that they saw people performing with cats in the square. And the coordination was really good. Zhang Tan looked at the increasing crowd of onlookers. He lowered his head and looked at the glass bottle in front of him seriously, but he didn't look at the audience. For Zhang Tan, even if he didn't have a good character when he was a human, he still cared about his reputation. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be reduced to performing on the street and being watched by people. Zhang Tan could only feel lucky that this wasn't the era of advanced communication a few years later. Otherwise, his knocking on the bottle would be posted on the internet, and it might even be reposted many times. That would be even more embarrassing. Following the tune of Fang Xiaokong's broken voice and knocking on the glass bottle, Zhang Tan sighed in his heart. How could time pass so slowly? It felt like hours had passed, but in fact, it was only 2 songs, less than 10 minutes. Zhang Tan suddenly remembered something that Jiao Pa once said to Jiao Yuan. People have to learn to adjust themselves. When you don't want to face it, but have to face it, you can try to change your mindset to comfort yourself. This will give you a better mentality to face the next challenge. Change my mindset and adjust my mentality? Zhang Tan raised his head slightly and looked at the cardboard box that had been stuffed with an unknown amount of money. Looking at it from another angle, this money was earned by knocking on bottles, not by sneaking through windows and doors. Speaking of which, why didn't he feel guilty when he was stealing things through the window? Why did he feel embarrassed when he was working as a street performer to earn money? To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of face. This was also a very ridiculous and shameless attitude, but it was something that many people had. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it was indeed very unnatural. Looking at Fang Xiaokong, who was singing enthusiastically next to him, he had already gone off-key and forgotten his lines several times. But wasn't he still singing cheerfully? It seemed that he still had to grind his skin a little more. In order to roam the Jianghu, one had to be thick-skinned. For the first time, Zhang Tan understood the meaning of hard-earned money. His hands were sore from knocking on the bottles. Just as Fang Xiaokong was considering changing songs, Zhang Tan switched hands. The onlookers gasped in amazement again. That cat can even switch hands. My cat can do this too. He's probably tired, so pitiful. And Annie dug in her wallet, walked to the cardboard box, and stuffed the money in her hand into it. With one person taking the lead, there was a second, a third, Fong Xiaokong sighed in his heart. A person's face was not as useful as a cat's. He had been singing for so long, and his voice was hoarse, but no one cared. Instead, the cat next to him got sympathy just by changing hands. That woman, just now, took out 100 yuan in one go. It seemed that the living standards of the people in this city were indeed good. After singing 2 more old songs, Fong Xiaokong came to an intermission. At this time, someone came over to talk to Fong Xiaokong, asking him where he was from, where the cat came from, why he wanted to come here to sing, and so on. Zheng Tan was too lazy to listen to Fong Xiaokong's nonsense. This guy was not telling the truth, and he was trying to trick people into sympathizing with him. As for the enthusiastic aunties around him, Zheng Tan could not stand it. He climbed up a tree next to him, and no matter how the people below called him, he did not come down. Sometimes, Zheng Tan did not understand why people liked to call cats Mimi when they saw them, regardless of whether the cat was male or female, or whether the cat had a name or not. The first person to call a cat that way was really King talented. In the past, this word was only associated with big-breasted girls in Zheng Tan's dictionary. However, ever since he became a cat, he did not know how many times he had been called that. Every time he heard this word, no matter who it was, Zheng Tan would turn his head and walk away. Therefore, after the aunties below shouted Mimi at Zheng Tan's ears twitched, and he decisively climbed up the tree. While Zheng Tan was hiding from the enthusiastic aunties, and Fong Xiaokong was talking nonsense, the 5 young people singing in the corner were also talking. Is it the guy from yesterday? That uncle came to ask us questions yesterday. I didn't expect him to come with a guitar today. That uncle. I think I saw a camera hanging around his neck yesterday. It's a DSLR camera. Yes, a digital DSLR camera. That thing is quite expensive. The reason I remember it is because of his camera. After saying that, the 5 people were silent for a while, and then one of them said, "Damn, so this uncle actually has nothing better to do. So he came to steal business from us?" When young people did this occasionally, it was called rebellion or curiosity. But if a man in his late 40s did this kind of thing, people would think that he was crazy. Actually, the important thing is that black cat, right? I suddenly feel like I've been hit, one of them said. The oldest one, Ajin, was the lead singer of this newly formed band and also the boss of this new band. He greeted the people with different thoughts and prepared to continue singing. At this time, a woman with heavy makeup came over and greeted them. They knew this woman. She was the relative of the owner of the small bar who had invited them to sing. She had just come to shop and received a call from the owner of the bar, so she brought a message. After saying that, she flipped her hair and walked away in her thin high heels. She really looked down on these street performers. The message that the woman brought over was mainly to tell them that they did not have to go tonight. Another band that was singing in front of them was celebrating a birthday, and they were going to book the whole place. It was estimated that they would sing until the wee hours of the morning. The 5 young people did not look good. However, since leaving home until now, they had encountered a lot of things, and they had encountered similar situations. They had no money and no reputation now. To put it bluntly, they were nothing. They cannot blame others for looking down on them. As the bassist of this new band, the young man stood aside and did not speak. He did not like to talk much. He strummed the bass in his hand, and the music was a little tired and struggling. Hey, you guys. Just as the 5 young people were thinking about what to do for the rest of the night, Fong Xiaokong came to them and told them about his plan. Ensemble? As the lead singer and leader of the band, Ajin was a little surprised. Yes, ensemble. Of course, my level is limited, but I still have this understanding. So, it's not me who will work with you. As he spoke, Fong Xiaokong pointed to Zheng Tan, who was squatting in the tree and looking up at the stars. It will come over and join you. How about it? Ajin thought about it. From the situation just now, he knew that the cat could attract people. Of course, it would be okay if everyone came over and cooperated. Moreover, when they were discussing just now, they were ready to leave the city for the next stop. Anyway, they were not in a hurry. After making the decision, Ajin nodded. I have no problem. What about everyone? The other four did not object. They were very happy to have such a special experience before leaving. They had never worked with a cat before. Zhang Tan had been squatting in the tree and counting the stars out of boredom, but he was told to play with those people. Charcoal, look, your uncle can't sing anymore. My voice is hoarse, and I don't have enough money. If I work with those little fellows, I can earn more money. You just have to squat at the side and show your appreciation. You don't have to work too hard. Fang Xiaokong looked up and said to Zhang Tan, and those little guys are quite pitiful. Today is probably the last time they will sing in this city. They will leave tomorrow. I want to help, but I don't have as much influence as you do. Zhang Tan looked at some people who were still standing around and did not leave. Then he looked at the 5 young people who were 17 or 18 years old. He thought about it. He was already somewhat resistant to this kind of shameless performance. It was okay to help a little and make some money. Anyway, he just needed to pretend and knock on the bottle twice. After discussing, Zhang Tan came to the 5 young people. Facing the black cat, the 5 young people did not know how to get along with it. Fang Xiaokong came from behind to help carry the bottle and spoon. After discussing with Ajin, he borrowed a high stool and put the bottle and spoon on the side. Zhang Tan jumped onto the high stool. This time, he felt better than at the beginning. He was more shameless and adjusted his mentality. Isn't it just knocking on the spoon twice? What's the big deal? Seeing that they were ready to start again, the crowd slowly gathered again. It was only 8 o'clock. The city's nightlife was very rich, not to mention the commercial square here. Compared to before, there were actually more people at this time. The 5 young people were not sure if they could cooperate with the cat. Fang Xiaokong came over and said a few words to calm them down. Zhang Tan, who was standing at the side, had some complaints. Could it be that these brats were looking down on him? Seeing Zhang Tan pulling his ears like that, Fang Xiaokong knew that the cat must be angry again. Okay, let's get started. Fang Xiaokong waved his hand and put the paper box in a conspicuous place. Then he retreated to the side and sat down to watch. Seeing the paper box, the 5 young people's expressions were very unnatural. It was too straightforward. Their skills were still not as high as Fang Xiaokong's. Hey, these little guys are still shy. Fang Xiaokong said to the person sitting next to him. There was also a middle-aged man sitting there. He was the owner of the musical instrument store where Fang Xiaokong rented the guitar. In addition to guitars and basses, Ajin and the others rented drums and keyboards from this shop. Most of the time, he would come here to listen to these young people sing. Chapter 68. The 5 of them had worked together for a while, so they could understand each other with just a few syllables. Ajin plucked the guitar in his hand, signaled everyone to get ready, paused, and looked at the cat on the stool next to him. Zhang Tan was already impatiently wagging his tail. Wasn't it just singing a song? Did they need foreplay? Dilly-dally. To be on the safe side, their first song was not fast, and the rhythm was similar to Fang Xiaokong's. Of course, it was definitely not like Fang Xiaokong's style. Zhang Tan knocked on the glass bottle again and again. It was not difficult for him to grasp the rhythm, and the onlookers were more tolerant of cats than people. Even if there was a mistake, everyone would understand. After all, it was a cat. After the song, Ajin and the others were very happy. They thought that the sound of knocking on the glass would be abrupt, but they did not expect that after the rhythm was fixed, the effect would be very good. They could try to add similar elements in the future. Giving Zhang Tan a thumbs up, Ajin was ready to change to a slightly faster song. Zhang Tan was secretly proud, and the tip of his tail unconsciously twitched. Sure enough, he was proud. Look at the crowd, as well as the girl with big eyes. Her hands were red from clapping. Compared to the time when he cooperated with Fang Xiaokong, Zhang Tan felt much better now. It had nothing to do with the onlookers, but with the acceptance of music. He could not understand Fang Xiaokong's feelings for old songs like Go Square, but he could easily immerse himself in this kind of rock-style pop song. After all, Zhang Tan's body was also a young man's soul and thoughts. In the corner of the square, under the blurred lights, the rhythmic music came out. When the music started, even the bass player, who was usually a little dull, still looked silent and calm, but the syllables he plucked were full of movement and rhythm. When they were immersed in the performance, Jean and the others had forgotten that there was a cat squatting next to them, and that they were performing with a cat at this time. Instead, they sang the rhythmic songs according to their previous habits. After a series of hurried syllables, when it entered the chorus, it was like a new green that broke free from its shackles and broke out of the ground, swaying freely, sweeping away all shyness and restraint. It was not only the rhythm and melody that affected people, but also the wanton passion that was infused into it. Hot-blooded youth. It was not only the song that made people excited, but also the atmosphere. It provided people with a way to release themselves, just for this moment to let loose. Just for this moment, it was enough. They were still young and might not be able to express the mature emotions of the original singer, but they had already taken a big step forward. Who could say for sure that they would not shine in the future? If Zhang Tan had a playful attitude at the beginning, he had already immersed himself in it. He knocked on the bottles with great passion, which was completely different from the lazy attitude he had when he first cooperated with Fang Xiaokong. Young people were always easily affected by the atmosphere and did not know what they were doing. Even if it was just a cat now, it was still the same. The owner of the musical instrument store, who was sitting not far away, praised, "Your cat is good at knocking bottles. This is the first time I've seen a cat knock bottles like this, like you're stirring up eggs." Fang Xiaokong. Ha! It was also the first time he had seen it. More and more people gathered around. At first, most of them were people who came to watch the cat knock bottles, such as parents with children and aunties who had just finished dancing. Gradually, a group of young people gathered here. People liked to watch and join the fun. Seeing that there were so many people here, everyone came over. Then, they were affected by the atmosphere. Some sang along, some clapped, and some cheered. For the young people, it was a familiar song, and it was easy to pick it up. Fang Xiaokong took out a camera from his backpack and began to take pictures. "Hey, isn't this a DSLR? If you have the money to buy a DSLR, why are you here performing? Are performers so rich now?" Someone who had seen Fang Xiaokong sing asked. "No." Fang Xiaokong calmly raised his finger and pointed in a direction. "I borrowed it from a student of the photography club over there. I have to return it later." The man looked in the direction that Fang Xiaokong was pointing at. There were people everywhere, so he couldn't tell which one he was referring to. However, there were indeed photography clubs here. Every once in a while, someone would come here to hold a student photography exhibition. Shaking his head, the person did not say anything else. When Zhang Tan was tired of knocking, he would switch to his left hand. After a while, he would switch back. He had a lot of fun, and when he knocked bottles, he would look at the cardboard box from time to time. Seeing people constantly putting money into the cardboard box, Zhang Tan was even happier. They did not leave until after 10 o'clock at night, when there were fewer people in the square. Zhang Tan threw the iron spoon away and rushed to the cardboard box to take a look. The light was not good, so he could not see how much money was inside. However, it should be enough to pay for the car and the hotel. When Jean was packing up after the event, he still hadn't calmed down. For a moment just now, I felt like I was a celebrity. So many people supported me and cheered for me. It was just like the dream I had back then. Yes, that feeling was so good. The others echoed his sentiments. The owner of the music store went over to talk to them. Tomorrow, these boys would go to the north. He wanted to encourage and teach them a lesson now, so that they would not be unable to get out of a bad situation in the future. There was still a long way to go. Fang Xiaokong did not immediately calculate the money in the box. After the show, he sealed the box, helped the boys pack up their equipment, and carried it to the music store. He also calculated the money in the store. 3,600? Jean and the other four were shocked. Usually, when they sang in the square, they would only earn a few dozen yuan an hour. When they were alone, it was even less. Therefore, they usually just regarded singing in the square as an experience, a kind of training for themselves. They did not expect to make much money from it. However, the number now made them unable to believe it. They were not from serious school, nor were they famous. They were just novices. After experiencing street performances, this money was really a lot for them. Fang Xiaokong took 1,800 yuan and handed the rest to Jean. "Here, we agreed to split it 50-50. Well, Mr. Fong, your money is also in there. You should take more, Jean said. Even if they knew that they had made more money this time, they also understood that without the black cat, they would not have been able to successfully attract the attention of so many people in the square. That's it. Let's go. Without further explanation, Fong Xiaokong stuffed the money into his bag and walked out with his bag on his back. Zheng Tin also hurried to follow. He had no objection to Fong Xiaokong's distribution. After all, Fong Xiaokong was not poor, and 1,800 yuan was enough for a car and hotel. He did not need a 5-star hotel, as long as it was better than the previous small hotel. Thanks, Brother Cat. Ajin raised his hand and shouted. Zheng Tin wagged his tail and did not look back. They still had things left in the small hotel. They originally wanted to check out, but the landlord said that they had to check out before noon. After that, they would have to stay for another day. In order to leave the small hotel as soon as possible, Zheng Tan poked Fong Xiaokong in his backpack, hoping that this guy would just check out. After all, he had made money by singing tonight. In the end, Fong Xiaokong did not pay a dime. He only gave away the second-hand mountain bike. Since he was not going to ride it again, he might as well use it for the last time. After leaving the small hotel, the man and the cat went to the nearest 4-star hotel. In order to get there faster, Fong Xiaokong was going to take a shortcut. There was a small path there, so there was no need to take a detour. There were street lights on the side of the road, but it was too late and there were not many people at this time. As they walked, Zheng Tan's ears twitched. He looked out from the zipper of his backpack and saw 2 sneaky figures behind them. Were they robbers? No matter if they were or not, they did not seem like good people. Zheng Tan poked Fong Xiaokong. Got it, Fong Xiaokong said in a low voice. Since Fong Xiaokong said that he knew, Zheng Tan did not remind him anymore. Instead, he focused his attention on the 2 people behind them. After confirming that there were only 2 people, Zheng Tan breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 2 people, it would be fine. If there were more, he would not be able to handle it. The 2 people were getting closer and closer, and they were holding a steel pipe in their hands. It was obvious that they were not good people. When one of them came closer, Zheng Tan jumped out of his backpack and clawed at the man's face. Then, with his flexibility, he dodged the man's swing. He jumped up and kicked the man twice. This time, he used his real strength, and both kicks landed on the man's lower body. Mother of Asterisk, you actually want to rob me of the hard-earned money that I earned by shamelessly performing? Do you want to die, or do you want to die? Another kick. Zheng Tan thought that since he was not going to stay here for long, there was no need to hide. He would leave tomorrow. Even if these people wanted to take revenge on him, they would not be able to find him. When Fong Xiaokong knocked the other person out with his stick, he turned around and saw the cat kicking the man's crotch. The man who was kicked screamed as if he was castrated. The steel pipe in his hand had already fallen to the ground. After being kicked, the man lay on the ground and wailed. Zheng Tan ignored him and looked at Fong Xiaokong. This guy was holding a baton. It seemed that he was prepared. Let's go. Don't worry about them. They're just hooligans, Fong Xiaokong said as he put away the baton. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and jumped into Fong Xiaokong's backpack. They were almost at the hotel. Cats were not allowed there, so it was better to hide. Before they got out of the alley, Fong Xiaokong's phone rang. Yo, second brother, why are you calling me at this time? I haven't slept yet. I'm looking for a hotel. I just ran into some trouble. Someone wanted to rob me. Oh, I didn't hit him hard this time. I only hit him once. Also, you don't know how arrogant he was when he came out. He said, get out, leave the cat, and put the money box on the side. Oh, F***CK. Don't you think he deserved a beating? This place is not safe. Tell your brother-in-law to be careful when he comes over. Kids don't even dare to come here. Zheng Tan was speechless. That was F***king nonsense. Chapter 69. The next day, Zheng Tan hid in Fong Xiaokong's bag and prepared to leave the hotel. The receptionist took a second look at Fong Xiaokong's big backpack. She probably didn't expect someone who looked so down and out to be staying in a hotel like this. She was still trying to guess what was in the backpack. Sir, your backpack zipper isn't closed. The receptionist was trying to remind him out of kindness, but she couldn't finish her sentence because she had already seen the cat's whiskers through the unzipped opening. The receptionist opened her mouth and looked at Fong Xiaokong. The guy gave her a bright smile and swaggered away. After leaving the hotel, Zhang Tan didn't feel too restrained. He jumped out and walked beside Fong Xiaokong. It was too uncomfortable to be in the backpack. "Yo, the car is here," Fong Xiaokong said. Zhang Tan stretched his neck and looked. He didn't recognize which car Fong Xiaokong was talking about. There were too many cars parked in the hotel's parking lot. Fong Xiaokong walked towards a very ordinary-looking private car and raised his hand to greet the person sitting in the driver's seat. This was what Fong Xiaokong meant when he said, "Save on the fare." When Fong Xiaokong opened the car door, Zhang Tan saw another person sitting in the back. He was about the same age as Fong Xiaokong, but this person looked more serious and dignified. It didn't matter if he was serious or not. Zhang Tan just hoped that this person was reliable and didn't look like Fong Xiaokong. "Mayor Yuan, congratulations on taking office." Fong Xiaokong got into the car and sat down. He didn't care what the people next to him thought. He directly put the backpack with mud spots on the empty seat next to him. He patted the last bit of space in the back seat and said to Zhang Tan, who was still watching from outside the car, "Get in." Zhang Tan looked at the other person in the back seat, then looked at the small space in the back seat, and then looked at the empty front passenger seat. He jumped into the car and sat in the front. "Hey, this cat is really—" Fong Xiaokong laughed. He ignored Zhang Tan and started chatting with the people next to him. Zhang Tan squatted in the passenger seat. He felt that this spacious place was more comfortable than squeezing in with Fong Xiaokong's big backpack. Most importantly, the car didn't look like much from the outside, but the interior looked pretty good. It should have been modified. Looking at the driver next to it, he suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't that Zhang Tan had seen this person before, but that this person gave Zhang Tan a similar feeling to Celestine. This person was probably a bodyguard and driver. Thinking back to the great Mayor Yuan that Fong Xiaokong had mentioned just now, it was understandable. The driver next to him sensed Zhang Tan's gaze and turned his head to look. It was a bit inappropriate for the cat to squat in the passenger seat, but since the boss didn't say anything, he didn't say anything. It was fine as long as the cat didn't interfere with driving. But now, seeing the cat staring at him, and the look in its eyes didn't seem like something a cat should have, he felt a chill run down his spine. This cat was really King evil. The driver felt goosebumps all over his body, so much so that when the boss ordered him to drive, his reaction was slow for a few seconds. Shifting his gaze from the driver to the window, Zhang Tan leaned over the car seat and looked at the tall building outside through the window. Although his eyes were looking out the window, his ears were perked up. He listened to the conversation between Fong Xiaokong and the person in the back, because Zhang Tan had noticed that the two people were talking about the robbery incident last night. Fong Xiaokong took a document from Mayor Yuan and cursed. "These two people still have the nerve to sue me? Also, they obviously colluded with each other. I only hit one of them with a stick and only once. The rest has nothing to do with me. If I had known, I would have beaten them until they couldn't even speak. They're just two punks. Why are they acting so smug?" It turned out that the two people who had been beaten up by Zhang Tan and Fong Xiaokong last night had run over to sue Fong Xiaokong for malicious injury and even mentioned attempted murder. "Then tell me about the injuries on that person's body." "A cat kicked him." Mayor Yuan pinched his eyebrows. He didn't expect to encounter such an incident as soon as he was transferred. "Anyway, it's none of my business." Fong Xiaokong threw the document in his hand aside and spread his hands. Even if that person really became a eunuch, it can only be said that he was unlucky and asked for it. Last night, of all things, he tried to rob others and even brought a steel pipe. Besides, this person has a criminal record. Even if he knows a few people and has some connections, it can't be denied that he's a scoundrel. He just wants to extort money. Fong Xiaokong rattled on for a while and concluded with one sentence. "Anyway, it wasn't me who kicked him in the balls." Seeing that Mayor Yuan was deep in thought, Fong Xiaokong snorted. "Don't put on a sad face. This incident is just an excuse for you to take action. A new broom sweeps clean. If there's a place for you to burn, you have to burn it properly, right?" After saying that, Fong Xiaokong kicked the passenger seat, meaning, "I have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused. Zhang Tan pulled his ears and pretended that he didn't know anything. After all, it was just a cat now. Who would believe that a cat almost beat someone into a eunuch? Even the beaten robber didn't dare to tell the truth. Who would believe the truth? Or maybe they felt that it was embarrassing to say it out loud and didn't want people to know that it was actually a cat that almost made him into a eunuch? No matter what the situation was, Zhang Tan believed that the person in the back seat could solve it. It wasn't his turn to worry about it. After that, the two of them stopped talking about the two badly beaten robbers and started to talk about family matters. Zhang Tan wasn't interested in that. He looked out the window and estimated when they could leave the city. More than an hour later, the car stopped. Zhang Tan jumped out of the car. According to Feng Xiaokong, they would transfer to another car here. This car would send them all the way to Chuhua City. Therefore, Zhang Tan was very excited. He didn't have to walk, squat in the bicycle basket, ride on the little tricycle, or perform on the streets. Most importantly, it meant that he could return to Chuhua City very soon and return to the peaceful family compound. Just thinking about it made Zhang Tan so excited that he couldn't sleep. Counting the days carefully, it had been more than a month since he was caught. Zhang Tan felt like a few years had passed in the past month. Using the word torture wasn't enough to describe how Zhang Tan felt about this experience. The car that sent Zhang Tan and Feng Xiaokong to Chuhua City was quite luxurious. There were some clean clothes and other things in the car. They were all for Feng Xiaokong. In the words of Mayor Yuan, pay attention to your image. Don't go there and become a joke. Zhang Tan wasn't sure who the joke referred to by Mayor Yuan was, but he was too lazy to guess. He just needed to know that he could return to Chuhua City. The driver of the SUV knew Feng Xiaokong. He was sent by Feng Xiaokong's second brother. Looking at the SUV driving away, Mayor Yuan sighed. He's almost 40 years old, but he's still less worrisome than a cat. If Jiao Pa knew how Mayor Yuan felt, he would definitely say, this cat is actually even more worrisome. After the SUV drove onto the highway, Zhang Tan would occasionally look at the signs on the highway. Feng Xiaokong was holding a map, and Zhang Tan would also look at it. Then, using the signs, he would estimate how far they were from Chuhua City. Originally, Zhang Tan thought that they would arrive at Chuhua City very quickly. However, Feng Xiaokong instructed the driver to take a detour. They could have taken a straight line, but they had to take a turn midway. They wanted to go to a city with a long history to see the scenery, take photos, eat some local snacks, and walk around for a few days. For the first 2 days, although Zhang Tan wasn't very happy, he was quite interested in eating, drinking, and having fun. However, after repeating the same thing, Zhang Tan wasn't happy. He wasn't in the mood to see the scenery. So what if the city had a long history? So what if the local snacks were delicious? So what if he was with Feng Xiaokong? Zhang Tan really didn't have the mood to walk around. However, the driver only listened to Feng Xiaokong. Zhang Tan couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't just let the driver take him, right? Since he couldn't change Feng Xiaokong's mind, Zhang Tan changed his method. When he followed Feng Xiaokong to a city on the way, Zhang Tan would ask Feng Xiaokong to buy some small souvenirs. If he liked the souvenirs, he would jump over and hug them. Then, he would wait for Feng Xiaokong to pay. Thinking of the colors and styles that everyone in the Jiao family liked, Zhang Tan picked a few of them. The driver who followed Feng Xiaokong went from being surprised to being calm, and then to being numb. He was already used to Zhang Tan picking souvenirs. Moreover, if Feng Xiaokong was busy taking photos and didn't have time, he would be the one to pay for the souvenirs. This was the first time the driver felt that cats were really king troublesome animals. They walked and stopped and took a long detour. After a week, they entered Jinghan Province, which was the province where Chuhua City was located. Just when Zhang Tan felt that the light was in front of him, Feng Xiaokong asked the driver to stop again. They went to a county not far from Chuhua City to play for a few days, saying that they were going fishing there. Zhang Tan wanted to slap him. In the future, he would never ride with this kind of person. He was too much of a troublemaker. Didn't you say that you would stay for 10 days to half a month? Why are you going back so early? Feng Xiaokong sat by the lake, fishing leisurely with a fishing rod. Zhang Tan squatted on a tree nearby, pulling his ears and ignoring him. It had been 10 days since he contacted the Jiaopa. Was he really going to wait for half a month? Yesterday, when he called the Jiaopa with Fang Xiaokong's phone, the Jiaopa said that things were almost done there and that Zheng Tan could go back at any time. Woof woof. Woof woof woof. Beside him, a black dog was happily jumping on the spot. This dog was raised by a farmer nearby. It always liked to watch people fishing, and it would bark excitedly whenever there was a movement. It took the bait. Fang Xiaokong hurriedly raised his rod. We have fish to eat tonight. Zheng Tan yawned and ignored them. He was bored, so he ran to Fang Xiaokong's big backpack, unzipped it, and took out his phone.